and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Chairman of the Institute of Marine Engineers, India, Mumbai branch, it is my esteemed honor and privilege to extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished guests and delegates at the second edition of the Green Shipping Conclave 2025. The Institute of Marine Engineers, India, founded in 1980, stands as a premier professional organization for marine engineers, fostering technical excellence and industry collaboration. With a robust membership of professionals worldwide, our institute, headquartered in Navi Mumbai, has established a significant presence across key maritime cities in India and abroad. It is with great pride and enthusiasm that we convene today for the second edition of the Green Shipping Conclave, following the commitment made during the inaugural edition at Inmarco 2022. We are steadfast in our mission to establish this as a periodic event. The Green Shipping Conclave 2025 is being organized in collaboration with the Director General of Shipping, Government of India, reaffirming our collective dedication to advancing sustainability in the maritime sector. This conclave serves as a platform for the Indian maritime community to acknowledge and uphold our shared responsibility in fostering environmental sustainability. It brings together governments, industry leaders, researchers, innovators, and consumers to engage in insightful deliberations aimed at guiding and shaping sustainable maritime practices. We seek to align our discourse with the decarbonization goals set forth by International Maritime Organization while integrating these objectives with India's broader sustainable development priorities. As we commence this prestigious event, it is my distinct honor to extend a heartfelt welcome to our esteemed dignitaries for the inaugural session. We respectfully acknowledge the unwavering commitment of the Government of India to the modernization and sustainable growth of the maritime sector. In this spirit, I am privileged to invite Shri Shantanu Thakur, Honorable Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, to chair this session on the stage. He may kindly be accompanied by Shri Rajesh Kumar Sinha, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. May I have a bouquet, please? It is now the profound honor of the entire Indian maritime community to extend a warm welcome to our chief guest, His Excellency Arsenio Dominguez, Secretary General of International Maritime Organization. May we request you on the stage, please. We request Director General of Shipping, Shri Shyam Jagannathan, please welcome on the stage. I take this opportunity to warmly welcome and invite Dr. Malini Shankar, Vice Chancellor of the Indian Maritime University, on the stage, please. Furthermore, I extend my sincere to Sri Ajit Kumar Sukumaran, Chief Surveyor, Captain Abul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor, Shri Pradeep Sudhakar, Chief Ship Surveyor, and they may be accompanied by Shri Arun Gupta, Shri Sanjeev Mehra from Institute of Marine Engineers. Please. Okay.
Archana to please welcome our dignitaries with a bouquet. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Archana and Ms. Jyoti. We now proceed with the Diya Lightning ceremony, and I now request Shri Shantanu Thakur ji, Shri Arsenio Dominguez ji, Shri Rajesh Sinha ji, Shri Shyam Jagannathan ji, Dr. Malini Shankar, Shri A. Kumaran, and Captain A. Azad to please join us for the Diya Lightning ceremony. I'd also request
गाइए गणपति जगवंदना, गाइए गणपति जगवंदना, शंकर सुमन भवानी नंदना, शंकर सुमन भवानी नंदना, गाइए गणपति जगवंदना। सिद्धि सदन गज वदन विनायक, सिद्धि सदन गज वदन विनायक, कृपा सिंधु सुंदर सब लायक, कृपा सिंधु सुंदर सब लायक, गाइए गणपति जगवंदना, गाइए गणपति जगवंदना। मांगत तुलसी दास करे जोरे, मांगत तुलसी दास करे जोरे, बस हूँ राम सिया मानस मोरे, बस हूँ राम सिया मानस मोरे। गाइए गणपति जगवंदना, गाइए गणपति जगवंदना। Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Aishwarya, for the beautiful, soulful music with Ganesh Vandana. Ladies and gentlemen, I would Director General of Shipping, Shri Shyam Jagannathan ji, to please come up ahead and say a few words about the GSC 2025. Can we have a round of applause as we welcome him? Thank you.
Namaskar. Honorable Minister of State, Shri Shantanu Thakur sir, Excellency, Secretary General, IMO, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, respected Additional Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Rajesh Sinha ji, respected Vice Chancellor, IMU, Dr. Malini Shankar ma'am, members of the IMEI, office bearers, other dignitaries on and off the dais. Today is indeed an extremely significant landmark in Indian Maritime's journey towards net zero. We have the presence of His Excellency, the Secretary General of IMO, which, as the international body, having given aspirational and strive goals, is ensuring a global coordination towards the climate change and decarbonization. It is evident, although the shipping sector contributes somewhere between 2.5 to 3% of the GHG emissions. However, given the criticality that it is this means of logistics transport which fuels the entire global economy, it has oft been repeated, if shipping stops, half the world will freeze over and the other half will die in hunger. As critical a sector as this, it is my comprehension that it will be this sector which will complete the full transition to net zero by ushering in alternate fuels, breaking new technologies. Today's Green Shipping Conclave 2025 is India pinning its flag on its lapel and firmly committing itself to decarbonization. In the COP26, we had laid forth our nationally determined contributions. We have defined every element of how we will engage with renewable energy, how we will build up our infrastructure, and how we will transition. Today, India seeks support for its alternate fuel adoption, green shipping corridors, and to achieve its net zero targets. Yes, there are concerns with the market-based measures and its impact on developing economies. I'm certain the Secretary General at the IMO and all its constituent members are acutely aware that there is a need for equitable revenue distribution emerging from the institutional mechanism propounded for the MBMs, which should then fund the sustainable maritime infrastructure in developing nations. We advocate a balanced and fair market-based mechanism approach at the IMO negotiations, soon to be driven in the MEPC 83. We are indeed grateful for the Honorable Union Minister of State to have so kindly consented to chair this inaugural session, setting the tone and reaffirming India's leadership in the global engagement for decarbonization. On behalf of Indian Maritime, I welcome Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, Excellency the Secretary General IMO. It has been an inspiring whole day yesterday, fueled with his energy, with his enthusiasm, and his commitment, coming forth with the IMO for furthering maritime safety, security, his affection and attachment to the seafarers' cause. These have really inspired us. And we assure you, sir, Indian Maritime shall continue holding the flag as a major seafaring nation at the highest in terms of benchmarks for seafarers' welfare. I would conclude with flagging that India is a global leading destination for ship recycling. And recycling defines the 3 R's, being a critical component of sustainability. The Hong Kong Convention, from April, 95% of our yards would be compliant, yet there are challenges, end-of-life flag changes, conflicts with the Basel Convention. These are areas that we need to collaborate on and arrive at. All who are present here on this August occasion, let's join in this effort to make sure we give decarbonization and net zero our very best and invest in our future generations for a better tomorrow. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jagannathan, for your kind address. And now like to invite Minister of State, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Shantanu Thakurji, to please address us with his kind words. Thank you.
Good morning to all of you. Today, this is the great achievement for us that the first time the Green Shipping Conclave is held in this great occasion, in the great moment in 2025. And in this auspicious moment, on the dais, there is His Excellency Arsenio Dominguez, right? Okay. Shri Rajesh Kumar Sinha ji, Additional Secretary. Shri Shyam Jagannathan ji, DG Shipping, Malini Shankar ji, Vice Chairman, Shankar ji, Vice Chairman, IMU, all esteemed, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and also media friends here. I warm welcome all of you. Today, it is a great honor to chair these important events, and I had like to begin by thanking His Excellency. He is present here. Also, this conclave makes a key moment as we come together to shape a more sustainable future for India's maritime sector. Under the able leadership, visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, there has been a major push to modernize and expand India's ports infrastructure. To fulfill his vision, we have come with Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047, which lays the groundwork with our ports and shipping lines increasingly adopting green practices. As one of the largest and fastest growing maritime nation, we are proud to support the IMO 2023 revised GHG strategy. The union budget this year shows the government's dedication to green maritime development, including 25,000 crore Maritime Development Fund. Extension of the shipbuilding financial assistance scheme and new credit note scheme to boost shipbreaking in Indian yards. Innovation is key to our transaction. We are promoting PPPs to research alternative fuels like green hydrogen, ammonia and methanol. Shipyards are working on zero-emission vessels and retrofitting shippings for the sustainable technologies. As our Prime Minister has rightly started, artificial intelligence, AI and digital tools will play a crucial role in shaping every fact of India's development. In alignment with this vision, our ministry is actively working on integrating digital tools, AI and predictive maintenance technologies with this maritime sector. No transition is complete without trade workforce. We are expanding trading programs at the Indian Maritime University to equip seafarers with the skill needed for new technologies and fuels. We are also part of global initiatives like Green Voyage 2050 and Goal Later, showing on dedication to global cabinet. However, it is the essential the development nation have far across the green finance, making the transition inclusive and to maintain the green shipping. But once, when the Lothal used to trade, when Harappa, Mohenjo-daros used to trade around the world, this time was natural. I mean, that time people doesn't think about the green ship because that India have a long practices about the maritime sector. It is not a new thing, but I will give the thanks to Honorable Prime Minister.
Sailed back or, propelled back from the JNPA to the city. It's a photograph of the sunset, beautiful sunset. This morning he said he went jogging, a beautiful sunrise. Looking at the photographs, extremely splendid, but I recall going to Lakshadweep Islands as Director General of Shipping, and that is where I expected to see the sun rising from the waters and setting in the waters. No pollution, far away from humanity. But that was not the case. I have seen the sun rising from the sea on the east coast of India some 20, 25 years back, blazing orange ball rising out of the cool waters. But in Lakshadweep, no, it's just, you could see the haze going up and the haze as it went down. Climate change is a reality. Number two, when I was Director General Shipping, this question was raised. The shipping sector contributes only to 2%, approximately, maximum 3% of the greenhouse gases. So why are we getting targeted? But if you look at every sector, most sectors except, let's say, old power plants, old vehicles, actually contribute only 1, 2, 3%. So it is the responsibility of each one of us to look at how to green this earth. Fortunately for us, under the leadership of the successive Secretaries General of the IMO, we have taken measures and we have set deadlines, timelines, specific timelines to see how the greenhouse gases can be reduced, decarbonization, and all the associated technologies that go into greening of the ships, of the ports, and thereby of the earth. So to that extent, we should congratulate the IMO for taking the lead among all the sectors. And I'm sure we will be able to go in that direction very effectively. I should also felicitate the IMEI for taking the initiative to organize the Green Shipping Conclave, and especially so in the august presence of the Secretary General of the IMO. Another question which has been in the minds during the discussions of the greening of ships is alternative fuel, yes, decarbonization definitely, but which alternative fuel? Is it hydrogen? If it's hydrogen, is it green, blue, gray hydrogen? Is it ammonia? Is it methanol? Is it biogas? I hope that at the end of today's discussion, in the presence and in the participation of all the doyens and the key actors in the maritime sector, we will have a clearer picture by the end of the day as to where we are heading and how much greening and what is the greening that we can do. My felicitations once again, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shankar, for clearly encouraging us about the future of maritime industry. And I'd now like to request the Additional Secretary, Minister of Port Shipping and Waterways, Shri Rajesh Kumar Sinha ji, to please come up ahead and share a few words. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Shantanu Thakur sir, Excellency Secretary General of IMO, distinguished guests, industry leaders, and delegates. It's an absolute honor today for me to be part of this conclave, which is organized by IMEI. And to my understanding and knowledge, this is the first such green shipping conclave that is being organized in India. I manage shipping sector of the maritime sector, or this shipping subsector of the maritime sector. So this is certainly a wonderful platform to interact with the esteemed participants of this sector. Before I speak on the Government of India initiatives, let me express my gratitude, deep sense of gratitude to Honorable Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways for guiding us and the sector in leading this change and transition in Indian maritime sector. I extend a very warm welcome to Excellency Secretary General of International Maritime Organization to India, and whose presence reaffirms India's strong partnership with IMO in shaping global shipping sustainability. Coming to the Indian commitment to green shipping, India is at the forefront of this change, this transition, which is bound to happen, which must happen. And if you look at the GHG's revised strategy 2023 and the Honorable Prime Minister's announcement on Panchamrit, the commitments which were given through Panchamrit, India is taking decisive steps towards decarbonization. And as per that commitment of Panchamrit, we aim to reduce carbon intensity by 45% by 2030 over what was in 2005 and transition to a net zero economy by 2070. Coming to some of the initiatives that Ministry has been taking and we are currently in the process of taking, we are actually forming a 4-pillar strategy. And the strategy is aimed towards green transition and massive effort for increase in the shipping side of maritime sector. Not only in ship building, ship owning, ship flagging, seafarers welfare and also engagement of seafarers, development capital infusion into shipyards, which somehow had not happened in the last many years, many decades in fact. As all of us know, sir, I'll just presenting a fact. Less than 4% of India's EXIM trade happens on Indian ships, Indian flag ships. About 96% happens on foreign flags. And currently, sir, we spend nearly $100 billion per year on account of freight payment in foreign exchange. This is not an effort to reverse that trend. This is an effort to sustain our share of shipbuilding, ship owning in India. If we do not do this now, then the trend is suggesting that by 2047, I have a graph, I made a graph of that, it will be somewhere near 0.06% EXIM trade happening on Indian flags. And we'll be nearly paying $600 billion per annum towards freight, again in foreign exchange, in foreign currency. The 4 pillars that we are working on is, one is a currently ongoing scheme, but we have massively revamped that scheme, made it very liberal. It's called Shipbuilding Financial Assistance Policy. It's basically a scheme. We are revamping that scheme, bringing in new features, making a flat rate of financial assistance for shipbuilding, a higher assistance for green shipbuilding, or even transition fuel-based shipbuilding, infusion of capital in shipyards, whether it is brownfield expansion of an existing shipyard or setting up a greenfield shipyard. And sir, we are also interacting, in fact, the shipyards from abroad, some of the leading countries, some of the leading shipyards have been interacting not only with the government, union government, but also with the state governments and also with the business people who are in the sector, particularly the shipbuilding sector. So we are in the process of coming out with that revamped policy, which will also assist what DG Shipping was referring to, ship recycling. So we are working on a credit note policy where you scrap a ship in India and build a ship in India, use a credit note. So that kind of circular incentivization we are trying to bring in. We are also working on setting up a maritime development fund, which has been recently announced by Honorable Finance Minister of India in the budget, which is nearly more than $3 billion fund. This is from government side and from market. But if you leverage that, it will run into many lakhs of crores rupees investment happening in the maritime sector. This will not only for shipbuilding, this will for ship acquisition, for creation of capacity, for creation of capabilities, for training, upskilling. So there are a whole range of things we are trying. And there is another pillar that we are trying is through policy reforms. Sir, our the Merchant Shipping Act of India was made in 1958. Basically, it has undergone about 50 odd times it has been amended. and it runs into, must be 500, 700 pages. It has 532 clauses in the act. It's a massive act, difficult to read, difficult to comprehend, correct, but difficult to read. We are revamping the act also, aligning with the current IMO conventions which are in force, bringing those conventions into the act, and currently that bill is before Parliament. We are also coming out with a coastal shipping legislation, which is first time in India we do not have a separate legislation for coastal shipping, which is a huge activity in India because of the long coastline and habitation all around the coastline. So we are bringing out a new law for that, an exclusive law for that, not a part of the merchant shipping, but a dedicated law, legislation, act for coastal shipping. And there are two other basically logistics related bills that we are currently working on. But those are not directly related, they're basically bills of lading bill and the carriage of goods by sea bill. So these are old existing acts, they are revamping those, not making substantive changes, but yes, working on those. So these are some of the initiatives that we are taking, sir. And also, the sector would be knowing this. I am not from the sector, but I understand now. Is the Green Tuck Transition Program. Harit Nauka scheme, which is green vessels, these small vessels in India which ply in the river water system, riverways, greening of those either by retrofitting or new acquisitions. We are working on that policy also. Green Truck Transition Program is already a policy that is announced. Our ports are currently in the process of bidding out and acquiring those trucks. There are green port guidelines have been issued, which are called Harit Sagar Green Port Guidelines. These are basically to, and also shore to ship power. This we have been discussing probably for quite some time now. Basically the thrust now, which I personally have been seeing, that now apart from the documentation, bringing in new laws, papers, policy documents, the action now lies in the market to act. We are creating enablers through laws, through policy, through budgetary supports, but this is for the market to pick up and act on those. But just one point and I'll finish that, this speech. I've also been, personally we have been noticing about the seafarers, issues of seafarers related issues. And we take pride in that, sir. India has currently 5 lakh or maybe a little more than 5 lakh seafarers, and currently 3 lakh out of those are active. 90% or more than 90% are employed on foreign ships, only 10% are on Indian ships. And wherever I have gone, including in IMO meetings or others, any other forum, our seafarers have been lauded, applauded and praised for their skills and the kind of commitment that they bring. Everywhere, everyone has been saying this, sir. But unfortunately, I have also come across many cases, many issues of their detentions, abandonment, non-payment of their those dues, etc. So DG Shipping is very actively working on that. We have recently developed a portal also where we keep monitoring what is happening, which country, for how many days, what is the issue, engaging with the missions, Indian missions in those countries. I have also requested DG Shipping to make a presentation in IMO exclusively on welfare of seafarers. Going forward,
also former Director General, distinguished guest, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a real honor for me to have the opportunity to attend the second Green Conclave, because I actually took part on the first back in November 2022. And I can see the progress just by the most recent introduction of the policies where the government is already focusing on this green transition. Now, I want to start by thanking everyone for the amazing hospitality. This is something that I don't experience everywhere, and something that I'm not going to forget in a very long time. And you do make me feel like being at home, not just by this very warm weather, but also the way you feed me. The food is amazing, I can't stop. But in all seriousness, we look forward and we look up to India as one of the leaders in this maritime transition. The transition normally is very much focused on the environment, but the reality is that it's much more than that. It includes the people, the safety, and the sustainability that we want to demonstrate everybody out there beyond our sector that we are able to achieve. And we just have to look at the numbers in India, an economy that is projected to increase or to grow by more than 6% this year, where the volume of shipping trade, it's over 90%. A country that has one of the largest coastlines in the world, and most importantly, a growing and thriving young population, which of course is the future of the planet and the future for shipping. I have the opportunity to visit the Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority yesterday, and I was very impressed with the facilities and with everything that is happening there. Just a stone throw away from this huge metropolis, and how their vision of embracing the green transition is tangible. How they're already taking decisions to invest in electrifications of the port, using, of course, clean energy, and providing shore power supply to ships in the near future. Expansions of the port, the training of its workforce, and by the way, everyone that I spoke to always expressed that happiness and demonstrated how they felt like part of the company. But it was how such a big port that handles over 10 million containers last year, it's also in touch with nature, and how it's actually protecting the green areas and redevelopment and rescuing them. And that's something that it's very much not just recognizable, but something that needs to be promoted and needs to be advertised. Because normally we only get the negative press. But here it's a very much realistic approach of how we can grow together with the sustainability of the environment. Now, during these 2 days, you're going to tackle several topics. You're going to look into the green opportunities and the green challenges. We are aware that there are challenges there. DG mentioned some of them in relation to technology, finance, and the human resources. And that's some of the areas that we are focusing and tackling at IMO as we are currently, and by saying currently, this week, we're having another intersessional meeting on greenhouse gas emissions in order to address and further develop and finalize the technical and economic measures that are going to help the countries, particularly developing countries, and in those, the small island developing states and least developed countries, to be part of the transition. The economic measures are going to support this financial challenge that continues to be raised. The technical measures are going to incentivize not just the technology, but the green fuels. And apologies in advance that I cannot tell you which is the alternative fuel of the future. We are technology agnostic and fuel agnostic. And we see it here, how India is focusing on green hydrogen, methanol, ammonia, and tapping on all those opportunities, the renewable energies that are going to take us into achieving not just the IMO goals of decarbonizing the sector by around 2050, but also to complying with the goals set in the Paris Agreement back in 2015. And as we move into this transition, we need to do it in a safe manner. And this is another work that normally doesn't hit the headlines at IMO, but that we are taking very seriously. In just last year, we adopted guidelines for ammonia to be used as a fuel. The same thing, we are developing now the ones for green hydrogen. And just last week, we started the development of the necessary training requirements, both on a general scale for the workforce, as well as the methanol, ethanol, ammonia, hydrogen, and technologies like batteries. So we are making all those progress. We are not working in isolation. This transition is also going to have an effect on ship recycling. And it was mentioned just recently, the work that India is doing within its regulatory process, as well as with the progress on the implementation of the Ship Recycling Convention, the Hong Kong Convention. We will enter into force in June. And a call from me to you is to bring the expertise and the experience of implementing this convention for when we need to address any improvements on an instrument that was adopted back in 2009 and on an industry that has improved its credentials and continues to do so. Then is the people and seafarers. We keep failing seafarers. We need them. We say that we recognize the value and we appreciate them, but we need to invest more in them. We need to take more care of them. It is true, abandonment continues to be a problem. Criminalization of seafarers, and we have it on the agenda of IMO, and I'm currently developing a program for a conference later this year with the International Transport Federation, the International Chamber of Shipping, as well as the International Labour Organization, to be hosted at IMO to highlight the challenges that we're facing, particularly on the criminalization of seafarers around the world. And I'm doing everything within my powers in reaching other countries to actually enhance the visibility and to provide the due process to seafarers. They shouldn't just be blamed outright. They need to be respected and recognized. And this is a work that we will continue to do. Then is the investment from everyone that operates. The fact that we need to provide for better quality of services and entitlements on board the ships. They spend a lot of time away from their friends and families. The accommodations and the supplies should be better. Just as it's important to actually have the profits from the cargo, it's also important to use some of those profits for better quality of the services that in the accommodations that we provide to them. And of course, that will attract more young talent and diverse talent as we focus also to the support and enhancement of the participation of women in this sector, because we will be adapting to their needs. We shouldn't be expecting the younger generation to just immediately adapt to us. We are the ones that need to be embracing change. And with that, I want to encourage you to continue to raise the voice for all the good things that we do in shipping, how we have extremely achievable goals and very ambitious to decarbonize, to enhance safety and security, to acknowledge where we need to do more in relation to the seafarers. And of course, I want to close with inviting you to also celebrate with IMO the protection of the oceans. We are the users of the oceans that, of course, are breathing life for us, and we cannot survive without them. And this is why the focus is on our oceans, our obligations, and our opportunity. To take serious that everything that we do when we talk about sustainability is in relation to protection of the waterways that we use in shipping. So thank you very much for being here this morning. I look forward to your engagement. Do raise the challenges, but also keep tapping on the opportunities, because it's very easy to focus on the negatives. I think it's a lot better if we continue and enhance the positivism within this amazing industry. Thank you for your hospitality, and good luck with future sessions of this Green Conclave.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dominic, for that empowering speech, embracing change and progress at the maritime industry. Thank you very much, all the dignitaries. I now request all of you all to join us at the first couch right here as we set the tone and the course of GSC 2025. Thank you very much. And I'd now invite the Chief Surveyor, Government of India, Shri Sukumaran, to please address and set the course of GSC 2025. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Sukumaran. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of State, His Excellency Secretary General of IMO, well-respected Additional Secretary, Director General of Shipping, Vice Chancellor, Indian Maritime University, Shri Arun Sharma, Chairman and Indian Taste of Shipping, other distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Indian Maritime Administration, the Director General of Shipping. Let me first take you a Jupiter year back. 17th of May 2013, number 4 Albert Embankment, London. IMO is concluding its 65th session of the Maritime and Marine Environmental Protection Committee meeting. Early morning, 1:30. The drafting group still continues the discussion because they are supposed to make a vital complementary document to the landmark chapter 4 of Annex 6 dealing with operational and technical measures. But the countries were widely divided due to the sensitive nature of the resolution which was being discussed, particularly regarding the technology transfer, technical cooperation, and more importantly, the differentiated responsibility. Most of the countries from the global south, including Indian delegation, in which I was also a part, was almost convinced that the document is not going to be realized. But at around 1:30, the whole environment of the drafting group changes. It's a mood of convergence emergence, and by 2 o'clock in the night, the document was freezed. And that is how the landmark MEP's resolution 2965 regarding the technical cooperation was realized. Today, one of the focal points of the International Maritime Organization. And ladies and gentlemen, the whole credit of that document goes to an young officer who was chairing that drafting group, whose diplomatic skills as well as vocabulary skills, more than that, his diplomatic silence made the wonder. No wonder the young officer was unanimously elected as the chair of the Marine Environmental Protection Committee next year itself. And 10 years down the line, he was there with us to be part of the first edition of this Green Shipping Conclave in 2022 in this same place. Ladies and gentlemen, whom I'm talking about is His Excellency Arsenio Dominguez, the Director, International Maritime Corporation Secretary General. Yes, sir, welcome to India once again. Sir, our association with IMO, India's association with IMO dates back to its installation days itself. And one of your predecessors, Dr. C.P. Srivastava, the longest serving Secretary General, was an Indian Civil Service officer. And today, we are the part of your council, getting the largest number of votes in the election in December 2023. And if you go by the statistics of your 59 conventions plus the 2 ILO convention, we have ratified 37 of them. And we are also a proud partner of various projects from Glolita to Green Voyage to Glow Noise. With this, let me come to my assigned job today on this second edition of the Green Shipping Conclave, charting the green horizons, setting the course for the Green Conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that the shipping is the most environment-friendly mode of transport. Our ships have never been so safe, so secure, so sophisticated, and so environmentally friendly as they are today. And to go by some figures, it emits around 1,076 million tons of CO2 per annum, with around 2.89% of global contribution. So the natural question here will be, why should we have a higher priority for decarbonization for shipping with such minuscule contribution to the global emissions? To answer this, let's see this largest container ship. They are no more a container ship, they are really a container yards. And we call them as a technological marvels of 180 million, larger than Empire State Building, and is as tall as a 20-story building. If you stack their containers up, it would reach nearly 7,500 Eiffel Towers. And if you unload into the trucks, the traffic would stretch to 60 miles. Wonderful statistics. But if it is 70.9 megawatt diesel engine is roughly estimated to operate about 280 days a year average, consuming 66 gallons of fuel every minute, can emit as much GHG as 50 million cars do. In other words, if you are considering the shipping as a country, arguably it could be around the 8th largest polluting country. And International Council of Clean Transportation says, these ships burn as much fuel as our old towns. Air pollution from international shipping accounts for around 60,000 premature deaths every year at an annual cost to society of more than 65 billion. So ladies and gentlemen, emission from shipping, at least from the social perspective, is a strict no. And when we see shipping as a global industry, the natural second question rises to come our mind is that, forget about the international sectors, why can't you prioritize nationally? Again, the answer goes to this building, the United Nations Specialized Agency for Emission Control International Shipping with global mandate. And if you see the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships has been ratified over 150 states, representing around 99.42% of the world shipping tonnage. In simple terms, if you do not comply with IMO regulations, simply we cannot have an international shipping operation. As simple as that. And IMO has always been proactively engaged in the emission controls, and in 2011 adopted the landmark technical operational measures. The market-based measures, or the so-called the economic measures or the economic elements, were suspended at that time due to various reasons, particularly the opposition from a large group of countries. But in 2023, IMO revised its strategy as a response to the global strategy with projected net zero by and around 2050, subject to national circumstances. And if you go by this, the national circumstances, the first question coming to our mind is India ready for these challenges? Ladies and gentlemen, let me take you to COP26, marked by the processions and projections by various environmental groups. What stand apart but was a commitment from the world's complex country itself, India. Our Prime Minister confirmed to the world that we will achieve 500 gigawatt of non-fossil energy by 2030. We will have our energy capacity at least 50% from renewable by 2030. We will reduce our emission by 1 billion tons of CO2 by 2030, and our carbon intensity reduction by 45% by 2030, and net zero by 2070. Ladies and gentlemen, these were not mere political statements, but followed by a series of policy initiatives from the Government of India, including the National Solar Mission, Green Hydrogen Mission, Methanol Economy, Harit Sagar, Maritime India Vision, India Marshall Policy, and even the Ahmed Kal Vision 2047. And the results are there to see. The emission intensity, our commitment was 45% by 2030. By 2023, we have achieved 22%, and we are estimated to reach it by 47 to 50% against our commitment of 45 by 2030. If you go by the 50% of cumulative capacity assurance by 2030, by 2023, we have achieved 37%, and it is estimated that a wonderful 60 to 67% achievement will be there by 2050. And needless to say that climate change performance indicator of 2023 rates India as the 5th best performing country, best among the G20 countries, and the best among all large economies. In other words, as per the CCPI report, India is on track to meet its 23 emission targets. Let's just bring to you a photograph of blades of windmills being prepared for transportation in one of our Indian ports, and Reuters reports as late as February 23, 2025. There are lessons that countries within the global south and global north can learn from India, which is both the world's fastest growing economy and the fastest growing renewable energy market among large economies. That speaks the market for us. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, in 24 many questions are to be answered. The industry is confused. But today, after 3 years, I can say that the confusion regarding the technical and even financial to the extent has been being addressed, but it is getting more confused in political stage with the various reasons which you can see there. But one thing is for sure, as Director General was mentioning, that one of the sectors which is certainly go for decarbonization in the near future will be the maritime sector, and thanks to the firm positions being taken by the International Maritime Organization. Today, when the green hydrogen is talked about, it is not whether it will achieve Today, we are like Asian paints, shades, we are thinking about the color of hydrogen itself, from gray to blue to turquoise to green. More shades are coming up. So one thing is for sure, even for the countries like India, the hydrogen, green hydrogen could be available at less than $1.5 per kilogram by 2030. So to be put precise, India is projected to be the potential market leader in green energy, specifically aiming to produce 5 million tons of green hydrogen annually by 2030, creating 6 lakh jobs, attracting 100 billion investment, and reducing fossil fuel imports by 12.5 billion. And this is against this background that we will be having a specific session on green fuels, which will be chaired by Sri Arun Sharma, Chairman, Indian Register of Shipping, and convened by his colleague, Sri P.K. Misra, Managing Director of Indian Register of Shipping. And we are also in the process of making India, from Cochin Waterways, our CEO is sitting here, Sergeant P. John, autonomous ships, zero-emission ships, green hydrogen ferries, fully electric inland ferries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the new path of shipbuilding. And that is why we have a specific session for green shipping and technologies to be chaired by Sri C.V. Subbarao, Managing Director of Sanmar Shipping. He will be convened by Sri P.K. Anil Kumar of Lloyd's Register. And we are a classic example how one of the dirty industries can be turned into a clear, mandated circular economy, the ship recycling sector. Essentially, we have to have a dedicated session on the green ship recycling, which will be chaired by Sri Rajesh Kumar Sinha, Additional Secretary MBPS, and will be convened by Captain Ashok Srinivasan of BIMCO. And certainly the ports is something which is essential for any green transition, so we have a dedicated session on green ports, which will be chaired by Sri Rajkumar Benewal, CEO Gujarat Maritime Board, and it will be convened by Captain Azad of Nautical Advisor. And definitely, transition needs money. The green move from fossil fuel to zero carbon fuel will require around a 1 trillion capital investment and additional 50 to 60 billion every year thereafter, which could increase even further. Net zero by 2050, ladies and gentlemen, is nothing short of 2 to 3 trillion requirement for maritime sector alone. And fortunately or unfortunately, many people see shipping today as a cash cow, because a minimum of $100 of levy on 1 ton of fuel could generate around 80 billion for the IMO member states as an economic measure, PWC. And definitely collaboration, PWC. And definitely collaboration is the framework for any success. So we have a dedicated session on green collaborations, which will be chaired by Sri CSR Ram, Joint Secretary MEA, and convened by Sri Anirudh Chaki of Directorate. And definitely we cannot neglect the industry perspective. If you go by Sorensku or CEO of AP Muller, our ambition our ambition to have a carbon neutral fleet by 2050 was a moonshot when we announced in 2080. Today we see it as a challenging yet achievable target to reach. On the other hand, just see the Junichiro Ikeda, of CEO of MOL, says we are all going to bust. While expressing his concern that ocean carriers would be unable to recover the sufficient amounts from shippers to mitigate the impact of around 700 to 1,000 tons of extra cost on zero carbon fuel. And that is why we have a dedicated session on green leaders. The CEOs will meet, and Honorable Minister, Cabinet, Union Cabinet Minister, Sri Sarbananda Sonowal Ji will be chairing it, which will be convened by Sri Anil Devli, CEO of INSA. Definitely, the policies are important. So we will have a dedicated session on green policies, which will be chaired by Shri Rajesh Kumar Sinha, and co-chaired by Shyam Jagannathan, Director General of Shipping. Definitely, we will have a parallel session on different paper presentations, as well as we have dedicated session for the students as well. And definitely, all said and done, any conclave has to come out with some outcome. So there will be a dedicated session on green reports, which will be put together by LR and IRS. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I have to tell about the green shipping conclave for this day, but I end with a 1-minute story. South Korea, 18th August 2009. A big funeral was going on. Its ex-president, Dae-chung, funeral was going on. But Kim Dae-chung has got a background. He himself was a ship owner. In 1998, when he took over the country was going through one of the unprecedented financial crises with a negative GDP and unprecedented stage of unemployment. So on the first day in the office itself, he called his industrial captains and mandated that he wants his country to be a world leader in shipbuilding in 10 years' time. But 2004 itself, his presidential dream was realized. South Korea was one of the largest shipbuilding nation by that time, contributing around 40% of the shipbuilding orders that time. The GDP was growing in double figures, and in places like many Ulsan and Makpo, the entire communities were involved in shipbuilding. Why is it so? Because he knew what is shipping. He knew that ships does not belong to the seafarers and shipbuilders, ship owners alone. It is an institution by itself. The ports, the custom, the cargo, the ship chandler, the ship classification societies, and the ship recyclers, thousands and thousands are living on it. So in other words, shipbuilding means national building. The priorities for national means it is priorities for maritime sector. And our government today fully realizes that with this roadmap future for Maritime India Vision 2030 and Amritkal Vision 2047. And through the various projects in the union budget, which has been listed many times by us, from the Maritime Development Fund to SBFA, we are in the process of the ports, the inland waterways, the shipbuilding, the ship reselling, green shipping, over a 1.5 trillion investment in the next decade itself. In other words, shipping today in India is with green shipping and digitalization, shipbuilding and repairs, ports and inland waterways is a plethora of opportunities. That is why I end this presentation quoting our Honorable Prime Minister himself. There is opportunity to discover, there is opportunity to partner, there is opportunity to progress. Come to India and explore these opportunities. India also offers you maximum growth in scale, growth in ambition, and growth in results. Come to India and be a part of our success story. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sukumaran, for setting the context and the course of GSC 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break in for a quick tea and coffee break, and I request our SGs and ministers to please join us for tea, coffee, as well as visit our stalls right outside. I request all our delegates to please join us for sessions post the tea and coffee break in any of the halls, Policy Hall A or Technology Hall B. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request all of you all to join us in hall number A and B as the sessions are going to be starting anytime soon. Requesting all our esteemed guests to please join us in hall A and B as the sessions kick off shortly. Thank you.
Check, check.
India's rich maritime heritage dates back to the Indus Valley civilization, where early evidence of organized shipping and trade can be found. The port city of Lothal was one of the world's earliest known dockyards, showcasing the advanced engineering skills of
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first session of the GS.
First session of the day focuses on one of the most critical challenges of our time: sustainable port operations. The maritime industry, long recognized as backbone of global trade, now stands at a crossroads of an environmental transformation. Ports as vital hubs in this ecosystem must evolve. They should be reducing emissions, integrating cleaner energy solution advisor with the Directorate General of Shipping. And it's my absolute pleasure to invite best practices in creating sustainable port ecosystem. The future of maritime sustainability starts with the choices we make today. Let's begin this vital conversation. I will be inviting the panelists on stage, and at the time their brief CV will be played on the screen which is in front of you. May I first take the pleasure in inviting the chair for today's session, the CEO of Gujarat Maritime Board, Shri Kumar Beniwal. Sir, we are welcome to the session. You can please kindly take the center stage. May I have a loud round of applause for the chair. Next, may I kindly invite Captain Abul Kalam Azad, the Nautical Advisor to Government of India. He is the convener for the session. Sir, welcome. May I request you to sit on the left side of the chair, please. Next, I would invite Shri Nitin M. Borvankar, who is the Chief Manager, Mechanical and Electrical Engineering and CEO of Special Economic Zone, JNPA. Sir, may I request you to kindly sit on the right of the chair. Next, I take a pleasure in inviting Shri Rajiv Agrawal, who is the ex-CEO and MD of SR Ports. So welcome, sir. May I invite you towards left of Captain Azhar, the convener. Next, I take pleasure in inviting Shri Suresh Babu, Chief General Manager from the JNPA. Sir, on the right side, sir. I would request everyone to give a loud round of applause. Next, I would invite Shri Daljit Singh Kohli, who is the India representative for Port of Antwerp and Bruges. We welcome you to the session. Next, I would like to invite Shri Girish, who is the Area Business Director, Southeast Asia and India Subcontinent, DNV. He's not yet arrived. Finally, Mr. Shobit Kapoor. Can I invite Mr. Shobit Kapoor on the rise? Next, sir.
That vision document already outlined various take action, and it identified 11 key theme areas for achieving the developed India within the maritime sector by 2047. Just wanted to highlight out, so we can just think how much importance the government has given sustainable practices. The first theme is, as the title says, we will have to lead the world in developing a sustainable, smart, secure ports. Lead the world. We are not going to follow anything. So we are going to set a benchmark. The government has set the clear direction. Key performance indicators have been identified. The entire ecosystem and port sector is working towards that. Another objective is to develop world. So these are the three vital areas. There are key performance indicators have been given, and government is working towards in that direction. So with this background, so to start the discussion, how India is positioned, as in the opening session, or Sukumaran sir said, we are already in the opening session, or Sukumaran sir said, we are already moved.
The disaster that we are creating for our earth. All other sectors, they are now becoming conscious how to control this, how to find out solution to this problem, and implement these solutions within time-bound manner. As you understand that we have been discussing on this topic since long, since 1980s, Kyoto Protocol and different kind of things were discussed. People are discussing, but what is the net solution? Are we achieving something? So we should start our topic with the mindset that we are going to contribute to protect our planet Earth from this disaster, this man-made disaster. With this port, though it may not be a big contributor to the pollution or the greenhouse emission, to whatever contribution is there, we have to stop it. And we have to convert this growth of port sector in a greener way. Now there are solutions to this. There are a lot of innovation and research going on all across the world. How we can achieve this target. There are two kinds of solutions. One is global solutions, one is local solutions. At global level, research is going on that is being shared all across the world. New technology is being developed, how our ships can sail on greener fuel, how our ports can be efficient, how our ports can work on green energy, how shore-to-ship power can be supplied. There are technologies already developed. And the good thing is that all across the globe, people have started adopting it. Like whether it is methanol-based fuel, it is hydrogen-based fuel, fueling of our ships, or it is using solar, wind energy for operations of our ports, or there are green tugs. There are many solutions which are coming up and people are adopting them. But at the same time, there are local solutions also required. We have to create consciousness at the very local grassroots level. I give very simple examples how we can improve this. Green ports just doesn't mean that only the port area is green, we are using green technology, green fuel, etc. But it is the entire logistics value chain, starting from the source from where the goods are coming, they are transported to the port, from port by ship to another port, and from there to destination.
This thing, so as the time is less, I will just tell you that certain areas, so I will just touch upon truck. The trucking business is going to be a big challenge where the trucking business is going to be a big challenge where I still feel that there's a lot of things have to be done financially, plus how to do it, because the complete truck operations is not port owned, neither by the terminals. So this is the area I think is a challenge for the ports to look into. And the third part is the goods train, which is already electrified. So overall, ports are doing on a green transition. As rightly said, the cold ironing is happening. It has also got a big challenge, but we will take that challenge. I think in near future, the way India is moving, the ports in India will be moving to carbon neutral. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think you said it openly, the legal issues, how to charge the tariff, the Central Electricity Commission.
I feel that our area is limited and we are on the shore, and we can convert most of the equipments and most of the electricity into renewable electricity. Today, the situation is that the renewable power, in spite of all the issues of the government's tariffing, etc., electrified most of the lines, and so that is done. Apart from that, I feel that the ports will play a major role in generating power. So when I say that, I see that the ports in future will also have to play a catalyst role in providing the land so that hydrogen, green ammonia can be produced, or SAF can be produced, or green gas, the biogas, etc., can be produced. So these are all things which can be done, and storage facilities which should be there at the port, and with that we can also export these facilities, this power, green ammonia or gases, etc. We can move along the coast as well as export it. So these are some of the things which I am talking from the plans that are there already, where we hope to produce this green ammonia, export it to UK, etc. So I think these are all things which are dependent on technological changes which are fast happening. We have seen that transition happen in most of the areas, like whether it was in telecom or it was in solar power, because the biggest challenge is the price at which this power can be produced, because the challenge is that you are first you are producing green power, then you are using it to break the water into oxygen and hydrogen, and then using that hydrogen, creating ammonia with nitrogen to make ammonia which is more easily portable. So all this is a convoluted way, and it is not very energy efficient. And so that is why it is expensive, apart from the fact that electrolyzers cost is very high, which in times to come could come down drastically as we start producing in India, where a lot of companies are taking this initiative, and I'm very confident that they'll crack it. But at the same time, I would say that, this whole inefficiency of energy somehow has to be sorted so that, hydrogen becomes, or ammonia becomes the fuel for the future. So that is for the ships. As far as the port is concerned, we are quite okay, and we can take care of all the things so that we are completely green. In fact, this is what is being planned at one of the ports of SR under the leadership of Beniwalji. We have presented him with a plan, and we are going ahead with that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think you have already told the audience how SR ports are moving forward in right direction. So that's a very in all participants. Now I will move to Shri Daljit.
It's a digital twin. So sitting in a room, we actually can monitor this whole area with the use of all that cater to 60% of Europe's consumer market. And imagine 45% of that is waterways. So that's completely talking about transportation. We actually look at expanding that. We're also looking at expanding our rail network, which currently does 7%. We're looking at expanding it to 15%. Trucking definitely is going to be playing a role because you cannot have end-mine delivery without trucking. But we are trying to get into more of the renewable aspects of it. For example, you have electric trucks coming, and we are looking at companies using hydrogen trucks. There is electric trucks coming, and we are looking at companies using hydrogen trucks. There is a company which is already set up a hydrogen station at the port called CMB Tech. We have a first hydrogen station at the port called CMB Tech. We have a first hydrogen truck in the world bought by Port of Antwerp. We have the first electric truck bought by the Port of Antwerp. So these are various transformations that we are doing in the port area. And I think we do abide to the vision that we have, we want to be carbon neutral by 2050, but we have a vision till 2030 to be at least 50% carbon neutral. And why I'm saying is, imagine a port having all the emissions, and we just heard in the morning about if shipping would be a country, we would have been the 8th largest emitter. So imagine shipping operations in a port area, plus the industry being in the port area. So 50% of that is massive. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Daljit Singh, for sharing your experiences with the Port of Antwerp. And Port of Antwerp is already much ahead. I think there is we can catch up by, I think by 2030, at least some ports in India will move towards that direction. So now, due to time constraint, I will come back to Shri Suresh Babuji. So can you please tell us, so what kind of improvements can be done to ensure efficiency in a cargo handling operations, and to also have set up the facilities for providing shore power for the ships visiting ports? So you can share your experiences. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning to all. Towards the greener and greener. In this context, I would like to share some of the few practical or what happening in the port, not only in Jawaharlal Nehru Port, but other ports, because I worked before joining in JNPT, I was there in which is related to green transition in the port. What happening personally I know, so that I can give some lights what is port is doing and how it is improving the efficiency and making the port greener and to reduce the carbon footprint. For instance, in JNPA there is multiple projects in the green area. The total power consumption around 60% at present. We are meeting with the green energy. That means monthly approximately 85 lakhs units is the 85 to 90 lakhs unit consumption is there in the port operation. In that 160% at present is with RE energy. Similarly, in Tuticorin port also I can say the 100% with the green solar and wind hybrid power generation. We are meeting the full operational requirement. In similar fashion, in Mangalore port, also 100% with the green energy. So other port also moving fastly to achieve more and more green energy friendly. And in case of in Tuticorin port, there is already one project, pilot project of green hydrogen. Installation is undergoing now at present. Shortly within a month or two, that project will be completing. It is a very small pilot project for demonstration purpose to get confidence the stakeholders about the green hydrogen field. Similarly, in the VOCPA, in the Tuticorin port, further there is as well as in the Kandla port, there are lands are allocated, hundreds of acres of lands are allocated to various private firms to start green hydrogen generating plant, and also to produce from green hydrogen to green ammonia. And that will be going to take off by 2030. It is expected to start in a bigger way for exporting and converting India as the green hydrogen, green ammonia hub. So many area in the port is doing, in all port, fastly moving towards the zero emission targets. In addition to that, in JNPA, we have many trucks, trailers already started running with the green, battery operated. Already in the pilot mode it is starting, and at present 5 trucks from inter-terminal operation as well as intra-terminal operation, trailers are working with batteries. That also with the swapping technology also introduced. So by 2030 it is expected to 80%. It's around 700 trailers we wanted to convert into battery operated. So similar way, shore supply side also, many in JNPA, already DPR is ready and PMC service going to award shortly to first phase, so that one terminal will be completely comply with the shore supply. So that it is around 6 megawatts, 8 megawatt power and 6.6 kilowatt with 50 or 60 hertz frequency converters. This will be made ready within by 2027. So in similar fashion, other ports also taken up many initiatives and going towards to make the green transition of the port in a faster pace. This is some of the few salient features. In addition to that, many other energy savings and many other energy related area to converting and as well as export oriented. Within another 5 years, we can see a massive change in Indian port in respect of green transition and in respect of green hydrogen, green ammonia export hub. We in India, we are having enough sunlight and using the sunlight, basically we are doing the converting the water into hydrogen, and hydrogen we are instead of electricity, we are converting and keeping, and we are transporting to various area where it is to be consumed as a energy. So this is what some of the points in the port sector, what is happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Suresh Babuji. I think you have given enough example of almost 3 ports based on your first-hand experience, how the India is moving in a faster pace. Now I would like to ask Shri Girish and followed by Shri Shobit Kapoor. Based on your experience, wide experience in classification societies, so what do you think India needs to do to promote bunkering facilities for alternative fuels, be it ammonia or LNG? But currently, I think we have a limited bunkering facilities. And again, for promoting shore power, as DG Shipping has already issued guidelines, how this shore power can be given, how that port must set up infrastructure. As per your experience, you can share these 2 areas, you can cover both of you, because after that we will have to come back to concluding remarks. So one is about bunkering of alternate fuel facilities, what needs to be done, what is the present stage, and shore power supplied to the ships. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, I believe that, as far as the bunkering part is concerned, this has been a topic. Let's go back to bunkering of conventional heavy fuel oil and diesel oil. There has been quite a bit of demand from the industry to relax the taxation laws to bring bunkering in line, or the fuel cost in line with countries like Rotterdam and Singapore. I think that would itself spur in a big way the services industry related to, marine-based services industry. That could generate a huge amount of employment, which unfortunately remains untapped at this point of time. Now, of course, the second part is I note with a lot of interest on the developments that are happening in India with the huge ramp up of solar and wind infrastructure. So I also see that there is a lot of hydrogen and ammonia that is going to be exported. Now the point is, if methanol and ammonia are the two of the green fuels that are being discussed pretty widely, probably we are in a situation where we are in the correct juncture where ships are just about on the drawing board phase being. So if the correct tax incentives can be given to tap on this and see that we have this widely available, probably it's not just about just tapping onto the bunkering part. Probably we have a opportunity to, what shall I say, tap onto the other services aspects like repairs, crew change, various other services that are related to shipping that has to happen. That I would, I'll pass it on to Shobit to talk about the shore power.
Good afternoon, everyone. First part, I will just say where we are in bunkering and then go to shore power. As per the government policies, it is expected that at least 12 of the major port by 2030, they will have bunkering at least for an LNG. And it is expected that by 2035, we should have the bunkering facility for hydrogen, ammonia, and other kind of fuels. Now, the biggest challenge, as we know, these new kind of fuels, when we are talking about their bunkering, is that they are flammable, ammonia, for example, is toxic, and hydrogen, all of them are very difficult to handle. So the technology would be a big challenge, creating a right kind of infrastructure for these kind of fuels. And obviously it's a long-term vision, and hopefully by 2030 and 2035 we will be somewhere. LNG is a short-term goal. There are many ports in India which has got LNG terminal, and hopefully bunkering from those ports should be relatively easier. The challenges would be the training manpower, infrastructure, finance, and I think a lot of has been spoken about it. Regarding OPS or shore supply, already we have shore supply for smaller boats. Hybrid systems as well as battery powered systems for smaller port crafts like tugboats, dredgers are in the pipeline. And many ports like SR ports and other ports, it's on its way. So charging those kind of situation, which hybrid mode can be done by the ship itself or through a low voltage system, it's relatively easier. The bigger challenge would be to get a compatible infrastructure for charging both ship as well as from the shore side. Now there are IEC standards available which needs to be followed, standard infrastructures for shore power, and the biggest challenge would be for oil tanker terminal where the power requirements would be very high. So those are the challenges as far as shore supply is there. A lot of investment would be required both from the side of shipping companies as well as from the side of port infrastructure.
Thank you, sir. I think you have highlighted very precisely the challenges, especially to provide shore power. And also the bunkering, another important thing we must keep in mind, even for a conventional fuel, we have a lot of bunker fuel available with us, but we don't have enough suitable barges to deliver at the anchorages. Even most of the bunkering happens at the anchorages. So even if you go for alternate fuel, we must parallelly invest on promote investment in us to carry such LNG fuel and ammonia fuel. Otherwise, then both ends will not meet. So that's very important. So I think now we already reached to the end of our session, the given time. Only thing before I give it to the chair to give his concluding remarks. So only I will have a liberty to ask one more question to him, being a chairman of, vice chairman of Gujarat Maritime Board. As a policy initiative, as a maritime board, so do you have any policy to promote investment in green technologies for the port in your concession agreement, so that any new operator who is coming, so he will start investing in straight away into the green technologies, so that ports can go in that direction very fast. And with your that remarks, you can give a concluding remarks for the session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. This is a very important aspect, that how policies can really become the catalyst in green transition. In Gujarat, our policies are around 20-25 years old, and now we are in the process of reviving our policies. And this is one of the most important aspect that we are considering while the formation or redrafting of our policies. So that will be coming soon. Concluding the session, today we had different point of views on green transition. We have point of view of the government entities that shows that how different ministries can collaborate together for faster green transition, like Ministry of Power and Ministry of Shipping. If they collaborate, things can move faster. Then we had the perspective of private port operators, where Rajiv ji explained that it is very much possible to transform the machinery, the equipment on the ports, as well as how our ports can become and are already becoming a catalyst for faster green transition in other sectors of the economy, industries, or maybe transport or other things. For example, our ports are getting equipped for transportation of green hydrogen from one place to other. How the port of Rotterdam, they are building green hubs, and they are developing pipeline to transfer hydrogen from the port to different countries of Europe to provide green energy to entire European countries. So ports can become really helpful in green transition. Similarly, there are huge opportunities and potential for offshore wind power generation, and ports play a very important role in development of these offshore wind powers. So ports can really become helpful in this kind of green energy development and transition. Then we have international perspective, where it was explained how the Port of Antwerp is adopting smart technologies, how their operations are getting efficient, and how other ports can adopt these technologies and their experiences. Then we had experience of major ports in India. They are already working on green transition, like Deen Dayal Port Authority. They have their own wind energy plants where they generate energy, green energy, and use it in their port operations. Similarly, JNPA, how they are transforming their port to green ports. We had all those experiences. And finally, we had the perspective of regulators, IRS and all, how they are helping in adoption of technology for green transition, for example, bunkering, or maybe ship to shore power transmission. All those technologies, how faster we can adopt and how they can help as regulators for this transition. So these are some of the very important points which have come up in this session. I would like to thank all the participants, and I would also like to thank all the speakers today on the dais for their valuable time and their valuable suggestions. This is going to certainly help us in policy formation as well as the port operators to adopt the technologies for green transition. Let us hope for good future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Over to Anis.
Thank you, sir. So, as we are on a very tight schedule and we have a session to follow, we will not be taking any questions from the audience. We are having networking break, so the panelists will be available, and that's the time I would request all of you to reach out. But you can also send an email if you have any questions to follow. May I especially thank the eminent panelists for this session, and I now invite Mr. Tariq Mullah to present a memento to our chair, especially honoring his presence and for being a part of this event. Thank you, sir. Now I would request the chair to present a memento to Shri Nitin M. Borvankar, the Chief Manager Mechanical and Electrical Engineering at Special Economic Zone, JNPA. Next, I would request the chair to kindly present memento to Shri Rajiv Agrawal, the ex-CEO and MD of SR Ports. May I request the chair to kindly present next memento Mr. Suresh Babu, the Chief General Manager at JNPA. Next, may I invite Mr. Daljit Singh Kohli, who gave the international perspective in this session. May I request the chair to kindly present him the memento. Next, I request the chair to kindly present memento to Shri Girish from DNV. Next, I request Mr. Shobhit Kapoor. May you please kindly come forward. Mr. Tariq Mullah. Next, I would request a memento to be presented to our convener, Captain Azad, from the chair. No, I request chair to kindly present memento to Mr. Tariq Mullah. From IMEA, he was the coordinator for this event.
I would request Chair to give a memento to Captain Anish Joseph as well.
Thank you very much, Captain Anish Joseph, our session chair, moderator, and the panelists. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a session swap. We started off with green gateways, and now we're moving to green energy waves. The session on green energy waves will explore the transformative role of alternative fuels in decarbonizing the maritime industry. As global maritime emissions continue to rise, the transition to low and zero carbon fuels becomes very vital. And I now request Shri Satish Kamath, the engineer and ship surveyor, MMD Chennai, to kindly come on stage for the further proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would request Mr. Uday Chaitanya, who was looking after the session, to come on stage and Mr. Rajesh Kasarud give him a memento. Mr. Uday. Mr. Rajesh, if you can hand over the memento to give the memento. Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. After this wonderful session on transitioning to the green ports, I, Satish Kamath, engineer and ship surveyor from MMD Chennai, extend a warm welcome to all the excellencies, dignitaries, experts, and delegates who join us in this very important session on the green energy waves driving maritime sustainability through green fuels. As we heard in the previous session, there was more emphasis on what fuels we will be looking at. As the global maritime emissions continue to rise, the transition to low and zero carbon fuels is becoming very urgent. And to help us achieve the international climate goals, including those set by the Paris Agreement and the IMO's revised GHG strategy 2023, we are already exploring a number of options available globally. Today, in this session, let us focus on the green initiatives in India, in the fuel sector, the challenges, opportunities present on this road to decarbonization for India, in line with our MIV 2030 policy and also the Amritkal Vision 2047. So please join your hands for our chair, Shri Arun Sharma ji, chairman of IRS. Mr. Arun Sharma. His maritime career is an embodiment of visionary leadership with rich and diverse experience in management and strategy operations across reputed organizations within the maritime industry. In December 2019, he was featured in the Lloyd's list of top 20 most influential people in the shipping industry. Under his able leadership, IRS has come a long way from being a member to an active contributor to the IAX and eventually leading the association. Mr. Sharma has held positions of the IAX chairman from 1st July 2019 to 30th June 2020. He received the highest maritime recognition award, the Varuna Award, in April 21. He is also the recipient of 3 Lifetime Achievement Awards, the Samudra Manthan Awards in December 2021, and the R.L. Jain Memorial Award by the Institution of Marine Engineers, India, in September 23. Thank you, sir, for your presence. We welcome you. I would like to call upon the next convener of the session, Shri P.K. Mishra, MD, IRS. Thank you, sir. Now I would like you to introduce the panelists. The first panelist, Ms. Shri Mrinal Dutt, Senior Manager, GAIL. Shri Tarun Kumar, State Head, Maharashtra 1 BPCL. Ms. Josephine Palelson, Maritime Counselor, Royal Embassy of Denmark. Dr. Arun Sharma, Advisor to the Chairman, Group Head, Sustainability and Climate Change, Adani Group. Also, we have some experts who are sitting amongst the audience. And I would like to call upon my last panelist, Shri Saurabh Mohan Saxena, Founder, Director and President of Ehorts Technologies, which are pioneering into green hydrogen. Okay, we have our experts seated, and I would also like to call the next panelist, Commander Debesh Lahiri. Sorry. Advisor Terry. Sorry, sir. Commodore. Sorry. Now I would like to call upon the experts. They will be seated in the audience, but just to give an introduction, Dr. Piyali Das from TERI, Associate Director, Pyrolytic Biofuels, Biochar and Green Chemicals. Shri Devrup Kabi from IRS, Senior Principal Surveyor IRS. Shri Tejas Kshatriya, Vice President, Green Technologies, KPIT. Now, I ask Mr. P.K. Mishra, the convener, to start the session.
Good afternoon and welcome to everybody for this panel discussion. I am P.K. Mishra, I am the convener of the session. We have a panel of 6 eminent members from the industry and there are 3 industry experts. I'll be trying to, because we are running late, so I'll be giving just 2 minutes to each panelist to answer the question. As we all know, it is happening at the background of Paris Climate Goal, IMO session. So IMO has set the session target to net zero by 2050 and also intermediate targets has been put for 2030 and 2040. Those who are in shipping, they must be knowing this. For 2030, the annual reduction of GHG is 20% comparing to 2008 level and striving for 30%. And for 2040, the annual GHG reduction target is 70%, striving for 80% comparing to 2008 level. It means the targets are very stiff. For this, we need greener technology, greener fuel, and collaboration among countries to achieve this stiff target. This requires paradigm shift in our mindset because we know that our mindset, return on investment is only sole driver for the change. But we have to think about return on environment as well. Time is not on our side, and if we have to believe the IPCC report, the tipping point is by early 2030. It means we have to move fast. And without saying much, now I'll invite Executive Chairman IRS to just open this seminar and then we'll ask questions to each panelist.
Thank you, and a very good morning to all of you and to the esteemed panelists. As Mr. Mishra stated that we are running short of time, and just to make up a bit, but not to really go to the extent of diluting the essence of this session, I would just take a very quick thing. First and foremost, welcome to all the panelists who are very well aware of what we are looking at in today's session. I think the main idea today would be to discuss about new fuels as far as my own conception of the greening of the shipping environment is concerned. That while we are talking of a number of fuels like the whether it is methanol, ammonia, green hydrogen, the clarity is still to come, but I think I'm definite that this clarity would come in the next few years, though the targets are quite stiff, but I think if we put them as intents, they become a lot simpler to comply with. And while I've been listening to the areas of ammonia, methanol, and green hydrogen, which I think our eminent panelists would enlighten us on. I think one area which we need to also start looking at seriously, which some of us are doing, is the nuclear segment, the nuclear fuels of shipping, which now is being termed as new nuclear. I think with that I would leave the rest to the convener and the panelists, and then I will do a quick summing up at the end of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And now we'll start this panel discussion. So my first question is to Commodore Debes Lahari. He is basically advisor to Terry. Sir, what we know that Terry is carrying out assessment study of the energy saving and renewable energy solution specific to ports and ships. What are the latest development in this research? And I'll request kindly give your answer within 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So there is a National Center of Excellence for Green Ports and Shipping, which is a very laudable initiative under the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. And the Energy and Resources Institute, TERI, is leading that center. And I am the advisor there. So in the morning we saw Ajit Sukumaran's presentation, and there was a slide which talked of quality and climate change and everything. So there's a gut feeling all of us have. But to me, the gut feeling, the G represents Gaza, U, Ukraine, and T, the name of a president starts with that. I shall not go further into it. So notwithstanding the gut feeling, there is plenty being done. All of us involved are doing a bit. Insofar as the NCO GPS is concerned, there are several projects that are underway, which are being, now I would say they are on the cusp of fruition in terms of commercial implementation. My colleague here, Dr. Piyali Das is looking at the alternate fuels. We are also looking at biofuel implementation in one of the lines. We are already in active talks. So is the case with implementation of methanol to start with, and then probably move on to ammonia. There is some project being done on just-in-time arrival. There is a project being done for electrification of port equipments. There is a project also being done for reducing the carbon footprint. So there are plenty of these projects that are currently underway, concurrently in the NCOE GPS, and we at TERI are actively following it, and hopefully some of them will come to fruition very soon with the help of stakeholders in the industry and the shipping lines and the ship agencies as such. So I am available thereafter for more detailed discussions. Since there's paucity of time, I'll restrict my remarks to these.
Thank you. Thank you. Now my second question goes to Dr. Arun Sharma. He is advisor to Chairman Adani Group, and he is a Group Head Sustainability and Climate Change. The question is, what is the role of green fuel infrastructure in the transition to a sustainable future? And what investment need to be made in the coming decade? And what are the key factors for implementing carbon capture and storage technology in shipping? Sir, your answer, please.
Well, thank you. I'm here speaking in some sense behalf of the renewable energy sector in India. the IMO deliberations currently happening in London are at a pivotal point. The decisions made by IMO are going to be fundamental and foundational to India's energy security and India becoming a net exporter of energy. Now, we have talked about fuels. I think there are a number of competing fuels, but if you talk to the industry, especially industry in Europe, that is poised to change because they have no choice. The European regulations are going to force them to change. It's basically electrofuels, which is green ammonia from renewable energy and methanol, also using green hydrogen, that uses carbon neutral sources of carbon. In the long term, these are the two fuels that will be scalable net zero fuels. Now, the industry in Europe is prepared to change. What we need is suppliers of that fuel. And in this context, it is important to understand that India is the least cost producer of green ammonia on the planet today. And it's very simple based on the facts. We have one of the lowest cost of solar, and many companies in this room are working on giga-scale electrolyzer manufacturing, and there is no reason to believe that they will not be able to match the Chinese cost using Indian bill of materials and Indian labor, which is lower than Chinese. And we also have one of the largest ammonia sectors and perhaps the largest pool of skilled personnel that actually can handle ammonia. So this is India's moment. India can deliver. And many of us are going to meet with the Secretary General to give him confidence. If the negotiations happen, then India is ready to deliver. Now, the important thing here is what India needs is a demand signal. And this is where the European shippers view to go in this direction, and having enough funds to subsidize the initial offtake. And yes, I totally agree with Mr. Sukumaran, we don't need $100 taxes, because only 5% of the green fuels by 2030 have to be subsidized by 95% of the emissions from the others. So the figures could be as low as $30 to $40, which is lower than the carbon price in Europe. And this is the great opportunity. Not only India becomes one of the largest suppliers of shipping fuel, which is green in the future, it also becomes a bunkering facility. What I'm told that India wants to do more bunkering, and yes, there are taxation reasons and everything, and we will work through that. We are only talking about things 5 years from now, that once you become a green ammonia or green methanol producer, bunkering becomes a possibility. And because of green ammonia, ships will require to bunker more often. And it will spread to Africa. It will make the world a more democratic place. You asked me a question about carbon capture. All this is sideshow. Okay, what do you do with capturing the carbon? You will have to use an Indian port to liquefy it. There is no sequestration reserve, and you will have to send it to Saudi Arabia and rent expensive, storage space. That's all sideshow. Animal fat, it's a local, show. It's not scalable. Used vegetable oil. There is some figure that one ship going from Brazil to China, 20,000 TEU, will take 2,000 McDonald's annual consumption of used vegetable oil. Let's just focus on where the end game is. This is India's moment. And I also agree with you that India's nuclear policy, yes, we can look at nuclear propulsion in large ships, but SMRs will make green hydrogen under $1 a kilogram by 2035, if the cost trajectory is to believe. And that's how they will become further producers of cost-effective green ammonia. So it is India's moment. The renewable energy sector is ready to deliver. We are just hoping for IMO to make the right decisions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for highlighting this about a sustainable future. My next question to Her Excellency, Ms. Josephine Pallesen. India and Denmark's maritime relation continue to strengthen, with both nations working closely to advance sustainable maritime practices. which area do you see as a future area of collaboration? And we would also like to hear your views on technology transfer, capacity building, and training programs to equip maritime professionals with the skills for handling green fuels.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you. And first of all, I like what you said, and I agree. Yeah. No, so what can we collaborate on? First of all, Denmark and India are strong partners. We have a green strategic partnership, which covers all things green, but those two things that I want to highlight is our energy program and our maritime program. And I cannot not sit in a session on green fuels and not talk about our energy program. So if you just allow me just a moment on that. We have been partnering with India for years, but our energy program, which focuses on offshore wind, is also one of the keys to actually go about the green fuel production. And what we have done is map where the offshore wind potential is, and now hopefully we will down the line also see these implementations being carried out. And my good colleagues are working with that. Now on the maritime side, well, what can we work with India on? We have one of the biggest shipping lines in the world. We're the 9th biggest flag, I believe, the Danish flag. So what we come with is the demand. We want the demand. And if just to share with you the proportions here, in Denmark we're looking into the production of e-fuels, but we are only looking into being able to provide one container ship with enough fuel for half a year. One. Maersk alone has more than 700 ships, right? We cannot do it without India. India has the scale, the skills, and everything in this domain. Now, what we should be working on with you from a regulatory side is, okay, we're looking into the production. Well, what standards are the ships demanding? How do we measure their GHG footprint? All of these things are what we need to work on together in collaboration. So once they're ready, they are also what is being demanded. And then you had on the skilling and the seafarers. We are also partnering here. We're partnering with Directorate General of Shipping on this. We need to equip our seafarers, and you have, I believe, 17% of the world's seafaring fleet comes from India. We need to equip them with the right skills to actually being able to handle energy efficiency tools, but also green fuels. Because the cheapest alternative fuel that we have is the one we don't use.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your kind words. And we are also recognized organization for Denmark. And my next question goes to Saurabh Saxena. He's the hydrogen man for India. But restrict your answer, to 2 minutes because we are running short, Can pure hydrogen is likely to play major role as a shipping fuel? Can you hear in 2 minutes your answer, yeah?
Yeah. So namaste, and first time into a marine world. I come from the land in terms of an automotive industry, a startup, and hydrogen can be used in two ways. As everybody is talking, hydrogen as a fuel itself. What we are doing is hydrogen as an efficiency improving. The energy transition which is happening, hydrogen can be used as a fuel which can improve the current infrastructure on ports. What we are doing it is on road in terms of DG sets and all. The DG sets are in the belly of the ship. And what we do is decarbonize a DG set. In Delhi, where we are there, there's a regulation that you cannot run a DG because of the emissions. We cut emissions by 80% using this fuel. And the beauty is that we don't store. So when we store, the whole infrastructure problem of hydrogen comes into the play. It is a very disruptive gas, very high calorific value. What we are doing is being at the cusp of, Miss Marine is 90% of the trade, what I understand. So too much of, possibilities are there with this fuel to increase the efficiency of the current boats, ships, and everything. And then the new infrastructure wherein we can mount this at the belly as a small equipment which just produces hydrogen. So what we say, and I can share it at this forum, a ship when it starts never stops. Because, you have a fuel wherein the ship is floating on that water. You can just convert that into water which is good on the ship, which is there, and then you can use it as a fuel. So augmenting it with other fuels like methanol, ethanol, gasoline, anything, it is 1,50,000 as a calorific value. You mix it with 45,000, the average goes up, and it is a clean fuel, no hydrocarbons. It just cuts the emission. We have done it. The results are proven. Of course, all the things has the regulatory effect, and IMO, you were saying, this can be put into paperwork. I don't know where, but yes, into current ships as well as new ships, boats, our waterways in the coastal areas, in the rivers, on these barges and all. So yes, there's a solution available as a retrofitment. Hydrogen has a lot of future. Of course, nuclear will take it over. So last 100 years was fossil fuel. Next 100 years have to be, of course, ammonia is an incarnation of hydrogen anyways. So, and water is the easy, available 3/3 hydrogen element everywhere. It's the most abundant element on the planet. So yes, there are ways and means available, but we have to all work in an ecosystem as partnership to do things.
Thank you, Saurabh. Thank you, Saurabh. Now my next question will be to Tarun Kumar. And basically question is, BPCL is second largest oil marketing company in India. What strategy BPCL implemented to navigate the green energy transition, and what measure has it taken concerning marine fuels? And please restrict your answer in 2 minutes.
Certainly. Good afternoon, and I'll try and do that. But as far as we are concerned, we have put a strong roadmap for achieving the scope 1 and scope 2 net zero emission by the year, or the area of transition. Our big bets are into the renewable fuels, green hydrogen, the biofuels, and the EVs, or the energy existing retail outlet network of 22,000 plus we have. So apart from this, greater thrust on solar and wind. Our solar plant is coming up in Prayagraj. Then we are going all the way out on wind in the state of Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. First of its kind, 1G plus 2G ethanol plant is coming up in Bargarh, Odisha. Have got a greater focus on the maritime industry, on the bunkering.
Must become a part of their business strategy. Now, to give GAIL is, if we were to hire a vessel, it might be cheaper for us. But what we have actually done is create an inquiry or tender in such a way that we keep a minimum qualification criteria for the vessel, so that only efficient vessels are being hired. Now, by this, you also get a good price from the market, and also you are able to keep us consumed. So what we are doing at GAIL is to have a sustainable future. We are optimizing the cargoes a lot. So if our cargoes are coming from USA to India, we are trying to see if we can sell the cargo in Europe, and we can buy a significant volume in India. So by this, what we are doing is, we are reducing the quantity. Future emission regulations are going to affect this cost. We at GAIL, when we trade in Europe, when we get different offers from various entities, what we try to do is, try to put into evaluation. By this, we would be able to make a wise decision, and a decision which is in favor of a sustainable future.
Okay, thank you, Mrinal. Thank you. Now my next question goes to our expert, Dr. Piyali Das. As he has been Associate Director at TERI. My question is that, as a part of Green Fuel Roadmap project under NCO EasyPS, TERI has made possible alternative fuel mix scenarios in order to comply with the GFI-based emission targets proposed by IMO for India's 2030, 2040 and 2050. Can you just give brief detail about fuel mix scenario for India? Thank you.
Good morning, sir. I'll just put it very briefly, because it has been discussed. So 2 things I want to mention first, that from the perspective of the green fuel or the biofuel, So it is very clear from the regulations of IMO that we have to move towards the GFI-based fuel selection. That means overall greenhouse fuel indicator should be as minimum as possible to achieve this. Now for India, the advantage and I can say only the advantage part because that looks more promising. So from that perspective, we have definitely methanol, ammonia, hydrogen, all this looks. And we also have such a big target for 5 million metric tons for hydrogen. Now when we look for, definitely it is going to make hydrogen very cheaper, so ammonia looks very promising. But one point I want to bring here, that it is not only the fuel, we also have to think about how to use this fuel. At this moment, if we look, that is only the IC engine and fuel cell route. So if I show you that the figure today, as per the order book, so it is 47%, it is the alternative methanol fuel based. The reason might be the engine's development, it can take dual fuel based, it is liquid at room temperature. So that can be those reasons. And if we look at the ammonia based, so it is only around less than 4% and it is only around in order book 22 numbers, where it is more than 250 for methanol. So there are different kind of challenges. So for ammonia, from the fuel perspective, we are definitely going to lead in the world because of this hydrogen program. But we also have to look at how to use that. So we have to look forward to the IC engine development and the fuel cell, how to use that. From methanol, it looks also from the bunkering perspective, also it is more easier because of room temperature, this one. And just one more point, that is if we look at which is missing sometime, we say the life cycle analysis of the fuel. So from the ammonia, the upstream is until and unless we use the green hydrogen at a cost, it's more polluting, but definitely India in this process of making more hydrogen. But if we see from the ship perspective, this is the last point, ship perspective, life cycle cost of the ship, and if we take the carbon price also, still till 2040, 42, it don't look that it will be very competitive, the e-fuels like e-ammonia and all. So we should go for blend fuels till that time. So it can be e-fuels and biofuels blending because property-wise the fuels are very similar. So those are the things will look very good for India. So and we should take this multi-fuel strategy, not a single one. And so that will give us a upper hand, I think.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Piali. Now my next question is to Tejas. He is VP Green Tech KPIT. KPIT is a leading company in fuel cell technology. How do you see the potential to scale it up for economic and efficient means of power, especially for coastal and inland shipping?
All right. So we have been working on developing hydrogen fuel cell, low temperature hydrogen fuel cell technology for past 7 years, and we have demonstrated an inland waterways catamaran with Cochin Shipyard, which is commercially deployed in the state of Varanasi. We believe with the local ecosystem, we have been able to significantly reduce the cost of the fuel cell stack. At a very smaller volume, even today we are at something like $600 per kilowatt at a system level. And we believe using the local ecosystem and evolving the technology in terms of performance and efficiency, we would be able to soon compete with the cost of the batteries. And I think hydrogen storage, high density hydrogen storage, this is an area. If it is addressed using LOHCs or liquefied hydrogen, there is a high possibility that the fuel cell combination with high density storage can be deployed for electric propulsion even for larger vessels.
Okay, thank you, Tejas.
Thank you.
Now my next question is to Devrup, and I'll request him to conclude in maybe 1 minute time. What would be the most suitable market-based measure for developing countries? Can I have your answer?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, all of you. As we speak here, we are one committee going on, subcommittee going on ISW-GHE, where India is strongly represented. So we speak of market-based measures, sir. We know there are technical as well as economic measures. Technical measures are well defined with GFS just coming about, global fuel standard, and with GFI trajectory being decided. But with respect to market-based measure, when you hear about levy, which could be a bunker levy or a levy for gram CO2 emission, ton of CO2 emission, there we have deliberated in MEPC, also in other committees, GHG committees there, considering the type of fleet and the age of fleet, which are quite older, much older. So we always propose a moderate, but yet a progressive levy. Okay, levy-wise, we always have the stand of a low levy, or which could be a moderate.
There was a tremendous amount of confusion, but I personally believe that in the next 20 years, if the industry moves to more sophisticated vessels, you will achieve what is really required to be achieved by 2040 and 2050. And I think the clarity, on the fuels, we are still quite hazy. But as we are moving in time, I think that clarity is emerging. Now, when we talked about biofuels, they said there is no availability. When we talked about ammonia, they said there is no toxicity. When we talked about green hydrogen, they said the process is very, very complex. But as I heard Dr. Sharma today, I think there is clarity on green hydrogen. Just going back in time, I think it was in 2020, I did hear about green hydrogen for the first time in Marine Tech China when I heard the MD of the Kawasaki industry saying that, give me time and I will produce enough green hydrogen to be available for shipping at a very, very competitive cost. There was skepticism at that point of time, but today as I hear, I think green hydrogen could be the fuel for tomorrow. Ammonia, I do not know because I have worked on ammonia ships. I've handled ammonia ships and I'm still quite scared about the ammonia clouds. Yeah? So I think that is one area. But interestingly, as the Indian Register, we have been following up with some people who are quite knowledgeable on the nuclear technology. And now what they are stating is that, we call it the new nuclear, not the nuclear. They are also talking about what they feel that we need to get rid of our earlier sort of dislike towards nuclear because of some of the casualties we have witnessed in the past. But the new nuclear they feel is pretty safe, much safer than the uranium-235 with the thorium-based salt reactors coming in. And I think that is something to be looked at because nuclear energy costs are still very, very projected to be high. But when they say you look at over long term, it could be probably much more acceptable in terms of availability, scalability, cost, etc., etc. So I think, as I take away from today's discussion, that green shipping will be there. The fuels where people said there is only confusion, no clarity, I think that clarity is emerging slowly. And we still have enough time, as Dr. Sharma said, till 2020, I would say till 2030, 2040. The front runners seem to be, I think for the interim it is LNG. For the going forward, it is probably ammonia and the green hydrogen. Let us say that the nuclear is coming back on the radar as one of the future fuels, and it could be the real futuristic fuel in times to come. I think with that, I would like to once again thank all the speakers for being here today with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. Now, I'll just hand over to Kunal Sharma. You can take it forward.
Discussion. The summary for this session is being prepared by Class NK. We are thankful to Class NK for preparing the summary. And this will be uploaded on the website as well as included in the proceedings. I would now request our session coordinator, Mr. Satish Kamath, to kindly present a memento to our session chair, Shri Arun Sharma. I'll request our session chair to kindly present a memento to our convener for the session, Shri P.K. Mishra. Sharma sir, if you can sir, I'll request the session chair, Shri Sharma, to kindly present a memento to Commodore Lahiri. I'll request the chair to kindly present a memento to Mr. Mrinal Dutt. Yeah. I'll request a memento for Mr. Tarun Kumar. Request the chair to kindly present a memento to Ms. Josephine. I'll request Shri Arun Sharma to kindly present a memento to Shri Arun Sharma. Dr. Arun Sharma. I'll also request our yes. Shri Devrup Kabi. Mr. Tejas Kshatriya. I'll also request our chair to kindly present a memento to Shri Saurabh Saxena. Can I request Class NK to kindly come on stage for Mr. Sumitran Sampath? मिश्रा को बोलो आपको है ना मिश्रा सबको बोलना अभी वो थक गया रहेगा I'll request our convener Shri P.K. Mishra to kindly hand over the memento to Mr. Kamath, our coordinator for the session.
Last but not the least, I would like our convener, Shri P.K. Mishra, to give the memento to Mr. Kunal Sharma, IRS coordinator. There's a lot of work gone behind this session, so please give her one round of applause for all the participants, delegates, and all the other stakeholders. Thank you. We will join for a photo.
May I request all the panelists to please hold the mementos while we are clicking a picture, please? Thank you.
Albert Einstein, there are only two ways to live your life. One is as though nothing is a miracle. The other is as though alternate fuel is...
No, it has long-term benefit. To that end, I think our contribution, to our subscription to the nationally determined contribution, the NDC, two sets of macro numbers. You know, you had the COP9, which just concluded last year in Baku in Azerbaijan, where, you know, as usual, very pious, intense statements, homilies made. $300 billion was what was pledged by the mature developed economies towards enabling the developed and the LDCs, the least developed and the developing economies. And this is $300 billion of commitment per annum until about 2035. But if you look back in time, if numbers really is something you can digest post-lunch, is that the climate finance market is was in 2023 valued at around 4.18 trillion US dollars. And come 2033, it's anticipated to soar to $28.71 trillion. So that's the kind of numbers that we are looking at. But I think while we'll hear many of these speakers, I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. The fact that in governance, the ESG, in terms of the indices that, let's say, if it's a listed company, where does it stack up in terms of its ESG score? Would it then be eligible preferentially for a better form of funding for green finance, etc.? So that's, and the G element is something which I wanted to harp here, because none of this, this paradigm, for the matter anything else, can be seen in isolation. It's part of an ecosystem where there have to be enablers and differentiators to make all of this happen. The other one is, can we look at, I know it's a tall ask, at a sovereign wealth fund, the likes of which in like Saudi Arabia or Singapore, etc., many of these jurisdictions have that. Do we explore viability gap funding, the VGF, etc.? Do we look at concessional lending? When I mean concessional, I'm looking at interest subventions. I recall when I was Additional Textile Commissioner, almost ages ago, 96, 2002, there was a technology upgradation fund scheme which was launched by the Government of India with an express purpose of upgrading the textile industry. So there was a significant interest subvention that was offered there. Just before I want to wind up my opening remarks, I just wanted to say that if the public agencies to play their rightful role in green financing, I think this has to be done on a mission mode, which means that do you look at a green financing mission, nationally speaking, so that then what I would want to sort of impress upon is the WOG, the whole of the government approach, to be brought to bear if really this has to take off meaningfully. Finally, I just wanted to leave you with one thought. There is this concept of integrated reporting. I'm sure most of you would have heard. Integrated reporting, which has now come in terms of full disclosure. When you bring in a new animal such as green finance here, I think it is imperative for also to recognize that full disclosures have to be made. And to that end, I think what I would recommend highly is that the proposition of integrated reporting, which has been advocated by the International Integrated Reporting Council, the IIRC, in terms of disclosures, not just for stakeholders, but for the larger community of, not just for shareholders, but for the larger community of stakeholders, these are paradigm, these are elements which we need to start looking at if this has to really make sense. What I will do is I'll just pause for here. Just one final thought. When you look at financial institutions and banks, the general approach, and I've seen this in the last 14 years that I've been associated with this sector, 6 more closely when I was in the Maritime administration. The general aversion of banks and financial institutions to deal with anything to do with the maritime sector. You know, there are challenges and issues for sure. They don't understand the sector, but that's where I wanted to also underscore the fact that the personnel which are embedded in these FIs and banks, I have zero clue more often than not about what the sector is, what the challenges and the opportunities lie. So do we look at seeing that we encourage more personnel from the maritime sector to be sort of, you know, navigated into this segment so that they're able to evaluate with a greater degree of receptivity that is, I think, imperatively required here. With just these few remarks, I'll come back towards the closure. I look forward to, very, very insightful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think some of your comments are very, really insightful. ESG, viability gap funding, SWF, I think these are very insightful ones, and I think we should really look at it as a country. Maybe I can now bring in Mrs. Joshi for initial comments from her side.
Thank you, Sureshji. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'll just pick up from where Mr. Deepak Shetty left, and since this is going to be a finance panel and being a hardcore finance professional, I won't start my opening remarks with finance because those we'll be talking about. I'll be more philosophical in my opening statements because we are seeing that the US has taken a turn with respect to green energy. It remains to be seen whether UN will be able to draw US back into the Paris Agreement. And India, while we are signatories to the Paris Agreement and we are dedicated to a greener earth, I think as responsible citizens, it becomes very important for each of us to follow this because the earth doesn't belong to us and we need to ensure that we leave it much better and much cleaner than what we found for the sake of sustainability. And it's very important that we make this as a part of life. So, you know, while what Mr. Deepak Shetty said that it has to be a government initiative, but I think if the level of consciousness in every individual rises, we will be having a more green environment. And most companies today are reporting on ESG, which is becoming very mandatory, and it shows how responsible a corporate is. We have no reportings for individuals. I wish there was, so that we knew how much we are contributing to the green environment. So these are my initial thoughts. Specific finance points I will come to later.
Thank you so much. Anil Devliji.
Well, I'll be very quick. The terrain is unknown. The future is unknown. So for a ship owner today, we are working blind, both our hands tied behind, because we don't know what the basic issue, we don't know what fuel we're going to use. So until we know that, we really don't know which way we are going to go.
Thank you. Surbhi, you want to come in?
Sure. Yeah, so thank you. So green finance, I think, is a topic which probably, as we were just discussing before the session began, is a bit of a dry subject. But let's think about it from innovative perspective. In the sense that, maritime industry, as far as I know, and I am an energy specialist, so I know a very little about maritime, but I definitely know that some of the challenges on the financing side is that newer technologies are coming in, which majority of the financial intermediaries are not yet very comfortable with, as Mr. Shetty was also mentioning. So this is what, it's not only specific for maritime, let me assure you, it's happening throughout the board. Wherever we are going, whether it's in the steel sector, where we are talking about greening the steel, we are talking about refineries, ammonia, we are talking about green hydrogen, everywhere the same challenges are appearing. And in this context, I think what SEBI is doing specifically in India is to have more disclosure norms on ESG, so that more transparency can be built into the system, so that more international funds can be tapped in. See, for any of the donor funds or the concessional financing or the climate financing that we are talking to, the donors and everybody are really looking for those reporting lines, those evidences that yes, the funds that we are actually passing on as concessional to the investors are being utilized for the right purposes. So I think the disclosure is extremely important in terms of how we are looking at the greening of the sector. But beyond that, there are a lot of newer, kind of instruments that have been introduced. I'm sure many of you are aware about the green bonds. Those were launched actually in 2020 by Maersk. About $500 million. Then there are those impact investments that are happening across the board now. In fact, World Bank also had 2 rounds of blue bonds issued. One was for Seychelles of about $50 million, and then there was for Caribbean. Sorry, Seychelles was 15 million, and Caribbean was about $50 million. The smaller funds, because these are smaller countries. But then the focus is essentially to link the returns on the environmental social impacts as well as on the technical aspects. So how we can bring it all together, I think it's very critical to think out of the box, to look at various sources of financing which look at newer models in terms of leasing, green leasing for instance. There are now models which promote that how we can, instead of investing in the capex, can lease out the green or the eco-friendly vessels, for instance, in the maritime sector. So we have to think through those innovative structures, those innovative models, and how we can replicate it. It should not be once in a, of a kind of situation. It needs to be replicated, and for that, how we learn from the previous bonds or previous instruments and replicate to bring more institutional investors. I think it's the key for the financing side of the things. I'll pause here.
Thanks, Surbhi. I think that leads me to Jaikumar. And Jaikumar, during the break, we were talking about few innovative ideas. You had a few innovative ideas. You want to just talk about that?
Hello, thank you. Protecting the oceans and environment is now non-negotiable. I'd like to allude to what the Prime Minister said during the G20 Summit on Environment. Quote a verse in Tamil from Tirukkural. Nedungadalum tannirmai kundrum tadundedili thaan nalga taagividin. What does it mean? Even the oceans will shrink if the cloud that has drawn its waters up does not give back. So the catchphrase is, how do we give back? This is very profound in many levels. One is give back to the environment. Most importantly, how do you give back to the shipping industry?
Can we change the mic, please?
I think there is an echo.
Okay.
Echoing.
most importantly, how do you give back to the shipping industry in terms of, the owners, the ship owners and the ship developers, and indirectly to the consumers of the goods that are shipped? Since we are going to ask them to bear this load of green transition, how can we give back to them in providing measures that can ease the financial burden that comes with these kind of transitions? See, I don't think there is any disagreement that we need to provide easy finance access to enable this transition, particularly to ship owners. But there are some critical challenges that come with financing. One is because if you look at traditional green debt financing, there is a lender has got a lot of risks, that he needs to take into consideration. One is the standards are not kind of unified. What is considered green, how green is green, which is green and which is gray. So this question always lingers on. So there is always a risk in investing into something like that. The fragmented regulations are a problem. Financial institutions, of course, are under the pressures of short-term focus. They have to work in a competitive environment. So that's another pressure that comes on them. And of course, in any transitionary technology, there are financial risks, particularly to new green fuels and technologies. Why is it? Because technology is still evolving. It is not fully matured. Ammonia has got problems of ignition, toxicity, etc. A lot of it was covered. Same with ethanol, same with hydrogen. They all require much more space. There are a lot of shipbuilders sitting here. You tell a shipbuilder, a ship designer, I need to create more space on a ship, he's running. So there are lots of risks associated with that. The technology is still maturing. So these uncertainties are bringing risks. So technology is evolving. So the fear is, if I invest in a technology, what if it changes? What happens? How do I recover the cost? How do I move to a new technology that has come in? So current green debt financing models put most of the risk on ship owners and lenders. So there is an alternate thought which Surabhi alluded to. I would like to focus on that. What if we thought, this is just a thought that is started, what if we thought of a pay-as-you-use model? Which means the first one part of the broad strategy would be to reduce the risks in investing and funding the upstream segments, which is providing subsidies and financial aid for the technology development so that it is mature enough and the risks are significantly reduced. The second and the most important part of the strategy is to look at a leasing model that Surabhi alluded to, where we are looking at pay as you use, in the sense the technology developer bears most of the risk. There is no upfront capital investment from the ship owner. He takes it on a long-term lease. The developer keeps recovering his money by, for the amount that he charges on lease. The performance is actually monitored in terms of how efficient the technology is. It is really giving him savings. It is really being green. It is really bringing the benefits in terms of environmental cleanliness, etc. Measure it, and then you pay as you use it, and you pay on what kind of advantage you're actually accruing. So what does this do? Upfront, the ship owner is not necessarily burdened with the cost of huge capital, and the risk is kind of distributed. So the second part is to, as the technology changes, the owner of the technology is the one who's, responsible for maintaining it, and he is able to streamline any further changes that come to the technology. So you're kind of delinking the ship owner from these kind of risks. So, so this would need something called an outcome-based contracting, which means you are looking at exactly how the technology is performing. Like, for example, if somebody is looking at a wind-assisted vessel, you are able to measure the performance in terms of what benefits it is giving, and the contract is structured in such a manner that you are constantly measuring what is happening, and the amount of money that is paid as lease is dependent on the performance itself. Of course, there are challenges in the sense that you need to be monitored continuously. That is where things like AI and digital interventions and IoT and blockchain contracts come into play. They are solvable problems, and of course, the risk is greater with the technology provider, but I think with an upstream handling of the subsidies, this can be addressed largely.
So Kumar, I'm going to come back to you for more questions.
Yeah, I'm done. I just thought I will look at an alternate thought process. I'm done with this. Thank you.
So Amrish, can I bring you in now?
Hi. Okay. Thanks, Suresh. So from my perspective, let me start. So LR, as a lot of people know, LR is owned by LR Foundation, and a few years ago, what we have done is, along with LR Foundation, we have developed a zero carbon, which primarily looked the sector from three different lenses: the community readiness, the investment readiness, and the technology readiness. And I think when we developed this framework, we had a discussion with different regulatory bodies. We worked with banks, financial institutes, We worked with ship owners, and together we came up with this sort of a framework. The interesting part is we have been monitoring this in terms of how we are progressing on these three aspects. And unfortunately, I think where we are lagging is investment readiness level. If you compare with the technology readiness and community. The technology readiness level tops right now. In fact, we are seeing a lot of improvement in terms of alternate fuels. We are seeing ESDs. We are seeing carbon capture technologies. A lot of these things are coming up. A lot of pilot projects are happening all across the globe. Interestingly, when I'm talking to my clients across the globe, maybe it's bank or a shipping company, a port player, I could see an intent in terms of everybody wants to invest in ESG, sustainability. But again, from the bank perspective also, we have a World Bank representative here. World Bank, all the multilaterals, I think they are very keen to invest in green projects. But again, the implementation is a key, and I think that's where we are lagging. So I think that's what we need to work together, the different corporates, banks, government agencies, and find a way how we can get these things implemented on ground. I think that's my message in the beginning. Thanks.
Thank you, Amrish. So that brings me to the round of questions, and let me start with Mrs. Joshi first. And as Amrish said, I mean, ma'am, can you kind of articulate what are the primary challenges which are hindering growth in green finance in the maritime sector? And how does the industry plan to transition and comply with IMO requirements? On the mic, I think, is the mic okay? Are we audible? Yeah, okay.
Is it okay? Yeah? Yeah. So Suresh, according to me, there are 5 primary hindrances or challenges to green financing in India. Number 1 is that as we all know, shipping and the maritime sector is a very highly capital intensive sector. The investments are very high, returns are not really very predictable. Volatility in the market, both in terms of bunker prices as well as rupee depreciation, and of course the freight rates, which are very erratic. They could be good one day and then suddenly the freight rates go. So all these together add to a lot of risk in the maritime sector, financial appetite for this sector. And that is the reason even normal financing is not very easily available. If you are a big shipping company, yes, you've got a stronger balance sheet, so you are still a better buy for the financial institutions. But if you are a small shipping company, you don't have anybody who's really looking forward to funding. Then the second thing which comes is the industry is not very clear with respect to the government policies for encouraging or incentivizing green financing. So that itself, that's the second point. So until and unless there are some very clear-cut incentives to the shipping companies for green LNG vessels, are going to be some incentive. Third is that I think the industry itself is not very familiar with what green financing is, what it entails. A lot of education, I think, needs to be given. It says the green capital, the role of green finance. I think green finance, the role of capital itself, can incentivize greening of shipping. Forward. So Vision 2030 already has greening and sustainability as one of our agenda points. Even Amrit Kal 2047 is talking about this. So slowly the companies are working towards it, but I think it's the banks and the financial institutions who've got to pressurize in terms of giving more attractive finance for greening in the shipping, which can make a lot of difference.
Thank you, ma'am. I think the valid points made. I see you made a point on volatility, lack of incentive, education, all of that. I think those are very valid points. Let me bring in Mr. Devli now. Mr. Devli, how many ship owners have green ships? How do major ship owners plan to transition to net zero? And with the introduction of this maritime, and that's everyone is asking this, that with the introduction of this Maritime Development Fund and this financial assistance scheme.
Then CMA said it is LNG. Now last week, Maersk said it's not ammonia. They want back to building LNG. So they can do all these tricks. As far as Indian ships and the ship owner is concerned, we do not know what fuel we are going to use. And obviously, placing orders for new builds with that new technology is fraught with the risk. Because if I go to my bankers and I say I need to build something, and if that technology doesn't work, then I'm putting my company in jeopardy, and so is the financing institution. So therefore, to answer your first question, none of us are using. What we are doing today is using energy-saving devices. There are 2 of our members who are using biofuels. They've gone to the extent of 50%, Mr. Das? 50? Yeah, 30% is biofuel. So we're using that on our ships. So we are trying to see how we can reduce our footprint. But I think the most important issue that we need to, before I come to the Maritime Development Fund, that we need to understand is self-discipline. Any financing that you look for, I'm going to give Anil 100 rupees. Can he repay this in 5 rupees in 5 years back to me? So you have to look at the useful life of the ship. The average fleet age of Indian flag is 23.41. I'll repeat it, 23.41 years of age. Nobody operates an economical ship at 23.41. As far as INSA members is concerned, at 2 years ago, in 2023, we were at 22.5. Proudly, I can say this, we've gone down to 17.47. With whatever limited ability we have, we've sold our old ships, we've bought younger ships. You ask me why? The reason we have done that is only then do these ships become sustainable in terms of investing in technology. Correct? You will understand this, that then I have a younger ship, so I have the ability to go back to my bank and say, give me 100 rupees, I will put in this technology, and over 10 years I will write off, and then my vessel will be, say, 25 years by then, by which time she should be scrapped. So I think the most important thing that we have to get kicked off, in 23, the DG Shipping came up with this age norm circular. Then, it all went into a balloon, but doesn't matter. The fact at the end of the day is the banker is not going to give you money because he loves you. He's going to give you only money if it works for you. So therefore, I think what is important is to be able to provide sustainable options to the bank. One other way to do this sustainable option is to get our charterers to support this. At the end of the day, we all agree that this ESG cost as society we will have to pay. You will have to pay, I'll have to pay in my shirt, you'll have to pay in your Colgate toothpaste. So I believe that Indian charterers, and this is my personal belief, this is not the INSA view, my personal belief is that Indian charterers must support this additional cost. And therefore, they must come up with a scheme where they say that if I take a vessel on charter, I will give you 1 rupee more to support your ESG initiative. I'll give you 20 paisa more so that you put in some equipment that will sustain. Because at the end of the day, it's all our collective responsibility. Coming to the Maritime Development Fund that you spoke about. The document that was prepared by INSA and Exim Bank envisaged that the Maritime Development Fund would be a 25,000 crore fund. It would have equity, it would have debt, and it would also have an ARC. It would be available for shipbuilding and ship owning. You ask me why ARC? Because we have to be realist. Shipping is a business where you will go into a cycle, ships go into the graveyard, shipping companies get into trouble. So you need an ARC so that they can handle the times when things are bad. So we do not yet have complete details from the ministry on how this is going to be structured, but we do know that this will be available to entrepreneurs for the purpose of building ships. In addition to that 40% credit note that you will get if you scrap ships, we spoke about this yesterday, you also mentioned about it. Notwithstanding the fact that IFSC is now available as one more entity for routing better money, etc. But the whole thought process is that entrepreneurs will be given this money, build new ships, second-hand ships, regardless of the size. They've also spoken about certain ships being given infrastructure status, the larger ones. So we believe we get softer money at longer tenures, which will help us. And this will be available in the form of debt and equity. This is what we understand. Don't take it as the gospel truth. Finally, something else may come out, but this seems to be the intention of the Government of India.
Thank you so much. I do have a follow-on question on the point which you made as far as charter is concerned, but I will keep that for later because I don't want to eat into my other panelists' time. Coming to Surbhi. Surbhi, the World Bank assists entities globally with infrastructure and related projects. Right? How many maritime projects related to green transition are you funding currently? Can you give us some insight on that? And are there any specific green shipping projects that you're looking at?
So fortunately, unfortunately, there are not many projects that we are looking at. First, we have an engagement with Government of India to look at 3-4 states where we would look at the coastal resilience and fisheries development as well as sustainability of the ports and greening of the ports. So there we are working with some of the states to help them look at that how sustainability could be brought into the mainstream and what kind of investment requirements it would require over the longer period. So it's an instrument what we call multi-phased approach in which we are first looking at low-hanging fruits in terms of coastal resilience, fisheries, etc. Phase 1 of $200 million, but then followed on with some of these investments that we are talking on the greening of the ports. And there specifically we are, how we are visualizing it is that the risks across the maritime and there the green hydrogen hubs are going to play a very, very critical role. So how we bring again the ports on board and what kind of investments are required, be it on the pipelines, be it on the jetties, be it on the bunkering, refueling facility, that all we are looking at. So that is on the bunkering, refueling facility, that all we are looking at. So that is again very top on our priority list, not only in India but globally. In Brazil, for instance, we are looking at PESIM Green Hydrogen Hub where ports are an integral part of it. Then beyond that, what we are also doing is to look at how we can de-risk the sector by introducing sustainability indices, which can help assess that how ports within India are faring well and how many of them can access the clean financing or the climate financing. Because many of these, what we have heard from the panel is that many of the ESG financiers are looking for those black and white kind of reports. So how we can integrate it, how we can make it more institutionalized is our next area of focus. So these are some of the areas that we are looking very keenly and closely, and we are happy to support India in any other manner that we can. Of course, devil lies in the detail, so a lot of nuances are around it when you look at the projects and the proponents, but yes, this is where we can probably support through upstream activities also.
I'm sure you're going to get mobbed after this session because there are a lot more takers to
EXIM cargo of...
Just keep the mic down. I think people are...
reaching an EXIM cargo of about 5,700 million metric tons per annum, going up from 1,400 now. And 1,300 of coastal cargo going up from some 180, 190 now. That's a manifold growth. All this needs fuel and all this needs green fuel. That's a huge opportunity that lies. Shipbuilding opportunities are being created in parallel. Additional Secretary spoke about it this morning. KPMG is very proud that we are working with the ministry in the SBFAP, the MDF, capacity and capability development. We are trying to evolve specific policies, all of which is going to create opportunities across not just the supply side, the demand side, the capability development side, and consequently the fuel bunkering side. So there is a lot of opportunity for green fuel bunkering there. It is an investment opportunity, therefore, for many. In terms of the other opportunities, there are no dedicated efforts for a green hydrogen mission. We are looking at setting up a national shipbuilding mission. There is port modernization that is going on. All of this present ready opportunities for the bunkering. But of course, it's not all grey. You also asked about the challenges. There are very, very specific challenges. And one opportunity I forgot is, a lot of us are here from Gurgaon. So when we come here, we find it difficult because we are used to breathing toxic air. So when we get clean air, it feels a little difficult. But every coastal city will turn into a Delhi Gurgaon if we don't take action. So that is another huge opportunity in terms of a national health crisis to be averted. So you have to look at green fuels and consequently at green fuel bunkering to ensure that, in the overall scheme of things, everything's better. Now let me quickly look at the challenges. The infrastructure and technological challenges are manifold. Specialized storage, handling, the technology is still not mature. I spoke about it when I spoke earlier. There are risks associated with technology, particularly ethanol, ammonia, hydrogen, and storage, and the material that is required. All this requires, infrastructure hurdles that need to be tided over. Supply chain is going to be an issue. So while you may have, the bunkering is kind of, needs to be in a symbiotic relationship with the supply chain. So how does the supply chain kind of evolve itself? That's another challenge that needs to be taken into consideration in terms of opportunity, in terms of the challenges that kind of impede the opportunities that are coming. Of course, the economic and financial constraints, we've spoken about it. There is always this reluctance, Surbi again alluded to it. Financial institutions are always worried, if I lend, say, to a guy who wants to set up a bunkering facility in a fort, how do I de-risk it? The solution to it is what, again, I pointed out in my earlier. It is always better to handle the risk at the upstream stage when the technology is being developed and try to de-risk it at that stage rather than at the implementation. The technology development in a manner that a large part of the risk is already covered. So that, I would say, in short, the future is great, but we need to very, very specifically address these challenges in terms of bunkering.
Thank you so much, Kumar. Let me bring in Amrish. Amrish, you have been traveling all over, and you're just coming from Dubai into this conference, and thank you for that. But I just want your views on benchmarking. How can India benchmark its green finance policies and initiatives against global best practices, right? And also tell us about how our KPIs, right? How do we measure the success of green financing shipping?
Okay, interesting one, Suresh, thanks. So KPIs, I would say it's a very important or critical mechanism, I would say, when we talk about the green financing. And so before I talk about the specific KPIs, what we are seeing, we need to understand how this KPI look like, the characteristics of these KPIs. I think it's very important to understand, because I think that's where I see a lot of clients struggle, because you need to have a right KPI if you really need to raise capital. So in terms of key characteristics, I would say, I think there are 3 to 4 key characteristics. The first one is it should be measurable. I think it's very important before you define a KPI, it has to be measurable. It has to be core or material. I think it's very important from both the sides, from the borrower, from the issuer side. It has to make sense for both the parties. So it should be a win-win situation. The third, it should be verifiable. So the third party can come and verify it, because that's a mandatory requirement. And the fourth one, the most critical one, where a lot of people struggle, is it could be benchmarked with something. When I say something, it could be 3, 4 different ways. One, it could be benchmarked with your peer group, how they have done it in past. But over the years, what I'm seeing, there are a lot of new KPIs coming in, and it's very difficult to find a benchmark. So then you have to do it based on your own progress. The other way is how the industry is looking at that KPI. The other way is it should be a science-based target benchmarking. And if we don't get anything, then probably we need to link this with the national targets or the IMO targets. I think, so these are the key characteristics, I would say, for the KPI, if anybody defines KPI. In terms of KPIs, I think what we are seeing in the market, it probably could be bucketed in 3, 4 different categories. The first one is the environmental initiatives, which we all have been talking about since morning. So it could be reduction of carbon emissions. So how we can monitor those carbon emissions and then report it back to the banks or the financial institute. The second could be efficiency of fuel use. I think that's also important, how we can reduce fuel consumption over the years and report it back. Another interesting one is alternate fuels. We are talking about alternate fuels, how we can, start using alternate fuels. So how many assets we are on alternate fuels like LNG, biofuels, methanol, ammonia. So we need to define that and we need to progress it, monitor it and report it back. So I think these are the 3 KPIs I would say are very critical from the environmental perspective. From the regulatory and compliance perspectives, we are seeing a lot of things on the CAI, EU ETS. I think they are how the companies or the assets which are going to get financed are complied with these compliance requirements. And the software element, which is more of a social and how you are managing your crew, how you're managing your people, how you're making sure you are providing them the right set of training and learning opportunities. The D&I, the diversity and inclusion, I think that's also very critical. Although with Trump too, I think he's not fond of D&I, but I believe maritime industry as a whole would still, keep working on D&I and bring that element. So what I'm seeing, the banks, the financial institutes are very keen to bring that element when they finance any asset.
Thank you. I just want to do a quick time check. How are we doing on time? We are all, so I'll just then hand it over to the chair for his closing comments. I don't want to take away his time. I think he has to do the closing comments. So over to you. I think we are done. I think all back to you.
Thank you very much. I think I'm deeply honored to have the benefits of your insights and perspectives. It's been quite illuminating. But if I'm very, very candid in my observation to wind up, I think we are no better off from where we were to begin with. This is an extremely complex subject. Let's not kid ourselves. The fact still remains that we need to go back to the drawing board. A couple of observations very quickly. One, I just wanted to do loud thinking whether it will be possible for the Maritime Administration, perhaps in association with an entity like the IBA, the Indian Banks Association, to come up with a clear white paper with a couple of models as to how green finance would look like. Not a very, very sort of hypothetical instance, but at a more pragmatic level. So you have a technical and a financial perspective. It's reduced into a very clear document so that then there is clarity as to the way forward. The second is, I was just wondering, typically the RBI adopts what is called as a sandbox approach. They come up with a proof of concept, they do a sandboxing, and within that there is a funding that is provided. Can you look at a sandbox approach for some green finance for the shipping sector per se? Third is, allied to that is the concept of incubation. Can you incubate something as an illustrative model to do some kind of a hand-holding and see as to whether this is a proof of concept which is viable, and then you scale it up? Because if there are clear examples which are visible, which take off the ground, and I think that probably will have a greater ripple effect. That said, I think we've got an enormous amount of homework to do. A lot of heads to be pulled in here going forward. It's still relatively a virgin proposition. I think as one of my colleagues mentioned here, there has to be clarity in the template as to what constitutes green. It can't be normative. We'll have to be very, very objective and specific as to what are the components and how will this template get structured eventually. With these few thoughts, I would like to express my deep gratitude to all of you here for providing your valuable thoughts. And of course, a huge round of applause to the audience for a very patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and the panel, for a very insightful and meaningful discussion. We almost discussed all the topics, including all the challenges, opportunities that green finance present, the ESG factor, the importance to incentivize the ship owner to invest more in green shipping. But we have time constraints, so we have to wind up, and we have the next session ready. So before we hand over the session, the organizers have a memento to present. I ask my colleague Mr. Rajesh Kasaragod to present the memento to the chairman, Shri Deepak Shetty. May I request Shri Deepak Shetty to present the memento to Madam H.K. Joshi. Request Shetty Saab to present the memento to Shri Anil Devli. Next, may I call upon Shetty Saab to present the memento to Ms. Surbhi Goel. Next would be Mr. Ambrish Bansal is next. Next, I would like to invite our team member who is involved in summarizing the discussion, Mr. Ashwin from RENA. Please come on stage, please. Shetty Saab may present the memento to Mr. Ashwin. I would request Mr. Deepak Shetty to present the memento to Mr. Rajesh Kasargod, who is the coordinator for this panel.
Deepak sir, to Mr. Nair. Yeah, one group photo, please.
I request all speakers to please hold the mementos. I request all the panelists to hold their mementos as well for the picture. Thank you.
Sorry, we forgot our convener of the panel, Mr. Suresh Swami.
It's clearly about going green this evening, and we're talking about the next session, which is on green alliances. It's a session on international cooperation for green alliances. It's a session on international cooperation for greener seas. International cooperation is clearly necessary for the global climate, and I now invite Shri Aniruddha Chakki, the engineer and ship surveyor.
May I request the Finland Consul General, Mr. Erik F. Alstom, to kindly come on stage. We also have His Excellency Netherlands Deputy Consul General, Mumbai. International PTX Hub.
Namaste, good afternoon. At the outset, let me welcome you all and express my gratitude to you and especially to our esteemed panelists for showing their commitment towards what we are going to discuss in this session to forge the Global Green Alliance. As the national coordinator for India for the regional initiatives. At the UN level, in the successive UNFCCC summits, India has been revising its NDCs upwards, because with the aim of achieving the net zero by 2070, all the stakeholders, and not just the policymakers, but the businesses, the technology developers, they're all putting their efforts together to see that the targets are achieved ahead of the schedules. At the India presided G20, we could achieve to agree upon a Green Development Pact, where the green shipping aspects and the sustainable maritime practices aspects have been the integral part of. Beyond this, India has been consistently taken lead with initiatives like International Solar Alliance, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, Lead IT, the Infrastructure for Resilient Island States, Big Cat Alliance, and the recently agreed in the G20 summit, the Global Biofuel Alliance. In fact, the extent of commitment by India, with the full support and commitment of its partners globally, is to address the basic issues of sustainability. And that's why we have launched the mission Lifestyle for Environment, which advocates for the lifestyle changes for the sustainable development. I think with this spirit of commitment towards the need for sustainability, we have been organizing a number of conferences, brainstorming sessions, including the last one on the Green Hydrogen Conference, including this Green Shipping Conclave, where the issues of forging global alliances, joining hands together for the sustainable maritime practices are being discussed. If we have to realize the strategic aim of IMO to achieve the net zero by 2050, I think we have to urgently join our hands together to take the necessary actions, both in the short term and the long term. We need to focus on the areas of urgent nature where the challenges lie, especially in terms of the differences and variances in our policy frameworks, the technological gaps, the funding issues, and the overall capacity constraints. And there lies the opportunities where we can, through forging the global partnership, we can utilize these opportunities where we can align our regulatory frameworks, we can have technological collaborations, boost for the public-private partnership to address the funding issues, and also help each other in building capacities. With many of our global partners whose representatives are here present today, we are actually taking positive steps in this direction. Bilaterally, with countries like Denmark and Norway, India has signed MOUs to promote green shipping technologies and promote the maritime sustainable practices. Regionally, through the platforms of Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, and BIMSTEC, the partner countries in the region are working together for a number of initiatives which bring us to work towards ensuring greener seas. As the national coordinator for BIMSTEC from India, I'm happy to inform the gathering that the BIMSTEC countries would soon sign the BIMSTEC Maritime Transport Agreement, hopefully in the forthcoming BIMSTEC Summit, of which green shipping is an integral part. At the same time, I'm also happy to inform the gathering that India would be hosting the BIMSTEC Center for Excellence for Sustainable Maritime Transport, which again will advocate for the policies to pursue for the green shipping. I'm looking forward to successful deliberations during this session, and I hope that the discussions here, the decisions that we undertake here would reaffirm our commitment to work together for greener, cleaner, and healthier planet. As the Honorable Prime Minister of India has emphasized that we are one family, we have one planet Earth, and we share our future. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, sir, for your insights. May I now request Her Excellency Ms. Monica Nagelgaard, Norwegian Consul General, Mumbai, to give her views.
Thank you, and esteemed colleagues, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's both an honor and a privilege to address you today at the Green Shipping Conclave. This gathering represents a significant milestone in our collective pursuit of a more sustainable and environmentally responsible maritime industry. Norway has long been at the forefront of maritime innovation, spearheading the transition toward greener shipping technologies. From pioneering LNG-powered vessels to advancing battery electric, hydrogen, ammonia, and methanol-driven ships, we have made significant strides in decarbonizing our fleets. Central to this transformation is the Green Coastal Shipping Program, a forward-thinking initiative designed to reduce emissions and promote sustainable shipping practices. Additionally, the Enova and the NOx Shipping Fund have been instrumental in accelerating new fuel adoption, offering financial incentives for retrofitting existing vessels or investing in new ships. In 2024, ANOVA approved approximately $114 million in funding for 15 green ship projects, including 9 hydrogen and 6 ammonia vessels. Now, these successes are driven by a robust policy framework and strategic infrastructure investments, including bunkering facilities and electric vessel charging points. These developments demonstrate that with the right incentives and infrastructure, sustainability can align seamlessly with economic growth. As we shift our focus to India, we recognize immense potential for collaboration. India's rapidly expanding maritime sector and its ambitious sustainability objectives provide a fertile ground for exploring and implementing green shipping solutions. With its extensive coastline and growing fleet, India is well positioned to lead the way in sustainable maritime practices, reducing emission while driving economic progress. The Union Budget 2025-26 demonstrates India's strong commitment to this vision, with strategic initiatives such as the Maritime Development Fund and substantial investment in port infrastructure. These initiatives align seamlessly with India's Maritime Vision 2030, opening exciting avenues for Indo-Norwegian collaboration in advancing sustainable maritime technologies. The partnership between India and Norway has already yielded promising outcomes. The India-Norway Joint Working Group on Maritime Affairs has been instrumental in fostering dialogue on green maritime initiatives, ship recycling, and maritime safety. A key example of this collaboration is the commissioning of the DNV white paper on the Indian Green Coastal Shipping Program with the support of DG Shipping, which provides a strategic roadmap for India's transition to green shipping. Furthermore, the IMO Green Voyage 2050 program, supported by funding from the Norwegian government, has fostered a strong collaboration between the Green Voyage team and India's DG Shipping. And India has been chosen for the Pilot Accelerator program, where we are optimistic that this partnership will expedite the implementation of low and zero carbon solutions, both on board ships and in ports. And that brings me to ports. Significant memorandums of understanding have been signed between Norwegian and Indian ports to enhance collaboration in green port policies, digitalization, and sustainable port operations. These initiatives will facilitate knowledge exchange and the adoption of best practices, accelerating India's green maritime transformation. On the commercial front, synergies between Norwegian and Indian companies are growing, exemplified by Cochin Shipyard Limited securing an international contract from Norwegian logistics provider Samskip to design and construct 2 zero-emission feeder container vessels. This partnership highlights the potential for technological and commercial collaboration in sustainable shipping. India's ratification and alignment with the Hong Kong Convention further emphasizes its commitment to sustainable maritime practices. As Norway and India continue to collaborate, we must focus on ensuring compliance, strengthening regulatory frameworks, and supporting the transition to greener, safer recycling practices. By working together, we can set new industry benchmarks, making ship recycling more sustainable and contributing to the broader goal of circular maritime economy. India's participation in North Shipping 2025 in Oslo offers a prime opportunity to showcase its green shipping initiatives and build partnerships with Norwegian and global maritime stakeholders. This event will bring together leading industry experts, allowing India to engage, exchange best practices, and advance sustainable shipping solutions. We look forward to India's active involvement, which will strengthen cooperation and inspire new initiatives. Looking forward, I'm confident that the partnership between India and Norway will continue to thrive, driving the transition to green shipping. With our shared dedication to sustainability, we can develop and implement cutting-edge green technologies, build essential infrastructure, and establish policies that encourage the adoption of low-emission solutions. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am, for the reassuring speech. May I now invite His Excellency Mr. Erik F. Hallström, the Consul General from Finland, Mumbai.
Thank you, sir, for inviting me. It's a great honor for me here, standing in front of you as the first Consul General of Finland ever in Mumbai to address the green shipping conclave. Yes, it's true, Finland was not present before I was appointed on the 1st of January 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, alliances and partnerships, they are important in all sectors, naturally, but we all understand from the nature of shipping and maritime sector that they are in particular importance in these sectors. This cannot be managed alone. No nation can isolate themselves and take the decisions only by themselves. Finland has a long history and thorough understanding of delivering smart and environmentally friendly high-tech maritime solutions. One of the largest shipbuilding subcontractors in the world, with over 1,000 suppliers, supports Finland's strong footing in the maritime sector. Our internationally known maritime network's expertise ranges from the likes of cruise ships to icebreakers and offshore solutions, as well as port technology. Finland is bound by national and regional international commitments, which are of course very important also in the maritime sector. According to the EU Green Deal, the European Union should be carbon neutral by 2050, and nationally, Finland has the ambition to be carbon neutral by 2035. We understand the international nature of this sector because we build a lot of ships in our country, but not only for ourselves. Most of the largest luxury cruise ships in the world are designed in Finland. At the heart of Finland's expertise are the most energy-efficient cruise vessels and the greenest and quietest ferries in the world. Taking full advantage of big data, the Internet of Things, digital and environmental solutions, as well as propulsion innovations, LNG technologies, highlights our leading position with cruise ships. Finnish maritime technology and solutions are also exceptionally well suited for satisfying the current demand for polar cruise ships. Our deep understanding of winterization is crucial in the design and construction of ships for demanding polar conditions. It's not very relevant in the Indian climate, but I just wanted to mention that Finnish companies have designed almost 80% of the world's icebreakers. When looking at international cooperation, it can take the form of bilateral cooperation, regional commitments and cooperation, and of course the multilateral cooperation. With regard to bilateral cooperation, and as far as Finland is concerned, Finland and Estonia, our neighbor in the south, we have agreed on a green shipping corridor across the Gulf of Finland, and also the ports of Stockholm, the capital of Sweden, and the city of Turku have agreed on a green shipping corridor in order to preserve the nature of the archipelago in the Baltic Sea. I mentioned the Baltic Sea, and now coming to the regional aspect of international cooperation, we have a so-called HELCOM convention looking at all aspects of international cooperation in the Baltic Sea. There are 8 or 9 states participant to that one, and in addition to maritime and shipping issue, they are also looking at fishery and nature preservation. And of course the European Union has a lot of policy frameworks and cooperation agreements. The third one, the multilateral level, or the global level, here of course the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, is a very important body. and it's important that all nation states and members of IMO accepts and supports the decision that have been made there. Finland is right now a member of the IMO Council. Finland supports and commends the international initiatives that India has made, the International Solar Alliance and International Biofuel Alliance, and they are worth to be mentioned also in this conclave. It's important that all these initiatives that come out and that they are also linked to the global framework, the United Nations system and so on. And also to remember that the maritime sector, although a sector in itself, it's also linked to other sectors, and also that in the maritime sector you take into consideration the rules and frameworks of the World Trade Organization, the WTO, and the whole United Nations system. So we really need international cooperation in order to make this world a better place. Thank you.
Next, we'll call upon Netherlands Deputy Consul General, Mumbai, Mr. Thierry van Helden. Thank you, sir.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Thierry van Helden. I'm the consul and the deputy head of mission here in Mumbai. And I was just looking at the slogan, Fusai Daiva Kutum Bakam, the world is one family. And I think the world is one family, and we also have one earth. So I think we really need to cooperate together to make this world sustainable. And I think shipping, sustainable shipping is one of those areas that we really need to focus on. And lucky for you, you have here a selection of the world's leading countries in the field of sustainable shipping. So we've made it easy for you to collaborate. Here we all are, and we're all ready to collaborate with you. And what a time is it to be here in India? I think this is really wonderful. This is the perfect time to be in India to start this collaboration, because I think India's strategic interest, the infrastructure development, and unique potential to become a global leader in the maritime sector offer unique opportunities to work together. India is attracting foreign companies to invest here by creating state-of-the-art port facilities. And I must say, it's with clear and tangible results. It unlocks a world of opportunities. Think of trade, employment, and overall development. Such a development opens wider arrays of opportunities for Dutch, but also for European companies to cooperate. While the sector accounts for nearly 3% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, there is an urgent need for countries to work together to implement sustainable maritime solutions. And today's gathering is a reflection of India's commitment to sustainability through collaborative efforts with all these countries here, including the Netherlands. And as you might know, the Netherlands and India have a long-standing cooperation in the maritime sector. As many of you know, the Netherlands has an excellent location in northwestern Europe and is the gateway to the industrial heartland in Germany and northern France. But that position is by no means a given. The Dutch government is keen to keep that competitive advantage and continue to invest in infrastructure, including in port and intermodal hinterland corridors, energy transition, research and innovation. And the maritime sector is extremely broad, from ports to offshore, from fishing to shipping, and from maritime research institutes to maritime services. But the sector has one common denominator. I think you can all guess that. Those are the ships. And these are essential for transport, supply of critical raw materials, medicine and food, coastal protection, and defense. And so the Netherlands and India have a shared interest in developing a safe and sustainable maritime sector. Therefore, it doesn't come as a surprise that my country is focusing on smart and sustainable development of ports and inland waterways, supply chains optimization, decarbonization of shipping. Given the shared interest in global and regional maritime security, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region, cooperation with India in the field of protecting critical infrastructure, including cyber resilience in ports and inland waterways, and promoting diversified and resilient supply chains, including critical raw materials, medicines, and food, will be key. So I would therefore like to take this opportunity to highlight some of our key initiatives in the Netherlands. So one thing that we've done is we've created the Dutch Maritime Master Plan, which we launched in 2019, and it sets a roadmap towards zero-emission shipping, focusing on innovation and collaboration. The plan focuses on the development, construction, and operation of demonstration ships that run on 3 alternative fuels: hydrogen, methanol, and LNG with carbon capture. The Dutch maritime sector, public-private organizations, and knowledge institutes have set ambitious goals to build 30 ocean-going and inland zero-emission ships by 2030. And these vessels will be used in coastal and inland shipping, hydraulic engineering, offshore wind, and maritime safety and security. In its roadmap to 2030, the master plan sets out its two-pronged strategy to achieve the transition through clean fuels and digitalization. So reducing CO2 emissions to zero by 2050 through improved efficiency, biofuels, hydrogen, wind assist, and solar technology, and building smart ships and systems with regard to operation and maintenance using AI, remote control, and secure wireless standardization. Another point in the roadmap is infrastructure upgrades in ports to support the refueling of vessels with sustainable fuel alternatives, and the retrofitting of existing vessels with energy-efficient technologies are some of the plans envisaged to achieve climate goals. And so these initiatives are a few examples showcasing our commitment towards sustainable maritime practices. It's not only about ecological sustainability. I think one of the aspects of green shipping and green ports is also social sustainability. And I think also one of the areas that we as the Netherlands focus on is gender equality and women empowerment. As you all know, in the shipping sector, women are very much underrepresented. So also the Dutch government takes a lot of effort to increase the number of female participation in this sector. And it's not just about women, but it's also about vulnerable groups that are underrepresented in this sector. So, for example, LGBTQIA+ community deserves also to be included in this sector. Youth is another group that should be included and is also being included more and more. So those are also important aspects of what we work for in the Netherlands. So after having laid a solid foundation for collaboration with India in maritime development in the past years, we aim to further deepen and broaden our trade and investment activities in the maritime sector in a holistic way. I think both countries agree climate change is a global concern. We face the imperative to reduce emissions and transition to sustainable alternatives and energy sources. MOU on maritime cooperation further cements our mutual agreement to continue working together on a safe, secure, and sustainable maritime sector. And India's rising geopolitical stature and geo-economic significance position is a key, position it as a key player in maritime cooperation. India's strategic location, growing naval capacities, and commitment to sustainable practices make it an ideal partner for the Netherlands to enhance cooperation in the maritime in the region. I would like to conclude by saying that while India and the Netherlands are robust and vibrant in the sector of maritime, we are only at the beginning of this journey. By leveraging the Netherlands' experience and India's commitment, both nations can make significant strides towards a sustainable future. We look forward to exploring opportunities for collaboration and mutual growth in our shared pursuit of environmental and social sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your address. May I now request the Special Advisor to the Danish Maritime Authority, Mr. Jacob Visti Eriksson, to the podium. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. It's a huge pleasure to be here today, so thanks a lot for inviting the Danish Maritime Authority. The Green Shipping Conclave is a great opportunity to discuss and explore collaboration and partnerships on the green transition of the maritime sector. The complex journey we have embarked upon to address climate change and to promote greener seas require joint action and close international coordination on all levels, as my dear friends have talked about. The Nordic region has a long history of public-private cooperation, which is absolutely essential to create ownership and to get everyone on board. Close cooperation between public and private actors add value by creating the right conditions and incentives to promote innovation and common solutions. And we have to demonstrate that through tangible projects and projects that can be replicated at scale. And it was with that in mind that Denmark, together with the United States, Norway, Maersk Mc-Kinney Møller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping, and Global Maritime Forum took lead to create the international public-private partnership called the Zero Emission Shipping Mission. And it's a huge pleasure to collaborate with India in this mission. As a core member, India brings knowledge sharing into the mission on, for instance, shipbuilding, on new green ship designs from Cochin Shipyard. In this way, India helps showcasing both that India wants to accelerate the green maritime transition and that you have a lot of technical expertise and the green transition is doable. And if we knowledge share and work together, we can do better. And we believe, among other things, that green corridors play an important role as they show how the green transition can take place in practice. Feasibility studies on green corridors show a lot of potential. And yet funding and action is missing. So both partnerships, public and private sectors, have a lot of work to do. Together with India, Denmark has also established a Center of Excellence on green shipping. India and Denmark both emphasize the importance of safe and sustainable development within the maritime sector. And through our Center of Excellence, we aim to establish the optimal framework and the right conditions for green maritime growth. And this Center of Excellence is based on concrete activities, government-to-government cooperation, on, for instance, mutual recognition and enforcement of alternative design approvals. And in general, Denmark appreciates very much the cooperation with our Indian friends, the constructive dialogue on a number of issues, for instance, on IMO regulation, which is very relevant in these days. And we believe that we can find the solutions to secure a sustainable maritime sector and greener seas through cooperation. And we believe now is the very time to accelerate the sustainable transition in the maritime sector and to make the shipping sector a part of the solution to solve the climate crisis. And as the IMO Secretary General mentioned this morning, let's try to focus on the opportunities. To do so, from our perspective, we have to act in unity to promote and provide a global level and to provide the much needed global level and on, the regulatory framework on a global level in the IMO. because we need regulation to push for sustainable changes. Thank you very much for the time, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, sir, for your address. May I now request the last panelist in this session, Mr. Philipp Wittrock, Project Manager and Lead Shipping International PTX Hub from Germany.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ram, Mr. Sharkey, esteemed colleagues on stage, dear guests. It's a pleasure to be here today representing the International PTX Hub, a German government-funded center for expertise and collaboration on innovative and sustainable green hydrogen and PTX value chains. We have talked about the action in shipping, 3% of GHG emissions globally. We also heard this comparison: if shipping would be a country worldwide, it would rank at about 6th or 7th in terms of total GHG emissions. So we understood, I think, that there's action that is needed, at the same time also with a bit of complexity of choice at hand. However, shipping has clear global targets in place, and currently we have the midterm measures being negotiated in London. So for me personally, I feel that compared to the debate that we have in the green hydrogen field, there should not be the chicken and egg problem in the shipping industry, because there is offtake. There is clear projections coming up to net zero until or around 2050. So for me, offtake is there, supply now should be ramped up. And this is, for me, the first serious element that we need to address: ramping up power-to-X-based fuels and infrastructure. So producing green hydrogen and derivatives like e-ammonia, e-methanol, those two future fuels that we are speaking about in the shipping sector, that can provide scalable and low-carbon fuels for shipping. But of course, the challenge does not only lie in production. There's also the whole aspect of infrastructure required. Supply chains, production, storage and bunkering, port facilities and propulsion technologies. All this has to go hand in hand. But there are efforts that are being taken, and we have heard a few examples. So from a bilateral technical support cooperation coming, like GIZ, the German International Cooperation Agency, there is targeted support going into countries to enable and demonstrate how international cooperation can promising economies enable to become key players in this PTX economy of the future. And the Indo-German Energy Forum is proud to be supporter of this year's shipping conclave here in Mumbai. But then there's also international cooperation, and we heard already a few examples, and I think for me personally, the IMO Green Voyage 2050 program is one of those nice examples where we can see strong co-funding partnerships with India, basically all European representatives on stage here involved, being Denmark, Finland, Germany, the Netherlands and Norway. So for me, this is one very nice example where there is strong support from the international community together with partners around the world that want to be early movers to make sure that the policy alignment is in place and that pilot projects are being supported. And the International PTX Hub will be signing a strategic partnership agreement just next week in London with the IMO Green Voyage 2050 program to support this technical cooperation for partner countries. And then, of course, you have all these underlying elements to scale some of those efforts. Regulatory alignment, watch the IMO negotiations. I think this is a very crucial step to make sure that regulation and standards are being aligned at the global level. And there are, of course, also other regional efforts, like in the European Union with the emission trading system, FuelEU Maritime regulation. Investment and financing, so we need to mobilize funding for PTX production and infrastructure. Green shipping corridors have been mentioned. This is one example where we can catalyze innovative public and private partnerships. include financial development institutions. We have them here in the room. And there is also other mechanisms like the H2 Global mechanism that try to fill the gap between right now very high prices on the supply side, but also the willingness to pay on the offtake side. And just yesterday there was a new call announced by H2 Global with 4 regional lots being announced with about 480 million euros, which is product open, so it can be green hydrogen, it can be ammonia, it can be methanol. And then there's one product defined lot globally with about 570 million euros jointly funded by the German government and the Netherlands. And then capacity building, knowledge, sharing experiences and lessons learned to all relevant stakeholders. This is key to make sure that the professionals of the next generation, but also of this generation, are capable of coping with these PTX solutions in the maritime sector. So what I take from today's discussion and also from previous discussions that we heard, we can start as early movers. Let's establish dedicating shipping routes, green shipping corridors we discussed, powered by sustainable fuels and integrating power-to-X solutions into maritime regulations to really further accelerate demand certainty and to drive cost reductions, to streamline strategic investments in PTX fuel production and distribution networks, and to strengthen collaborative knowledge-sharing initiatives. So the German government, to fill a bit of these elements, requested or asked India to become a signatory member of the Hamburg Declaration on Decarbonizing Green Shipping globally. And then I would just like to add this proud tradition of maritime, bravery, innovation, and collaboration. So let's together, through strong alliances, chart a course towards really a truly sustainable and just maritime economy, with India having the unique opportunity to already position itself as a pioneer in the global PTX value chain. And I just would like to close with linking up to what Mr. Swami has said on the gym and kind of getting tired after 1 week in the new year. I'm the runner, so I'm used to long distance running, and some of you might know how long a marathon run is. It's like 42.195, and they're like up and downs. But what keeps you running is the cheering crowd next to you. So when you see kind of the closing of the marathon, more and more people are getting closer to you. They cheer you up, they applaud. And for me, I think this is what we should do. Now we are all early movers, but let's all move together and get a bit of this cheering from the side in order to make this a reality. Thank you very much.
Check. Well, that was a great way of explaining things, Philip. So I assure you that we will try not to intrude too much in your coffee time. We've already overshot the time, but of course there would be some questions and discussion. So I would first request permission from the chair. That first, if the chair would like to ask something from the panelists. Okay, so in deference to the command of the chair, do we have some questions from the audience? But for that, I would like it, because we need to see who's going to answer it. So please remember, this is a forum where we probably have one domain specialist. Otherwise, and most of the audience are technical people, so there may be a issue here. So unless you have something generic, or you have a question for Philip, probably he'll be the best person to answer. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. This question is indeed for Philip. I just wanted to know, my name is J. Dasgupta, I'm a naval architect by qualification. I just wanted to know how have you integrated the entire value chain of the maritime sector in Germany? To what extent that integration helped you to transcend the challenge of green transition? Thank you.
This one, yeah. We haven't yet, so I think this is where we are all in the same boat. We are just starting. I mean, of course, we are some of those pioneering countries, including, by the way, also India, but we haven't yet.
Section from the Norwegian Consul General, this generic one regarding how is Norway preparing its maritime workforce for this transition from conventional fuels to greener alternatives. Because we had a panel, we had a round table, and this is one area that we are also looking into, how to transition our workforce from conventional fuels to greener alternatives. That because we are a major seafarer supplying nation. I have one question for theory. So, in the some innovative technological practices that are there in the Dutch maritime sphere that we could learn about.
Yes. Thank you so much for that question, because I think, honestly, innovation is the key to sustainability, and it's also one of the driving forces in the Netherlands. And so I think the Netherlands has pioneered several innovative technologies in the maritime sector, including the development of emission-reducing systems, the use of biofuels, and implementation of also smart port solutions. For example, the Port of Rotterdam has been at the forefront of integrating renewable energy sources and developing infrastructure and bunkering facilities for sustainable fuels, including green hydrogen or renewable hydrogen. And another aspect that we really look at now, that is cybersecurity. So cybersecurity and resilient infrastructure is critical too, as we move towards digitalization, automation, AI, smart ships, remote operation, all benefit from these. So I think those are also some innovative solutions that we try to come up with, and also very much willing to collaborate on that with India, because in many cases it's not just limited to shipping, but it stretches much wider to other sectors as well. For example, it's also something that we are quite innovative in the Netherlands, not the vehicles itself, but the charging technology and smart technologies around that. So that is something that we can work on. And I mean, in India, there's a huge development going on, and also a lot of innovation in that field. And I think especially electric mobility in the ports is a very important area that we can also work together on, and that we have some really good solutions for too.
Thank you, Thierry. Actually, you're right. We are looking at certain electrical solutions in ports and in our ferries. So with the topic of ferries, I remember Mr. Erik Hallström, Consul General of Finland. What we believe is that Finland is a world leader in terms of cruise ship and ferry designs. So do you have some ongoing collaborations with Indian companies regarding designing of vessels in India? vessels being built in India, green ships. If you could share some insight on that.
Yes, as a public servant representing my government, I cannot, of course, tell the details of what our companies are involved in. But I know that the Finnish companies which are active in the shipbuilding sector are also have contact with shipyards here in India, in particular with the ones in Kerala. So this is something that is going, and I think this is also very important to share information between each other, because it's very important that these big ferries and cruise liners, that they are sustainable and also environment friendly. So really international cooperation is the key.
Thank you, sir. And one final question to Mr. Jacob from the Danish Maritime Authority. Well, I've been to Denmark quite a few times, and I think Denmark is a world leader in renewables, I believe. A lot of wind farms, and which are actually, it's the world leader in that. So what I was thinking is, how does Denmark as a government approach new technological solutions in the maritime sector?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. And it is true that we have a lot of offshore energy in Denmark from windmills from the North Sea and the Baltic Sea. And we use some of that energy in our passenger ferries. Denmark is a small state with a lot of islands, and some of our passenger ferries are sailing more or less on 100% green electricity from the offshore wind. And then the other thing you referred to was technology, and on a general level, the Danish Maritime Authority, we are very eager to communicate with the industry about new technological solutions that can advance the green transition. And
I'll request sir to please give his concluding remarks in this.
Thank you, Anirudh. I think all these countries whose representatives have joined here in discussing and forge partnerships globally in green shipping. I think they are exemplary in taking actionable measures at the domestic level within their own countries, within their own region, multilaterally, but more importantly with us in India. They are the invaluable partners of India in our journey towards sustainable development. And we value their contribution here in terms of sharing their experiences, best practices, and their willingness to work with us. I think this is an important outcome and takeaway of this session in this conclave. In fact, I recollect from my time as the Consul General of India in Munich a decade ago that we are working very closely with our partners in the region, including the countries whose representatives have joined here, in clean and green technologies in general and in the maritime sector in particular. I'm very happy and thankful to all of them that they have shared their views and have shown the willingness to work with us, to collaborate, not just with India, but all the partners in the region. India itself is taking lead, as I mentioned, with the strong emphasis on climate action. India has been taking a number of initiatives, and I am hopeful that all our partners will also be coming forward to support these initiatives. We have seen the success of such initiatives like International Solar Alliance, where our partners, especially from Europe, has given very substantial and significant support in taking ISA to the corners of the world. So, by concluding what we have discussed here, brainstormed here during this session, I'd like to say that with the way that one of the panelists expressed that as we do in the marathon, we should cheer up each other to see that we all reach our goal with the support of each other. So let's take that as the spirit of coming together, working together, and taking this agenda of green shipping forward. Thank you to everyone. I think we are all grateful to your participation in this. I also express my gratitude on behalf of all the panelists to the organizers for giving us this opportunity to come together and work together. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request my co-coordinator, Ms. Archana Sehgal, to give the concluding remarks and the memento distribution.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of DG Shipping and IMEI, I, Archana Sehgal, extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the participants, speakers, and the partners who have contributed to the success of this initiative on green international cooperation. In today's world, where environmental sustainability is a shared responsibility, collaboration like this plays a crucial role in driving a meaningful change. Through our collective efforts, we have taken significant steps towards promoting eco-friendly initiatives, sustainable development, and global environmental partnerships. A special thanks to our esteemed guests, experts, and organizations who have shared their insights and expertise. Your dedication to the greener future inspires us. Let us continue to work together across borders, industries, and communities to build a more sustainable future world for a future generation. This is not the end, but the beginning of this stronger, greener partnership. Thank you all, and let's keep making a difference. Thank you. So now, I will like to present the mementos. So I will request Joint Secretary Shri C.S. Ram sir to hand over the mementos. First, Ms. Monica. Sir, I will request you to please hand over the memento to Mr. Eric. Next to Mr. Phillips Wittrock.
To take over the stage. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? Yeah. So, sorry for continuing with the sessions without the tea break. People can actually get their coffees and enjoy the session. Now we've come to the highlights and outcomes of the Green Conclave. So for that, may I request the convener of this session, Mr. Ajit Kumar Sukumaran, Chief Surveyor, Government of India, to please come on stage. May I request from Lloyd's Register, Mr. Ambrish, Mr. Pranav and Mr. Somit to please kindly come on stage. And may I request from IRS, Mr. Devrup Kabi and Mr. Karan Doshi to kindly come on stage. So in this session, in the highlights and outcomes, we've been the whole day discussing the green, getting insights into the green shipping. So now here what we will have is IRS and LR has prepared certain roadmaps, certain consultative documents for us, so that those aspects we will be discussing during the, we are going to discuss National Green Shipping Policy. So may I request Mr. Pranav to come and first I'll request CS sir to give this opening remarks.
Good evening to you all. I hope I'm audible to be presented here. Remember, those who have attended the last Green Shipping received, and it is available on our Green Conclave website as well as in DG Shipping website as well. One of the primary recommendation of the outcome of 2022 Green Shipping Conclave was to release that. But 2022 Green Shipping Conclave was to release that. But before that, without going into the merit of the policies, LR is going to explain how they have, what was the methodology which they adopted and the strategy which they have taken forward for developing this green shipping policy. So over to you, LR.
Yeah. Ambrish, you wanted to say something? Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. As Ajit sir mentioned, this is an offshoot from 2022 event which we had, and I think as he mentioned, this is an integrated policy. It says National Green Shipping Policy, but it started this engagement with DG Shipping 6 months ago, and in such a short frame of time, I think we started with the introduction frame of time. I think we started with the introduction and as is assessment. So we wanted to understand where we are in the current situation. So as Ajit sir mentioned, we have different policies right now available. We wanted to understand what policies currently we have, how we can integrate policies currently we have, what are the gaps, improvement opportunities in those policies, and then as a next step, we went out and we benchmarked it against the policies available across the globe. Based on the benchmarking across the globe, Based on the benchmarking exercise, we identified some of the improvement opportunities, some of the forward path, and we identified some of the improvement opportunities, some of the forward path in terms of how the things can be improved. And the whole idea of this baselining and benchmarking is not to remove the work we have done so far in terms
companies or nations globally are addressing those challenges. So we benched against multiple countries, Norway, Singapore, Japan, and South Korea being the ones we have captured here. We have also done benchmarking against global collaborations like Catalyst, Zemba, GSC, and others to bring out the global best practices that could be deployed to address those gaps. To add more quantitative aspects to it, we have also done a detailed modeling. So we have mapped the decarbonization trajectories across various scenarios, various growth scenarios. We have considered 3 growth scenarios for India's trade to kind of emerge in coming 20-30 years. We have also adjusted for the possible improvement in the efficiency going forward. We have mapped multiple transition pathways, and we have also mapped multiple future fuel mixes. There could be different mix of future fuel across the transition pathways that could come into fruition. So all of that was done just to understand from a policy perspective, what are the key drivers that needs to be kept in mind when the policy actions are being drafted. The final policy action, so we basically drafted policy action across 4 policy instruments, the way we call it. So there are two driving policy instruments, which are green regulation and green reporting. There are 2 supporting policy instruments, green finance and green collaboration. And we had 9 policy areas. So they were around green technology, green ships, green recycling, green ports, green fuel, pollution prevention, and social and community development. So the actions were drafted across all the 4 instruments, all the 9 policy areas, and it was across all of these subsegments that belong to these areas. The policies, the policy actions were then analyzed to understand the complexity of the implementation, the low-hanging fruit, the low-hanging policy actions that could be prioritized. We also tried to see the interface between one policy actions to the another. And all of this was used to develop a high-level implementation roadmap. I won't get into this, but we have also kind of proposed intermediate targets that could be considered once it goes for consultation to the wider stakeholder. Well, I'll stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Pranav. The next highlight of the session is something that has the potential to change the landscape of maritime domain expertise and training in India. And it's something that is driven from the top, and as in one of the previous sessions, J.S. Ram had said, which will probably be announced by the Prime Minister as one of our foreign outreach programs. So if CS sir could give an insight to it, and Somit, you can come here for the presentation.
Once again, the project which second one the LR is commissioning is draft
by global opportunities, and the last one would be Maritime Technology Cooperation Center, the MTCC networks, what they target, what they are targeting to achieve, and also how international initiatives of relevance, which would be your Singapore Maritime Institute as well as your Mersk McKinley Center, what are they trying to achieve? So we did not replicate, because every region has its own unique nuances that we need to cover, that we need to address. So that was one of the I would say encouragement, or one of the initiatives that we basically took forward. The next one was about the institutional framework, where we developed the overall, there are multiple verticals under this particular initiative which are supposed to help achieve the focus, the target areas. And the last one was about the high-level roadmap, which would basically tell us how this initiative is supposed to plan out over the next 5 to 6 years, or the forecasting period. Now to very quickly take you through the different verticals that we have to achieve what the target areas are. So the first one would be the BM Smart, or the regional collaboration for the BIMSTEC countries. So that was the first one. The second one is DG Smart, which is digital integration and smart technologies, which would focus on adoption of IoT and AI in the maritime sector. Law Smart, which would focus on enhancing maritime legal expertise in the segment and especially in the region, because as India and the region starts to dominate and grow in the maritime sector, we are going to face a lot of complex legal challenges, and legal expertise is something which has been historically taken a back burner in the maritime sector. So Law Smart is expected to kind of focus on that. The next one is FinSmart, which is supposed to develop sustainable financing mechanisms. InnovSmart, which is expected to drive innovation and technological advancement through R&D. TechSmart, which can be considered as a continuation of InnovSmart, which is about the technologies that are developed and the existing technologies, how can we implement it at scale in real life. CoalSmart, which is focused on international partnership and collaboration. EduSmart, which is focused on enhancing maritime education and skill development. EcoSmart, which is focused on environmental sustainability across the broader maritime domain. And GreenSmart, which is focused on providing maritime-specific sustainable solutions, such as green fuel, green shipping technologies. So these are 10 broad verticals under the initiative, which are supposed to help the initiative drive whatever the targets are and achieve whatever the targets are. Now, in terms of the final segment this initiative is expected to offer, the last part is 2028 to 2030 and beyond, which is basically about expansion and sustainability phase. Here, this initiative is expected to expand into global partnerships, expand the outreach, and also enhance infrastructure with renewable energy and improve operations to meet global standards. So this is the envisaged roadmap for the initiative right now. But we are going to stop at this because there will be a formal unveiling after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumit. The final presentation will be about India's future fuel strategy by IRS. And here we have tried to find out a balanced, non-prejudiced view of what direction India's future fuel strategy will take. So CS sir, if you could expound on that.
Yeah, actually the strategies are required for a country, particularly sectors like maritime, when there is an ambiguity in the future situation. So we are facing such a scenario today. We are not so sure about what kind of fuel is going to lead, what kind of engine is going to be propelled. So there are a lot of confusion within the industry in several sectors regarding that. So each country, based on their strengths and weaknesses, provide strategies and policy directions to their sectors so that they get some kind of edge in that evolving scenario. So this is fully justifiable. And we are also trying in the same aspect from the India. We have got several advantages or several positives in the evolving scenario. There is huge potential for us. At the same time, we have got a lot of challenges. So the investment has to be focused and it should be in a streamlined and judicious manner. So we are, through this document, IRS has tried to evolve into scenario, what could be the fuel scenario in 2030 and 2047, what could be the probable fuel mix, so that it will give an indicative direction for the fuel producers as well as to the ship owners to where to focus on the investment. It will also help the policymakers like us to have a more informed decision on what kind of policy directions are required in an evolving scenario. So I'm not saying that this is the end of this kind of document could be perfect in every sense, because it's still evolving scenario. So this report itself is also a consultative document, and it will be open for public discussions. And based on that, it needs a lot of improvement and further enhancement on the policy structure. So with this, over to you, Ayaz.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, all of you. And this is, as CSR told, it's a consultative document. This is nothing final about what we heard since morning with different speakers speaking about the futuristic fuel and the panelists, the experts talking about. I think we are in line with those fuels, which is ammonia, and green hydrogen. We have touched upon nuclear fuel as well, because this is a post-budget scenario. The nuclear has been given a lot of money importance, even if the technology on board not been developed yet. But I think for the shore power, at least with the small reactors being taken off, these are which are coming to India as well as for coastal ships. So this is one change. Also, we have touched upon carbon capture, even though technology is quite nascent on board, but we have still caught up on carbon capture. If those technologies are in place, the fuel mix scenario is going to change as it is. So that's why it is a consultative document, and my colleague Karan will present a brief outlet of this. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll just continue on with the presentation. As Kabir sir explained, this document aims to answer a lot of questions which were also raised in the morning session today, friends. So this signifies a positive development. Coming to what could be the future, there is a McKinsey report of last year where we can see the demand from the maritime industry as compared to the road transport and the aviation industry is still quite less, but yes, it's quite definite. And consequently, there have been a lot of investments planned, and some of them are in the FID scenario where these fuels could be produced. Now, what could be the million-dollar question, what could be the fuels of the future? For this, there were predictions by the International Energy Agency, IEA, and the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, in 2024 and 2021 respectively. So, if I focus on the IEA 2024, which is we consider more latest or more current, considering the more latest developments, we will typically move from 81% of conventional fossil fuels to 15% by 2050, and while ammonia becomes the fuel of the future, as you can clearly see from the graph. Now coming to what are the options we have on the table. Well, I'll not repeat through all these options because everyone here is probably well aware of these options. But then each of these come with their pros and cons, and whether they are really available in terms of technology, in terms of cost, in terms of the actual production. So all these questions have to be answered, and which is what we have tried to do in this document. Now, what are the emissions which one can get when using different fuels? So as you can see, for example, say methanol or ammonia or hydrogen, it again depends upon the pathway that you take. It is not like green all the time. If you are using hydrogen produced from SMR, the steam methane reforming, it is actually even a bad polluter compared to the usual fossil fuels. So we obviously need to take the well-to-wake emissions into account, and we need to consider how the fuels are made, and that will finally translate into the policy. Now, what are the status? What is the current status of how the world stands? We see we have LNG as the forerunner. Obviously, it helps in cutting down other emissions such as NOx, SOx, and even the particulate matter emissions as well. But we also see methanol growing, and we also see LPG ships growing, which are mostly the LPG carriers. And in the future, we can see carbon capture technologies coming up, battery power coming up, as well as wind-assisted propulsion. So yes, there are a host of technologies which we see upcoming in the future. Now, the question here is that, okay, how does it affect India? And what is the situation for the Indian fleet? So we have a dedicated chapter on this where we see the India-specific conditions, and we have analyzed the ship fleet, we have analyzed the fuel consumption, we have also projected the energy demand for the future, assuming certain scenarios. For example, we have 3 typical scenarios lined up. In one, we have the conventional scenario, which we have based on the IEA, and then we have derived 2 ancillary scenarios, 2 and 3, based upon certain situations, for example, whether carbon capture could pick up in the future and how it could affect the energy landscape in India. So all these things you will be able to see in detail in the report. We have given a preliminary projection of what could be the fuel demand in terms of million tons for various type of fuels in 2030, 2050. Again, these numbers will need to be seen by the industry stakeholders, and there will be refinements planned to these. What would be the costs? So there are a lot of models which project the cost, but there is a report regarding the upgradation of port infrastructure, fleet modernization, logistics and inland waterways, research and development and training, which I earlier mentioned. And finally, we come to the final roadmap, which is expected to give a coherent answer, or at least put an option on the table for further discussion by all the stakeholders, and of course we can refine it as we go along. The first part is the most important part, which I just talked about, the integrated and focused policy frameworks. All stakeholders should be having a say in this, and we need to ensure that we come up with something which is easily implementable and which is possible to be used by all the stakeholders in India. Identify on the fuel mix, the right fuel mix that we already have shown in the report. We of course have to step up our production. For that we gave a prediction of how much quantities could be required by the Indian fleet. Develop bunkering and supply chains, establish the green models, the financial models for green shipping, incentivize the production of green fuels. Training is of course going to be an important element of all this, so definitely we have to increase our capacity building, and we don't have to do it alone. We have to collaborate internationally because we have expertise in different parts of the world and we have to leverage that. We can develop green corridors in India. This is also discussed. How to go about the fleet modernization, because yes, some of our fleet is going to be old by the time we reach 2050, and even some of it is old, is aging as of now. So how do we approach this? How do we approach the development of green infrastructure at the ports? And another important thing is the safety and regulatory framework. So we have to establish a framework for this as well. And of course, we have to continually keep on monitoring what we are doing and whether we are achieving the targets or not. So there is a section on monitoring and review of future fuel strategy. So in summary, it's of course a consultative document as mentioned by CS sir, and we expect views and a lot of views from the industry stakeholders from various aspects on how to improve this and probably finalize this. In terms of what IRS has already been doing, people may be aware here, but then we have the Kochi Water Metro, the Cochin Shipyard, hydrogen fuel cell ferry, GRSE electric ferries, and Ambuja Cement biofuels. We have worked on all these. I'll not repeat the slide because this was already described in the morning. And this is what the budget, which was projected around 2 weeks back by the finance minister, which provides a lot of encouragement for the shipbuilding as well as the ship operating sector in India. And one thing can be noted here is the upcoming rise of the nuclear, which probably could really revolutionize our Indian shipping, provided it is really going to take place. And then of course we have we are celebrating our 50th anniversary as well as we note that the DG Shipping is also celebrating the 75th anniversary, and we remain committed to the growth of shipping and of course helping all stakeholders as much as possible. So with this, I hope on my presentation, and we invite you for all your views on the report which will be released. Thank you.
Thank you, Karan. Just I wanted to emphasize one more thing. We have taken great effort in learning, seeing our fleet, our Indian fleet, which are running on coastal as well as the Indian waterways. So we have a lot many data available, and accordingly we have defined or devised the fuel strategy on that. So please have a look at the chapter 2. Okay, that's very important for concerning India. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Anirudh, when you are ready for the next session, please alert me.
So we have some time for the next session. If the mementos need to be given, can I request Sanjeev Mehra to...
Okay, I'll just ask one or two questions from them. So, first question to start from Kavi yourself itself. I saw your report and all, it's very impressive. But I just want to know, if I am a ship owner, what kind of a ship I should pitch for? What kind of fuel I should go for? Simple.
Sir, as you got it short, we have been approached, as a class, we have been approached. I think the owners must have studied that, and we have approached for methanol fuel ships, fuel vessels, methanol fuel, because what they consider is till 2030, it is going to be green methanol and biofuel. Because ammonia, green ammonia we talk of, it's not matured, engines are not matured. Even hydrogen also, you are aware of that, the engine, even the IC engine has not been developed. So methanol engines are already developed, so people are going for methanol. So this is, if you say till 2030 is going to be methanol, and people can go for methanol fuel ships because engines are yet available, and once we have the infrastructure, bunkering infrastructure, worldwide it is available, I suppose, but India we are lacking on that. Once we have the infrastructure available, I think methanol fuel ship can run on coastal and as well as internationally also. Thanks, sir.
But I think you want to add something?
Yes, so it's a very interesting question, and to be very frank, there is no one answer to it. And I think we have been working with a lot of clients, and this is the common question whenever we meet the CXOs, like what we should order. And I think there is a lot of uncertainty around it. And my personal experience, and I think what we have been commenting on this particular question is, I believe it will be a basket of fuel, not one fuel which is going to, lead in future. I think every fuel has their advantage and disadvantage. Done good, rather than removing it and develop something unique and something new. And second is, as we can see, I think a lot of these policies have been developed in silos. So the whole idea of this policy is to bring everything together and have an integrated policy. And an important factor which we have brought in through this policy is a benchmarking, which is very important because there are, as I said, there are a lot of uncertainties. Nobody has a silver bullet at this stage. So we need to learn and start learning from the economies like Norway, Singapore. So we did a benchmarking. We have a team across the globe. We work together, and based on the discussions, experience we have identified the areas which can be adopted in Indian market, and we have identified those areas of improvements. And I think for me, I think the important thing as a next step is to get a buy-in from all the key stakeholders and start implementing. And implementation would not happen in one go, I believe. So we have to, that's why we have prepared a roadmap. So there are a few low-hanging fruits which probably can be taken first, and then slowly we have to build upon on those things. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, last question to you. I think you said that you have compared with so many other policies and guidelines. So I think you are in the learning exercise for the last 6 months on different policies of the different countries. But India is unique in several ways. In whichever way you look at it, there is a difference Indian context. So compare with various other policies. How this policy will be specifically tailor-made for Indian context?
Okay, so there are two aspects. So when we started working on this, we looked into all the policies which we already have, and since we have been operating in this market from long time, almost 150 years now. So we know the market, and we have been working with different stakeholders across the value chain. So we have taken inputs based on that, and based on our experience, we also looked at the other policies which are available. As I said, what we did try to map some of the advantages and some of the actual lessons what we have seen from different countries and different policies, and we have also tried to capture some of the things which can be tailor-made for India. So it's not only bringing benchmarking and best practices from outside. We have also suggested some of the pointers which probably would be the first, where India probably will have a first mover advantage, which has not been done yet anywhere in the world. And if India succeed to do that, I think the other countries will follow India. So I think that's what I would say.
Thank you very much. Anirudh, I think we are okay? I think some questions were there supposed to be yes, please.
So thank you. I know we are a crunch of time, so I'll keep it very brief. My name is Arjun Mehta. I'm from the green hydrogen industry. I represent an industry association called GH2 India. We're trying to bring the entire green hydrogen ecosystem in one place. So my question is, to any of the panelists. Given two major challenges in India, one is on the fiscal levies, whether it's the GST or the taxation and the duties as such for, in the ports. And the second is the proximity to, let's say, Colombo or Fujairah and Dubai or Singapore as such. What are the chances of Indian ports becoming big fuel bunkers for, let's say, global shipping routes? Are we really looking at, the Indian positions and, given the taxation as well as the the geological location of India, given these two challenges? And the response to that is that are the policy papers recommending lowering the taxation at all to make India competitive when it comes to a fuel bunker in the global space? Thank you.
Thanks.
Easy this way.
Thank you. Anyone wants to respond? Basically, he was asking me about the prospects of bunkering in India compared with Singapore and other stations. And he is highlighting on the issue basically on the taxation, which is the main restricting point for the bunkering development. You want to respond, Kabi?
Thank you, sir, for that question. We have tried to answer it in the future fuel strategy, but you may note that these questions have already been discussed in detail in the MAKV, the Maritime Amritkal India Vision. So we did not try to repeat much of that, but rather get inspired by the points there. So you will not find specific proposals for the government that reduce taxation by etc., etc. But then these documents, if you go to the MAKV or the MIV, they discuss in detail about what should be the policies, how India can become a future fuel bunkering destination. So probably the answer lies in those policies. Thank you.
I will answer to your question. See, the taxation is an issue in the current scenario. But I feel the main restricting for us of now, we are comparing with the bunkering scenario of the fossil-driven fuels as of now. Certainly, Singapore and the countries, other places have got a huge advantages because of their historical advantages, because they have been developed over decades of time. There is a taxation advantage and all other things. So you please do not compare the bunkering scenario, which is going to be after 5 to 10 years, which is as of now in Singapore. Because with the green fuel, you are almost starting in a green slate, where India has got several advantages compared with any other sector. Ultimately, it is who is going to provide it at the cheapest rate. So if we are able to provide it at the cheapest rate, no matter what kind of taxation will come up, we have got a huge advantages. And the bunkering is one of the primary, infrastructure development is one of the primary objectives of our government. And as you know, the 3 of the hydrogen hubs which is developed is with an objective of exporting the green hydrogen and its derivative fuels. Naturally, the bunkering also will come through. But definitely, bunkering requires for green fuel huge amount of investment, particularly to make its supply chain demand requirements. So I'm sure this is one of the priority areas for the government. And if I'm not, I don't know whether he has seen it, but if I have the first glance on your report, I think it specifically explains the requirement to be addressed for developing the bunkering in Indian coasts. Thank you.
You must be aware of also, we are a supplier nation, bunker supplier nation. 93% we are supplying and 7%, 6 to 7%, just we are consuming for our domestic trade or coastal trade. So this is all, because we are supplier nation, so we have to think about that. The policy that we have described in our document based on that only, okay? And the infrastructure development. Yep.
Yeah.
So I have a question, sir. The lesson learned means like marine is an industry in itself, and there are other industries like on land and things like that. So there are lessons learned in sustainability which is being done at land in terms of new innovations, which is giving a lot of sustainability advantage and edges. Means I can take an example of transport on land. And of course, this is one of them also to decarbonize in the marine world. But similarly, with ships as well, those lessons learned can be adopted to, in terms of regulatory, my question is more on the regulatory side, how open is the marine world in terms of adopting those in the same corollary? Of course, these are huge ships and all. In terms of innovation, that has been adopted into the other sectors, let me say it that way. How can this conclave help over there? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I will answer to that question. See, particularly if you are telling that the best practices from the other areas, other sectors which is already in practice in India, why can't it be brought into the regulatory framework of the maritime sector? If that is a concern, let me answer to you. See, the shipping has got its unique status as far as the greenhouse gas emission is concerned. Because the entire thing, if you are seeing the all other land-based sectors, it is controlled through the UNFCCC and its guidelines. So on the other hand, in case of shipping, it is a different ball game altogether. It is completely given to international regulatory framework to be developed through the International Maritime Organization. Ultimately, whatever we said and done, our ship have to be accepted across the globe. If they are going there, is it US, it has to be accepted. If it is Singapore, it has to be accepted, vice versa. So in effect, no matter whatever the best practices are there, ultimately our ships or reality is that it is regulatory driven through a globalized regulatory framework. So whatever, it is not that it is they are shutting their eyes towards the best practices. The IMO is a highly professional agency. They are looking not only to India in several sectors, the best practices. We also have the right to bring it to that. And this is the right time when the means the regulations are made in an international scenario, get into that and correct it. So this is what the message I think we should carry forward to the evolving scenario. Instead of following something, we should try to set the agenda. As you said, if we have the best practices, try to make this in the global scenario and get it adopted across the globe. That is the only way in the shipping can sustain. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think time is up. Chucky, I think we'll close.
Can I invite Sanjeev Mehra sir to present the mementos to the panelists? Sanjeev Mehra sir, memento to CS sir. Memento to Ambrish Bansal. May I CS sir to present the memento to Ambrish Bansal from LR? May I request CS sir to present the memento to Pranav? May I request sir to present the memento to Somit Somapatim from LR? Can I request CS sir to present the memento to Mr. Devrup Kabi from IRS? And to Mr. Karan Doshi from IRS. Thank you, sirs, for this enlightening session. We will now move on, hand over to the MC while we wait for the policymakers session.
Sure. We'd also request all of you all to join us for a group picture, please, along with your mementos. Thank you very much, Mr. Anirudh, Chucky, and all the panelists. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the last two sessions, which is the 9th and the 10th one, would be merged, bearing in mind that we're really running late. The next session, ladies and gentlemen, probably the first time in my career when I call a blueprint a green blueprint for the Maritime India. The policymakers leading the change, and to kick off the session, may I please invite Shri Kili Mohan Rao, the Principal Officer of MMD, to please come up ahead and lead the session. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar, good evening. Today we have a session on Green Blueprint on Maritime India, Policy Makers Leading the Change. Policy makers' primary role is to identify societal issues, analyze the potential solutions, and create plans or policies to address those issues, essentially acting as the driving force behind implementing changes through legislation, regulations, or other means, aiming to improve public welfare and navigate competing interests within the community or society. Today, we are honored to have with us the Honorable Additional Secretary, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, Shri Rajesh Kumarji, IAS, as a chair of this session. May I request Shri Rajesh Sinha to come on dais, please. Mr. Jackie, please escort. May I request Shri Shyam Jagannathan ji, IAS, Director General of Shipping, Exceptional Additional Secretary to Government of India, is the co-chair of this session. May I request Dr. Malini Shankar, IAS, Vice Chancellor, Indian Maritime University, former Director General of Shipping. Oh, sorry, she is not it. Okay. May I request Captain Binesh Kumar Tyagi, Chairman and Managing Director of the Shipping Corporation of India, as a panel member. Please come on dais, sir. May I request Sri Arun Sharma ji, Executive Chairman, IRS. May I request you, sir, to come on dais. May I request Captain Ajad, Nautical Advisor to the Government of India. Please come on dais, sir. Please lead the session as a convener. Sir, Captain Ajay, sir, please.
Yeah, good evening to all the panelists and the participants. I think Dr. Malini Madam will join shortly. Namaskar. We will start the session. I think since morning we are hearing various speeches from the experts, panel discussions on green shipping, what will be the strategy for India, how we will have to move forward to achieve the target set by the Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047 document towards Vikshit Bharat. Now all the participants are eagerly waiting to hear from the leaders and the policy makers, chairmen of Indian Register of Shipping also. We have Additional Secretary, sir, from the Ministry of Shipping and Director General of Shipping and Chairman and Managing Director, Shipping Corporation of India and Chairman of Executive Chairman, IRS and Vice Chancellor, Indian Maritime University, ma'am, will be joining shortly. Without wasting much time, I just wanted to say that our Amritkal Vision document is very clear. So Government of India's vision is to
Good afternoon. It's a privilege for me to participate with the distinguished panelists here. They are policy makers, and I also happen to be in the team with them. And also very esteemed participants, experts of the sector, the players of the sector. If somebody asks me what is a policy making, we have a very recent, not very recent, but a document in the ministry, we call it Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. It's a vision document which I generally say, and it has been accepted also, that this is not a document prepared by the ministry. This is a document prepared by the sector given to itself. Every chapter of that vision document, it was prepared before I joined the ministry, but every chapter, almost every para, almost every sub-para of that appears that it has been deliberated a lot. Not once and twice, but maybe multiple, many-fold times it has been discussed, deliberated, and then it has come into the policy paper. So a document that you give to yourself, that's a policy. Similarly, the Maritime India Vision 2030, which was a document preceding this document, that also was the same. We are currently in the process of, in the morning session I pointed out, we are currently in the process of preparing policy, going through the process of approval for 4 pillars of shipping, including shipbuilding, ship repair, capacity expansion, capability development, and other policy reforms, including legislative reforms. These are all policy papers. And again, as I said, all have been prepared not in a day or overnight or in a month. At least each policy has been discussed with the concerned stakeholders at least 10 times, at least. I have been part of that. One of these is Maritime Development Fund, the other is Shipbuilding Financial Assistance Policy, the credit note. So the stakeholders, we get some lot of inspiration from what is happening in other parts of the world where the policy has succeeded in helping sector grow, maritime sector grow. What are those policies? What were those interventions? How long those interventions were there? What magnitude of the interventions were taken up? All have gone into framing the current proposals of whether it is Maritime Development Fund, whether it is Shipbuilding Financial Assistance Policy, or credit note policy, or capacity expansion of the yards, addition of infrastructure at existing yards, addition of infrastructure at ports, all have gone into that. One recent example was Green Tech Transition Program or Harit Port Policy. Some of the policy which I have noticed require very cross-cutting discussions. They are not linear. One such thing we are doing with the TERI. We have a center of excellence there. We are working with them, and they have delivered a lot of interventions, lot of projects that we have entrusted to them. They're working on that. Similarly, we have set up another center which is more on the strategy dialogues. Strategy and dialogue. 2 different centers we are working with. We are working with another center for maritime economy and connectivity. It's a center that we have set up last year. And also working with another forum for creating an international level dialogue. All aimed towards making public policy. The panelist today, Madam has been DG Shipping. She is looking after the skilling and upskilling of seafarers. In fact, making them become seafarers. And also from the shipping side, we have the only thing which, again, I'm repeating, probably I'm at the cost of repetition, but let me say this. We have very minuscule shipping size, very minuscule. Whether it is shipping in terms of flags or shipbuilding in terms of work at the shipyards. And it seems to be a paradox. Recently, I was presenting somewhere about policy on the shipbuilding. So they said that, Aapka I said, yes. They are busy, engaged, not free, but they produce small. Our capacity is 1 million GT, annual capacity. We produce 50,000 GT of ships. Even if we produce 1 million, 100% of capacity output is there. Even then we are, in terms of global rankings, will still be somewhere near 15 or 14, 15th rank, as on today. So whatever capacity we have, our production sizes are very small. But shipyards are busy, engaged. But on the other hand, this seems to be a bleak line, but if you look at the brighter side of this, the shipyards make small ships for export. So it looks to be very good. But if you look at the value of those export orders, it's not very high. And if you look at the input cost for that export orders, then your net income becomes very negligible. One example is a shipyard is annually exporting about 280 crore worth of ships. But in order to produce those 280 crore worth of ship, they import 200 crore worth of various components, parts, steel, etc., etc. So net foreign exchange earning is very minuscule. This again looks very bleak. So what is the way out? How do we proceed? That is the challenge for policy. Should shipyards be producing ships and exporting? Or should shipyards be producing big ships, competing with the big shipbuilding nations? So this is another dimension of policy making. This same formula doesn't apply to every country. It varies from country to country. What we need in India, why we need shipbuilding in India, apart from the flags and this thing. Maybe because my argument is it's a big employment multiplier, 6.4. Some other country may not argue this, but we argue this. Other countries are making autonomous vessels. So it means employment level goes down there. And we are producing the autonomous vessel and supplying to that country. Should autonomous vessels be made for India also? A policy question. How beneficial it will be for India if we produce autonomous vessels. So these are the policy level challenges that we make. And I'm sure in today's panel, the experts are there, more experts, they are more knowledgeable about the sector than I am. So certainly the discussion will be very enlightening for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I think you have shown the mirror to us and the audience. You have clearly explained the challenges. But as most of us believe, the challenges give bigger opportunities. So without wasting much time, I request respected ma'am, ex-DG and Malini Shankar, ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Indian Maritime University, to give your remarks to start the discussion, ma'am, the policy making.
Thank you very much. R&D is not easy, but R&D is essential. Essential for a university, essential for the sector, essential to realize the ambitious goals that MIV 2030 and MAK 2047 has set for the sector and for the country. Now, I will just say, how do we strengthen this policy? especially in relationship to green shipping. I think that's a context in which I would just like to place 2 points. The MIV 2030, MAK 2047 is an enabling policy, but how do we translate it? What are the initiatives we have to take to ensure that it goes in the direction of achieving the ambitious goals? One is, this is something which we do for the maritime sector, but there is something called osmosis and cross-pollination of ideas. You cannot say this innovation is only for shipping. It has to be across some of the related sectors like transport, manufacture, and commerce. Here, I will just point out one thing. When we ask why ships are not built here, apart from the financial, I will not look at the financials and the financing institutions and their challenges. But one of the reasons said is we do not manufacture many of the components. We do not manufacture propellers. Now that's very high precision equipment, but we do not even manufacture components and spares, which are essential to ensure that the ships are built in time. So this policy should actually connect with sectors like manufacturing and commerce. In this connection, we facilitated one interaction between the shipyard and the manufacturers, the small MSMEs which are willing to get into this. So that's one thing I would like to just flag. The other thing is to create an R&D ecosystem. Takes a lot of effort and a lot of time. And this effort and time, you cannot focus it only for seagoing ships. In a conference that I attended in Singapore,
draft which is today being released, and we would look forward for all inputs because there are issues towards which should be the right way forward. The second thing we have done in partnership with the IRS is put out a future fuels strategy for Indian maritime. Now that again is a consultative draft on what probably should, and we are also very well aware that India being a seafaring nation, the just transition would have to happen in whatever technology transition is happening. So a detailed project report on what we are pitching as the Indian Ocean Region Center of Excellence at the same location as where the Maritime Training Institute of the Shipping Corporation of...
So now that they will get the benefit of getting long access to infrastructure funds, long-term loans at low cost. One issue, so I would go straight to perhaps my first question would go to Mr. Arun Sharma. Perhaps you would like to sir talk about the the challenges faced in transitioning of fuels, the new fuels, and the infrastructure in respect of that. If you can just spend about 5 minutes on that, it would be helpful, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Devli. Respected Sinha ji, respected Shyam Jagannathan ji, distinguished panelists on the dais. I think today's conclave has been a very interesting one. Of course, we have been running short of time, running behind time, and hence the need to really speed up. All I would like to say today is that we will, when we talk about the green shipping, I think if you see in the last 160 years, the shipping industry has seen two super cycles. The first was in the 1800s when you had the transitioning from sail to steam. And the second one was in the 1940s, it almost lasted 40 years, where the shipping was mainly on the augmentation of bulk shipping and containerization. Today's actually the current change has been primarily triggered by complex technology and also a cleaner maritime transport. I think today is the time to really think, because we have had some discussions on green fuels. There is still not much of clarity on what would be the fuel of the future. But one thing is certain, that if the shipping industry renews its fleet in the next about 20 years, with the current radical technology which is available today and the fuels which are being talked about for net zero, I think it will be the largest and the most significant transition ever since the shipping moved from sail to steam. About 15 to 20% reduction in the GHG emissions is the LNG. We'll also compete with the LPG and for the smaller vessels probably the CNG. Gives you the comfort level because we have been using LNG as a fuel on quite a few ships, and some of the dual fuel engines are providing the second fuel as LNG. There is talk about ammonia. We are still not sure on the toxicity part of it. There is talk about the biofuels. The availability is an issue and this so-called scalability. The green hydrogen still seems to be a long way away because of the complexity of the manufacturing hydrogen. Amongst all this, I think the one fuel which is suddenly making is the nuclear fuel. In fact, however strange it may sound, but as the Indian Register, we have been in touch with at least one person, or rather one company who is into nuclear fuel research for shipping, and the noise you hear from them seems to be quite positive. They really call it not nuclear, but the new nuclear. And they were saying that primarily it was our traditional unease with the word nuclear that we were not looking seriously at the nuclear fuels. Really not getting into details, I would just say that while this company is making its presence felt by presentations and various dialogues with ship owners, IMO, International Atomic Energy Agency, the real thing to be looked at is that nuclear is available, it is scalable, and it is quite safe, because now we have moved away, as per them, from the uranium-235 to the thorium-based molten salt reactors. And that, I think, is something which everybody is now looking at, including both in Europe and in America. And actually, just a couple of days back, the chief of ABS made a statement that there will be no net zero carbon without nuclear fuels. I think that becomes, you call it something very new on the radar, you call it something which has come as an outlier into the thing, and I think we need to also start taking nuclear fuel as a part of the discussion, if not in this conclave, going forward. I think with that, I would like to thank all of you on the fuels. But the other thing which I cannot be really speaking as a class, but I heard today morning that our percentage of cargo being carried on Indian bottoms is about 5 to 6%, which earlier I used to hear was about 8% or 9%. Historically
it's been
long, is it? So it's even less?
No,
much more, is it? Okay.
Historically, the data has always been.
Shipbuilding, I think we are very, very low. In shipbuilding, ship repair, where I remember in the 80s, mid-80s, we used to do fair amount of voyage repairs in India. Today, I don't think anybody is doing that in India. I think we need to relook at that. The policy changes are required there, actually, ship repair and shipbuilding, especially with respect to documentation, customs, immigrations, import of components, facilitating faster import of components for repairs. I think that is something we need to look at from the policy front. I think with that, I would leave the rest to the eminent speakers. Thank you all so much. Thank you for giving me a chance.
Thank you, sir. So I'll just clarify on this market share, sir. What figures are floated is in respect of the total cargo of imports, etc. But what we get access is to FOB. And therefore, the real answer is to look at the FOB cargo. And in the FOB cargo, illustratively, sir, in the crude, we carry anywhere between 33 to 37%. In terms of gas, we are at about 43. But when it is CI, yeah, slightly more. But this is why we keep saying that CIF, CFR should not be promoted, because we never get a chance to participate in that business. Whereas the whole idea of FOB, if you look at fertilizer, 99% is all CIF, CFR. So we carry almost no cargo, sir. So thank you, sir, for that talk about nuclear fuel. But while fuel still remains an uncertainty, what is certain, as they say, is debt and duty. And in that context, levies, MBMs are a certainty that a ship owner is going to face in the near future. It is important, therefore, that India forms an opinion and is able to decide where it should be standing on its MBMs. And I would invite Mr. Bharat Sheth to please talk about and give us your views on MBMs, where you feel we should be and what should be India's position on that.
Thank you, Anil. Good evening. I guess it is evening, yeah. I notice in this green shipping, all the bottles are green. So that's probably, I don't know if it's intentional or not intentional, but it's obviously. So anyways, let's start. So first of all, we are all getting hysterical about this green shipping. But I'm sure a lot of you are aware that shipping is actually already the least polluting of all transportation sectors. And also it is the least polluting from many, many industries put together. And I was just picking up some data the other day that shipping globally emits less than 3% of the total CO2 GHG emissions that are worked on. So having said that, I think shipping is way ahead of many industries to begin with. Now the question is, I know there is this big debate going on levy versus global sustainable fuels. And I think if we just rewind a bit, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, but in my opinion, either of the two options are not the best for Indian shipping. And I'll tell you why. The average age of the Indian shipping fleet is a little in excess of 20 years, right? And we have looked at, and we just simulated multiple voyages to see what happens even if you go for the cheapest option, which is either a $30 levy or, you just pay for the delta factor between your fuel and the global sustainable fuel. Even then, what will really happen is that Indian shipping or a lot of the ships will have to scrap well before the current average age of scrapping. And that will become a big problem for a lot of owners, because a lot of owners don't have the liquidity to go out and invest in the newer fuels. And prices are really, really high today in any event. So then, as Mr. Sharma already mentioned, Indian share of shipping of Indian cargoes is already less. It'll become significantly less. So in my view, there is a better solution, which is that we've really got to create a public opinion or a forum that can get a lot of the stakeholders, which is the shippers, the charterers, and the receivers, to think about reducing the speed at which ships are currently run. And we just did a simulation on our fleet, and I can share some of that data here. So last year, we ran our ships at an average speed of 12.2, 12.3 knots. And if we were to just reduce that speed by 1 knot and make it, say, 11, 11 and a half, because beyond a point you can't reduce speeds. So let's say we just brought it down to 11, 11 and a half knots. That itself reduces emissions by approximately 15%. That itself. But for this, you need the whole ecosystem. We cannot unilaterally decide that we will run our ships at 11 or 11 and a half knots, because you've got the whole supply chain. You've got the shippers sometimes putting pressure on you. You've got the charterers, you've got the receivers. So we need everyone to be on the same page. What we also notice often is we are told, please reach the port by so-and-so date. So we reach the port by so-and-so date. Then we've got a waiting of 2-3 weeks because there are ullage issues or there are credit issues. The receiver is not able to pay the payments, on customs duty, etc., etc. And we've seen this happen globally, right? So it's nothing to do with India, but on a global basis, so often our ships are waiting. Who has gained by us having performed a voyage at a higher speed? There's no gain, right? I mean, the ship owner might get some demurrage, but that's not important here. So I think this, to me, is the least expensive and the most optimized option. The other options that are currently being discussed, and as we speak, I think all of you are aware there's an IMO meeting going on in London, and I'm sure that some solution will get found, but in my opinion, whatever solution is found is not going to be good for Indian shipping. So I think India has got to stand up and carve out what is in India's interest. And as we know, you have a new US administration which is looking at US interest, and quite rightly so. So I think we should be first concerned about India's interest and not spend time thinking, you know, is it good for the, I mean, yeah, we are a global citizen, so that's obviously relevant, but India's interests must be beyond any other interest. That's what I feel.
Thank you. Thank you, Bharat. So we'll just switch from fuel, MBMs, to looking at, as and when this happens, what is one going to do in respect of training? What is one looking at in respect of commercial policies? What would one ship owner look at in respect of policies that would promote the usage of ESD and other technological devices, and especially the training of manpower, because we are a manpower supplying nation. And therefore my question would be to Dr. Sujata Nayak. Perhaps you could share your views on, you know, what you think we should be doing when it comes to training, manpower. You want to use this? Yeah, please. Yeah, please come.
A very good evening to all and to the esteemed people on the panel. It's an honor to be here to say a few words and to share my thoughts. So I did hear your question, Anil, but I would like to take the liberty of saying a few things before we narrow it down to, you know, the points that you brought up. We're all here talking about green shipping today. But let's not also forget that the entire green movement is started from industries and areas which are not even related to shipping, and it is a mindset that we all need to have before we can even narrow it down to shipping. And I feel that the shipping industry per se, keeping this mindset live, can contribute in many ways to greening and to going green without even actually, before we even get into specific shipping things, whether it is in our offices, whether it is on our ships. And I think basic things about bringing about awareness among everybody in our industry on green and going green is very important. There are various little projects that we've done over the years, whether it is the use of paper, using energy and water appropriately, recycling, just our lifestyle changes. And if we first inculcate that into our daily lives for everybody, I think doing what we want to do in shipping becomes easier. The measures that we have, that need to be taken for going green, kind of can be grouped into three areas. One is actually cutting emissions, and that is really what a lot about this is all about. And there are a lot of technical experts here, so I'm not even going to try to give my two piece on this. But beyond cutting emissions, adapting to climate change is a huge, again, an endeavor that we as an industry can be taking, which will help in going green. So it's not all just about cutting emissions, it's adapting to the climate change. And there also, I think we have areas under our belt which can, where we can take all these adaptive measures. And I'm going to say some small things, they may sound irrelevant, but I think they're very relevant in the bigger picture today. Things like planting trees, or when we are developing ports, when we are making bridges and roads, we have to adapt and make roads which are going to, over time, be more, can tolerate higher temperatures, etc. We are working on the coastlines in shipping. One big area of promoting or adapting is global mangrove protection. This is another area that we, as part of what we are doing in the green, Go Green, can definitely be under our belt, and I think we should look at that. The third area is obviously financing, and it is very heartening to know what has been put out in this year's budget, but I think that comes with an even greater responsibility for everybody on how this money is spent, making sure that at the end of the day it's spent on something that we're actually going to get good return on investments. So I think we have to very carefully chalk out what we're going to spend on. I think it's very important, and I think some of this was already said, but in all these endeavors where we try to make policy changes, where we try to do things which are new and different, there are many stakeholders typically involved. And without having an in-depth understanding, anyway, shipping is a difficult industry. It's a very different industry. It has many different things that most laymen would not know, most industries find different in the shipping. I think it becomes very important for us to have a very good involvement of stakeholders in anything that we are doing, back and forth. I will always remember, and this is just to kind of bring home the point of how stakeholders' involvement makes a big difference. When we went through COVID time, the shipping industry, the Ministry of Shipping and the DG's office, what they did in those months, which was so challenging, was beyond what most countries were able to put out. And it is because there was continuous involvement of stakeholders. I mean, I really commend the Ministry of Shipping and DG's office, what they did in those days of COVID and how we set forward policies and how we were able to do crew changes and the various things that happened during that time. So the stakeholder involvement was, and I think that was a part of the reason why there was such success in everything that came out in terms of various policies and how we survived the COVID period. As some of you know, I wear many hats. I've had a past life which is not shipping, and I think I'm very grateful for all these experiences in my life because I think I bring sometimes a few different thoughts to the table, and it's just working on a different platform sometimes. And therefore, I feel happy to be able to share some of these thoughts. In the entire green shipping arena, there is talk of a lot of innovations that need to be put out there. We must not forget that as much as we have senior people who are experienced, if we are not going to tap our youth, who are a wealth of knowledge and with the greatest ideas, I mean, we in INSA have this technical paper presentation, and for those, some of you here in this audience have been part of that, those presentations. Some of the papers presented by the students have been amazing. So I would very much urge that the youth is pulled into any innovation and R&D projects that the government is looking at. Skill development is an area where there is a tremendous scope today in the green movement, because there are so many new things that are going to be happening. For that to happen, we have to first train our faculty. So that needs to happen. There needs to be quality education being given. And more importantly, for people to be interested in participating in these kind of skills, there's got to be placement with good or decent salary jobs at the end of this. I think this is an important piece if we are looking to develop our manpower in new areas of green shipping. So we must please attend to that. There are issues like the methanol, for example, can be very dangerous, and safety issues are tremendous. In our training, this is what we want to always impart, that safety is first. And this could be something that we need to take forward to inculcate safety into our seafarers and our students. So a huge amount of effort needs to be put on that front. On alternate fuels, there should be government-aided research projects across the country, and these are platforms that must get used. We have some amazing experts by way of our faculties and all of the training institutes across the country. It would be amiss if we did not put them to use for our projects that we need to develop in green shipping. Training institutes can be used again as a platform for example, let's say there's going to be different engines which are going to work or be working on methanol. Institutes are going to require engines placed in their workshops, which are methanol engines, on which they can give training. I think the investment in training will need to be huge for us to be able to put out manpower that is going to be able to cope with the new changes that are going to come about. Curriculum always to me is a problem, because it takes for years for curriculum to actually change in any institute. Forget shipping, in all kinds of industries. And we need to move faster on this. For example, there's nuclear energy that was talked about. That needs to get incorporated into our curriculum. And many other things will need to get incorporated into the curriculum. Collaboration with other industries. It's not only the shipping people or the maritime people who are going to be part of this whole green movement. Chemical engineers, structural engineers, and various other industries need to be brought in, and collaborations with them need to happen. I think I've covered most of what I wanted to say. I may have deviated from the usual talk of fuels and other commercial things, but I think these are the things that I feel can also help us go closer to the green movement and green shipping if these points are attended to all. Thank you.
I once again apologize for this intervention. We will continue with the session, but in anticipation for the Minister Sir's visit, we need to create one gap in between. No, that's it.
Okay. So meanwhile, thank you, Sujata, for those inputs. You touched about innovation, and that was something that I was going to ask Subha to talk about, technology, innovation, having younger ships, age norms, shipbuilding, and ship owning. How do you look at that? Your views, your thoughts on that? If you want to use the dais, or yeah, thank you.
Good evening. First of all, we are indeed grateful that Ajay Sukumaranji has given us the opportunity and set the whole thing up. Actually, he chased half of us out of South Bombay and put us here, and I came all the way from Chennai. So I'm good for everything. Thank you. I just want to touch upon a few things what Mr. Arun Sharma said. I think nuclear fuel is one of the solutions going forward. This is what I hear in Japan, in the yards and in the conferences. And I had a brief interaction at a Quad meeting between India and Japan where nuclear fuel was spoken about. To touch what Mr. Bharat Sheth said about the MBMs, there's a snippet. Maersk Line, the container service, which operates on one specific route from North-South Atlantic into India. When they transit through the Gibraltar, they stopped one particular port, which is Algeciras, and they shifted to Morocco because they didn't want to pay that levy. So this is a serious thing. It's not just not for India, it's a concern for everybody that there is a cost that is going up. There is something about Sujata, what she said about the forests. As we speak, MOL and Marubeni are getting into a joint venture, are forming a company into India, buying 10,000 hectares of land to develop forests in India. And they want to create out of that carbon credit, they want to sell it or retire to people of their customers. So there are people who are thinking of alternate ways to trap this emissions issue and see how best they can work on. Because alternate fuels is a little complicated. It still remains complicated. There are safety issues, like Sujata rightly said, whether it is methanol. Methanol, a Formula One driver, actually caught fire in a fire suit, and nobody could see it. And he said, I'm on fire, I'm on fire. Nobody could see it. They started laughing, what fire? Then suddenly someone realized that he was speaking the truth, and they actually took the suit off him. That is methanol. Ammonia in a contained atmosphere on a ship is good, but to put ammonia into the engine room, where there are people going to be there, even if it's in a contained atmosphere, is not that simple, because MPA themselves say that if you were to have ammonia bunkering, you have to go out to OPL. They're not going to allow ammonia bunkering in Singapore IPL. So there are safety issues, there are hazards. We are very concerned. Climate change is happening. Something will happen. We just do not know what. We like Mr. Bharat Sheth rightly said, do we need to take a pause? Do we need to spend a little time on how to go forward on this? But this is what I just wanted to touch upon first. The second point on the age norms, which has been a major discussion, this was actually driven during the COVID. We had multiple discussions with the incumbent DG's office at that time. Mr. Bharat Sheth was the one who led the initiative. It is after a lot of discussion within INSA, and we, like he rightly said, we're also looking at small ship owners. We would like everybody. I mean, this is for the world. I mean, this is for Lok Kalyan. We have to live for the world. It's for live and let live. So we really looked at it conceptually, and what we actually said, what you see is just age norms. It's just not age norms. It's norms for ships which carry cargo into or out of India. That's a concept. That means any ship that carries an Indian cargo has to be safe. Age is one part of it, performance is the other. Now, age and performance are not necessarily linked to age, and therefore we agreed to a system that we shall not register ships beyond the age of 20, and we agreed to a system that we shall retire ships at the age of 25 for tankers and bulk carriers, or 30 years for gas carriers. And then we introduced the quality assurance systems. You may not believe it. India is the only nation in the world today which insists on Cap 1 for tankers. This is a major advancement. It doesn't exist. That a shipowner himself is actually driving quality assurance into a system is not something that is just easily let away. This is where we are coming from age norms. So I do not think we should walk away from what it has already been set in. And it's a fantastic system. In fact, Sukumaranji was also part of it. And we were discussing, I think one of the last meetings we had face-to-face. Until then, we had everything up front. Now, if I were to do a bit of a value chain and go back down the chain, down the drain, and go a little upward into vertical integration and take it to shipbuilding. Now we have a ship maintained. Now we are talking of shipbuilding into India. Shipbuilding, what the government has done is a fantastic suggestion. It creates lots of employment. It brings manufacturing into India, which over the last 25 years, India has virtually abandoned. It's not that India doesn't have manufacturing. India has tremendous manufacturing. Because I know personally in Coimbatore, they make, these valves for LNG tankers. In HMD, those valves are shipped from Coimbatore to fit on ships which are built in HMD. But to bring to the level of manufacturing that we have in shipbuilding is tremendous. That's a tremendous contribution of the government, suggesting that the MDA for 25,000 crores is going to be allotted to shipbuilding. But there is a catch. We have moved on from manufacturing, and therefore we have moved on from education which is related to manufacturing, and therefore we have moved on from education related to manufacturing, which is essentially engineering. Hardcore, roll up your sleeves, on the shop floor engineering, into a precision, high-skilled engineering into what goes into a ship. No, you're manufacturing a truck is one thing, but imagine a ship is built on an empirical formula of vibrations at sea. Now, this needs a tremendous sense of education. You have to bring in quality assurance back. You may have to bring the engineers that you have sent them away to the United States and Canada and Australia and wherever. You have to bring them back. You need skilled, highly skilled technicians, naval architects, ship construction engineers, fabricators, like Sujata was just mentioning. You don't know what all, because if you're talking of alternate fuels, you need all that kind of stuff. You need all that kind of engineering. Today, people go into mechanical engineering, 100 people graduate from a college, 99 of them, at least 70% of them go to US, the remaining 20 or 30 are going into Infosys and Wipro. They can't fix a fuse, actually. If you blow a fuse at home, they can't fix a fuse. That is your engineering today. Fortunately, marine engineering can stay put in a way because you need someone on the ships. But that education also is diluting because, anything in education has three components. One is the admission process, which has to be strong. Your curriculum, which has to be strong. Your faculty, which has to be equally strong. Anyway you dilute, if you bring in the admission process low, then your curriculum, you have to bring it down because the people that are going to be there on the ships are not going to be of that value. Now then you dilute the faculty because you say, I can manage with this faculty. So this is where the commitment has to come from. It needs a strong sense of commitment for us to go into all aspects of shipping. Because I think this is a game-changing movement for us. It is a 25,000 crores maritime development fund. We need the finance. Coming to finance, I have a very funny anecdote to share. Two bankers in Japan told me, look, I don't know how we are going to finance your ship. I can understand it's a fuel ship. It's an economic life of 25 years, and therefore I do a DCF analysis, and therefore I fund you for the first 15 years, the rest you manage. Now today you're going to say methanol, you're going to say ammonia, probably I'll fund you for 5 years. That means your entire cost of financing goes into, say, suppose you spend $50 million, it has to be repaid in 5 years. Now, how does that happen? How does it happen? There are lots of complications. I think we need a lot greater dialogue amongst ourselves because there's adequate intellect there and the adequate intellect here, and there is business sense all over in this room. I think we should not waste opportunities like this to really dig deep and speak the truth. We have no choice. Speaking the truth, we have to upfront and we have to do it. It looks murky, it looks difficult, but we need to have very, very difficult conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Subha. So we touched on the emissions, we touched on the ship, we touched on the shipbuilding, not ship repair, but shipbuilding, the fuel. But ports are an integral part of what we do as ship owners and operations of ships. I'd like to invite Tyagi Sahab to share his thoughts on how you think ports should be strategizing, and then how should we synchronize ourselves with what ports are doing in India and likewise elsewhere.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests on the dais of the dais. Getting ready for this, some are already providing for this. Green Tug Transition Program, GTTP, already 4 ports are mandated, 2 tugs in each port. Tender is already floated. There are some modifications being done in the tender. There are total 5 phases under this program. Under first phase, this 4 ports, 2 tug each, and the job is already on. By 2041, all tugs in the ports will be green tugs. The program is in 5 phases. And this is the commitment from our ministry. Fine-tuning the clauses of charter party. This will help. In fact, this will help ship owners to improve the CAI ratings of the vessels also. Because vessel throwing the carbon in the atmosphere at the anchorage, it's a sort of a penalty for the ship owners. So we have to work on this. Further, as a Ministry of Shipping, I'm sure most of you may be aware, this hydrogen hubs are already planned at 3 ports, Kandla Port, Paradip Port and Tuticorin Port. And there is a lot of advanced work is done. In fact, Deen Dayal Port, Kandla Port has done a lot of work on this. Nearly 3,400 acres of land is allotted to some of the corporates to set up this hydrogen. Further, there will be a desalinization plant which will be used as electrolyzer to create this green hydrogen or green ammonia. Similarly, Paradip, they are going to spend roughly 325 crores on the very same subject. Tuticorin also they have marked nearly 41,000 crore of rupees for this ambitious project. So under Hydrogen Mission of India, Ministry of Shipping and all the ports are gearing up and they have done already a lot of advanced work. And this green fuel, what will be generated in these 3 hubs, can be very well utilized for the Indian CPs and foreign shipping. And finally, India is going to be net exporter of this hydrogen and the derivatives of this. So, Mr. Anil, you asked about this, how this ports are preparing. In my opinion, ports are preparing better than the ship owners in this context. Ship owners, we also are in the same bracket. Today, ship owners are in a very uncertain condition. On the one hand, IMO has already given the directions, do this by this year. Further, there are no tested fuel technologies. SCI is going to do retrofit on 2 of the offshore vessels. We are preparing for that. My request is to all stakeholders, ship owners also, slowly we have to transit through these directions. But the major, as a fuel supplier, Indian oil companies, they have to come forward. And I don't know how the GAIL can play a role in this also. So Mr. Mrinal, make some note and take care on this part. Further, I can assure you, in last 1.5 years, I have been closely associated with our ministry. Amount of work is done on the shipbuilding and expansion of the merchant fleet is tremendous. You have seen some ideas in the last budget, MDF, shipbuilding assistance, 40% credit to the ship owners who will scrap in India. Then the infra status. Tonnage tax scheme is transferred to inland waterways. Lot of thrust to transfer cargo movement or the traffic movement from the rail roadways and the traffic to the inland waterways. Lot of work is being done by the Indian Waterways Authority and Ministry of Shipping. Overall, good opportunity for all stakeholders, and today Government of India and Ministry of Shipping, they are doing more than what they have to do at this stage, and it's a very conducive atmosphere in terms of policies, and these policies are already announced. Very soon this will be in public domain, and we all have to take advantage of this and do the business. Mr. Bharat was mentioning, and very rightly, today we have the lot of cost disadvantage as ship owners to the tune of nearly 18 to 20%. And when this market-based measures also comes in picture, maybe this gap will further increase. But this is where our ministry is coming to help all ship owners. And I'm sure this will get translated into the reality also. On the shipbuilding, 2 delegations have gone to the Korea, South Korea and Japan. And there is a good response, and very soon we will have some positive news on this also. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Now let's welcome our Secretary General to this hall. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Welcome, Secretary General, sir, to the session. We are happy to have you here. Now we will conclude the session. Thanks to the respected chair and panelists for accommodating to the merging in the panel sessions and giving your holistic approach, touching upon all the related areas, 360-degree, fuels, safety, education, training, shipbuilding, finance, technology, port connect, and collaboration. These deliberations and discussions will help chart the pathway to sustainable green shipping in the country. Now I will request IMEI coordinator to join in the dais for a group photograph. I will request Chief Surveyor also please to join. I'll request SG sir also to join in the dais, please, for a photograph, group photograph. Now we will be waiting for the Minister, Honorable Minister of Shipping, Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways to join us shortly and take over the session. I request Mr. Aniruddha Chaki to come over the dais and take over the session, please.
Thank you, Gopi. While we wait for the minister, the next session is one of the highlights of this Green Shipping Conclave. It will be the release of the consultative policy documents, 3 numbers from us and a report from IMU. So we are just waiting for Minister, sir. The moment he comes, we will go ahead with the release of the consultative policy documents. We'd like to welcome the Honorable Cabinet Minister of Shipping, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal ji, to the Green Shipping Conclave. May I request DG sir and Additional Secretary sir to kindly escort Minister sir on the stage. May I request CS sir, Dr. Malini Shankar madam, Mr. Arun Sharma, Captain B.K. Tyagi, Captain Azad, Mr. Sudhakar, LR Rep, to please come on stage for the unveiling of the policy documents. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the highlight of the Green Shipping Conclave 2025. While we distribute the National Green Shipping document, I'd request the technicians to please play a short clip in the background.
India's maritime sector handles 95% of trade by volume, with the proposed national green shipping policy driving sustainable growth through environmental innovation. With 12 major, 217 minor and 6 mega ports under Sagar Mala, the policy fosters green corridors and port innovation. Aligning with global green standards like IMO and EU ETS, India strengthens its position as a leader in decarbonization, innovation and R&D. Join the green maritime revolution. Invest in sustainable shipping and green technology. Together, let's build a cleaner, competitive maritime future.
May I request everyone to please rise, and may I request DG sir to assist Minister sir. The second document that we are going to release is the consultative document for the proposed Indian Ocean Center of Sustainable Maritime Transport, IOC SMART. IT team, can you please play the video?
The Indian Ocean Center of Excellence for Sustainable Maritime Transport, IOCE SMART, is a visionary initiative by India's Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Designed as a world-class hub, IOCE SMART will drive for training, research and innovation in sustainable maritime practices across the Indian Ocean region. With dedicated verticals in maritime collaboration among Indian Ocean region nations like BM-SMART RC, DigiSmart, FinSmart, EcoSmart, TechSmart, etc., IOCE SMART bridges research with real-world application. Under a structured governance model, IOCE SMART aligns with India's maritime vision, establishing a cutting-edge center of excellence in the region. Proposed to be developed at MTI Mumbai, IOCE SMART is poised to lead the way towards sustainable development in the maritime sector, advancing for a better future.
Thank you, sirs. Can you please for the photograph? We will now release the consultative document for the future fuel strategy for maritime India. IT team, please play the video.
India is leading a sustainable maritime future with its future fuel strategy, driving green technology, cutting emissions and boosting economic growth. Aligned with global standards under Maritime India Vision 2030, Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047 and backed by a 25,000 crore Maritime Development Fund. Focusing on green hydrogen, methanol, ammonia and biofuels for a cleaner shipping industry. India targets 500 GW of renewable energy, 20 million tons of green hydrogen annually and 4.4 million tons of green ammonia by 2050. Shore-to-ship power will cover 80% of ports by 2035 with a $10 billion investment. The future fuel strategy ensures a cleaner, greener, globally competitive maritime sector.
May I request the honorable dignitaries to please take the photograph. I would now request Madam Malini Shankar, IAS, to release the IMU document from the Center of Policy Research in Maritime Studies, the release of the periodic reports. Now we come to the release of the final document, the Green Shipping Conclave IMEI souvenir. Please distribute it. May I request Mr. Sanjeev Mehra of IMEI to please come on stage. Thank you, sirs, for the release of the 5 very important documents. I would now like to request Honorable Minister of Shipping, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal ji, to kindly address the gathering.
Namaskar. Good evening to all of you present here today. Honorable Secretary General of the IMO, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, respected Rajesh Kumar Sinha ji, Shyam Jagannathan ji, Malini Shankar ji, Captain B.K. Tyagi ji, Arun Sharma ji, Captain Ajad, Shyam ji, Sudhakar ji, distinguished guests, industry leaders, esteemed delegates. This is a very meaningful event, and I am especially grateful to all the participants because of your active participation. You have made this occasion not only momentous, but also memorable and meaningful and sustainable. I have a small write-up. Please bear with me. I'll not take much time. And today, really, after going through the discussion with the leader in this particular sector, maritime sector, and some of the prominent CEOs, and particularly the Honorable Secretary General of the IMO, I am really very much happy, and I have seen the bright future ahead in this particular sector. So that is why I am confident that whatever we are discussing today will be dedicatedly, with best of our possible effort, articulated into action tomorrow. It is a privilege to stand before you at the Green Shipping Conclave 2025, where the world's maritime visionaries gather to set a course for a greener future. This conclave is not just a conference. It is a call to action, a collective commitment to transform the shipping industry into a cleaner, more sustainable force for global trade. Shipping has been the backbone of commerce for centuries, but now it must become the backbone of sustainability. The oceans that carry our vessels also bear the burden of emission, pollution, and climate change. The responsibility to correct the course lies with us. Green shipping is no longer an aspiration, it is an imperative. India stands at the forefront of this transformation, guided by the vision of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji and his consummate commitment to achieve net zero emission by 2070. Green energy is the driving force behind the transition. The future of maritime transport lies in clean fuels, green hydrogen, ammonia, biofuel, and LNG. India's national green hydrogen mission is paving the way for zero-emission fuels, ensuring that our ports are not just fueling trade, but also fueling a sustainable future. Through hydrogen, bunkering, and alternative fuels supply infrastructure, we are positioning India as a regional hub for green energy solution. The challenge is immense, but so is our resolve. At the heart of these transformations are green ships, vessels that no longer run on yesterday's fuel, but embrace the technology of tomorrow. Indian shipyards are leading the surge in constructing low-emission, hybrid, and fully electric ships, reinforcing our commitment to make in India make for the world. The Green Truck Transition Program is replacing conventional harbor trucks with hybrid and electric models, ensuring that every segment of our maritime ecosystem is aligned with sustainability goal. The Harit Nauka Green Vehicle initiative is accelerating the shift towards alternative fuel-powered ships, ensuring that our fleets are not just strong but also clean. To support these vessels, we need green gateways, ports that are no longer just transit points but sustainability hub. India's Harit Sagar Green Port Guidelines are setting new benchmark in shore-to-ship power, renewable energy adoption, and carbon neutral operation. Ports are not just receiving greener ships, they are becoming greener themselves. Energy efficient cargo handling, electrified logistics, and green corridors will make our maritime trade more sustainable and resilient. India is not just building ports, we are building the ports of the future. But sustainability is incomplete without responsibility. Green recycling ensures that every vessel's life cycle ends in an environmentally responsible manner. The Sustainable Ship Recycling Program in Alang, Gujarat is making India a global leader in eco-friendly ship dismantling, adhering to Hong Kong Convention standard. By turning waste into wealth, we are demonstrating that the maritime economy can also be a circular economy. Transitioning to a green maritime sector requires financing. Green capital is the foundation on which this vision stands. Our 25,000 crores Maritime Development Fund is catalyzing investment in green port infrastructure, fleet modernization, and alternative fuel ecosystem. The extension of the Shipbuilding Financial Assistance Scheme is reinforcing India's position as a global leader in sustainable shipbuilding. Sustainable shipping is not just an environmental decision, it is an economic opportunity. Sustainability is a global responsibility. Green alliances are the bridges that connect us across continent. India's participation in Green Voice 2050, Glenoise Partnership, and regional green shipping corridors with BIMSTEC is driving international cooperation for decarbonization. The seas do not belong to one nation alone. They are shared by all. Our efforts must be united, our strategies collaborative. For this transformation to be effective, governance must evolve. Green governance ensures that regulation, policies, and enforcement mechanisms are aligned with sustainability. Our upcoming Coastal Shipping Bill 2025 and Merchant Shipping Bill 2025 will integrate stronger environmental standards and compliance measures, ensuring that India remains a global torchbearer for maritime sustainability. The maritime sector must act decisively, embracing green energy, green ship, green gateways, green recycling, green capital, green alliances, and green governance as the pillar of its transformation. India is not merely following global standards, we are setting them. Our journey towards a cleaner, greener, and more resilient shipping industry is irreversible. I extend my gratitude to all the participants, stakeholders, and industry leaders who have contributed to this conclave. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, our Maritime India Vision 2030 Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047 serve as guiding framework for India's long-term maritime transformation. A special thanks to IMO Secretary General for his presence, marking a new milestone in our partnership for global maritime sustainability. Let this conclave be the defining moment where commitment turn into action, and action shape the maritime future of tomorrow. The ocean have carried our past. Let them also carry a greener future. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring speech. Since Minister, sir, will be in a rush to the airport, sir, 1 minute for the mementos, sir. Please. Sir, just 1 minute, sir. Please, Deepak. I would request Additional Secretary, sir, to please present the ship memento to Minister, sir. May I now request DG, sir, to honor Minister, sir, with the shawl. May I now request CS, sir, to please give the Green Shipping Conclave memento to Minister, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. We are really honored by your presence. For the audience, the valedictory session will be after this. Coordinators and conveners for the validity.
Now, just for the valedictory function, I'll just request Additional Secretary, sir. Honorable Secretary General. Yeah, please. Director General of Shipping. Captain Asad. Thakur. DG sir. I think we'll start with the ASR of the valedictory speech first.
Honorable Union Minister for Port Shipping Waterways, Sir has done his speech and Sir has just left. Excellency Secretary General of International Maritime Organization, very distinguished guests, industry leaders and esteemed delegates. It has been an absolute privilege and an honor to take part in this concluding session of the Green Shipping Conclave 2025. Over the sessions today that we had, a clear and ambitious course has been charted for India's maritime decarbonization with a strong focus on implementation and execution. I extend my gratitude to the Honorable Minister for his leadership in shaping India's maritime sustainability vision, and to Excellency Secretary General of the IMO for his presence, which underscores India's growing partnership with the global maritime community in advancing green shipping policies and technology. This conclave has reinforced India's commitment to the structured and well-integrated green shipping transition built on robust policy interventions, global best practices. Some of the major takeaways for today's various sessions has been that green fuel ecosystem of variety of the fuels that we discussed, challenges in each, opportunities in each. Maritime Development Fund that was announced, and also the Shipbuilding Financial Assistance second version, both have been announced in the budget about 2 weeks ago. Port decarbonization and digitalization, regulatory and compliance roadmap that was discussed, there was a specific session on that. The seafarers and workforce training and capacity building, the structured training programs for seafarers, shipyard workers, maritime professionals, and how they are being introduced and what improvements are required in all this as we go forward. And then the next steps is to turn this policy discourse into action. Fast-tracking green shipping, those initiatives, expanding public-private partnership and collaborations, developing green maritime finance models, is strengthening India's global position in green shipping, accelerating infrastructure readiness in order to achieve this, and a collective responsibility. As we move forward, the government, industry and academia. This is what we were saying, policy framing, policy making. What you give to unto yourself. The government, industry and academia must work in synergy to accelerate this transformation. The time now is for action and delivery. I thank all the panelists, industry stakeholders and experts who have contributed to shaping the discussions at this conclave. Let this be the foundation for sustained collaboration, innovation and progress toward a cleaner, greener and more competitive maritime future. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
May I now request His Excellency Secretary General to give the panel.
Good afternoon. That's a way of putting me on the spot now. I didn't have the opportunity to follow all the presentations throughout the day, so apologies for that. However, I did have the opportunity to speak to cadets, for those that are part of the training institutions and learn from all the work they are doing, as well as the concerns that continues to be expressed. I had an opportunity to speak to the media, and they also highlighted the challenges that they foresee in all this process, as well as wanted to understand better what is IMO doing in relation to decarbonization, the safety aspects, the human element, and of course, tackling any negative impact. Equally, the different stakeholders, including those from the alternative energy sector, are eagerly awaiting for the outcome of the negotiations later this year in order to provide more guidance. What I hope is that after looking at the program that you went through today, that you focus more on the opportunities rather than the challenges, because you were very good at listing them all there, which means that now it's time to work. I think the time for statements have long gone. I keep saying we made a very good progress and achievement in adopting the IMO GSE strategy back in 2023. It's time for action. That document, it's only the guidance, is what we're going to do next. What I've learned in this very short but incredibly rewarding visit to India and participating in the conclave is that this is a land of opportunities, that you are ready to transition. You do have some concerns and we're ready to address them, from training, safety aspects to the financial situations that may present. And the only thing that I'm going to continue to ask you is to be a little bit patient. It's only October, and by then we will provide that additional guidance and clarifications for everything that is coming afterwards. So please be the early movers. Please tackle the opportunities positively. Address the challenges in the same manner. I look forward, after all the presentations of the outcomes from this conclave, the different projects and strategies that India is implementing and planning to implement, to see the positives, the outcome from this, the information that is going to take us to the next level. Yes, it's only around 3% that shipping emits and contributes, but we need to be responsible for that as well. We all have to help in achieving the global goals. And we have the opportunity to lead by example, demonstrate that if our industry can achieve these goals, and I'm convinced that we're going to achieve these goals, otherwise I'm coming after all of you, other sectors can also do so. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for being here. And I look forward to the next conclave. Hopefully I'll get an invitation. And that one is going to look into how everything is happening. All right? Thank you very much.
May I request DG Saab for the closing remarks?
Excellency, Secretary General, sir, Additional Secretary, sir, Dr. Malini ma'am, respected Vice Chancellor, IMU, my colleagues on the dais, Shri Ajit Sukumaranji, Captain Azad and Pradeep Sudhakaranji, and all the dignitaries present here. It's been significant because on this watershed day, we have come up with a consultative draft of the National Green Shipping Policy Framework, a consultative work in progress on the future fuel strategy for India Maritime, and the detailed project report for the Indian Ocean Region Center for Excellence for Sustainable Maritime Transport. For all the dignitaries who participated in the Green Shipping Conclave, we look forward now to your advice, your insights, your support and criticism too, to fine-tune these consultative drafts, and then under the leadership of the Secretary, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, strengthened by Shri Rajesh Sinha sir, we will then embed them in the Indian policy engagement for decarbonization and move towards a target for net zero. I'm deeply privileged to have hosted, for me personally, a very inspirational personality and it has been a privilege to walk side by side with you for the last 2 days, showcasing Indian Maritime's advancement, rubbing shoulders with excellency, and understanding how much of a responsibility a global leader has to shoulder to build consensus, keep a progressive engagement. And it has been a remarkable learning this side, sir. And as you said, we are grateful, and we do assure you, Indian Maritime Administration will not disappoint you when it comes to taking a global lead in sustainability. I am deeply grateful to Shri Rajesh Sinha, sir, for his leadership in the ministry, for his ever-ready reviews and continuous encouragements, which have nodded and prodded us to reach this anvil of these 3 consultative drafts. My illustrious predecessor in office, Dr. Malini Shankar ma'am, has also been a ready source of inspiration. As a lady, she has proven how much truly a lady can contribute to Indian Maritime. And we are grateful for your participation in this forum too. For the Directorate General of Shipping, our technical lead in the net zero engagement is Shri Ajit Sukumaranji. And I am immensely grateful to his leadership, along with all the office bearers and patrons of IMEI who have taken forward this massive effort for setting up this platform of the Green Shipping Conclave. Lastly, I remain grateful to all of you and request you to join the Indian Maritime Administration to protect India's maritime interests and to ensure safe, secure, sustainable, and smart maritime operations. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, DG sir. And before we conclude, I would like to give a small memento to our chief guest and also to the joint secretary. So can I request the back-end team to please... Can I request IMEI representatives, whom do you have here? Sunil Kumar, Rajesh Kasargod, Brian Risa, Ranjit Singh, Mr. Arun Gupta. Aye, sir. Aye, sir, aye. Can I request... Is Sunil Kumar there? Sorry. So can I request Rajesh Kasargod to please hand over the shawl, put the shawl on Additional Secretary Sinha Sahab, and also hand over the memento to him. सर आप पहले नहीं ये आप So Sinha Sahab is very humble. He's saying we have to give it to our chief guest first. So please दे दो. Can I request Sunil Kumar, DGS-IME, HO. Can I request Ranjit Singh sir to please please put the shawl to our additional secretary Sinha sir. सिन्हा साहब ये बहुत मेहनत से बनाया हमने सर बहुत lot of months have gone into curating this and it's a very unique piece. Can I ask Brian to please put the shawl on our DG sir? He is the host, but sir from IMEI, sir, we have to do that sir. Please sir. Shawl. Can I request Sunil to hand over the shawl to Malini madam, please? Naveen, Jyoti, come here. Naveen, can I request you to put the shawl on our CS sir? He was the chairman of this whole organizing committee. He was a leader, he was a visionary, and thanks to you sir, this program went so well. I mean, absolutely to the point. We have driven it across. One photograph. Jyoti madam, can you please do the honor for Captain Azad? आपके ऊपर है। Shilpa, can you do the honors for Mr. Pradeep? I want all the IMEI guys to be back on stage for a group photograph. All the IMEI people, can we have you here? I want Gopi also. And Chaki sir, please, everyone who has worked hard, I want them on the stage. I want the men in green here on the stage. Men in green, come on. There was an objection. I want the men and the ladies in green here. Rai sir, आइए sir. All the people wearing the green jackets. आइए sir. जिसको ग्रीन जैकेट मिला नहीं उसने काम कम किया है. Can I request all the IMEI people to stand down? That will look better because there's too much of crowd on the stage. More people can go down. Anyone else from IMEI organizing team and our organizing committee and EC, please come forward. I request everyone to be seated down. We have a small cultural program. We're going to start now. Can I request the back-end team to please remove the chairs and these podiums? Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how's the evening been so far? Good or great? Great. Rocking. Well, it's going to be even more rocking because the next act is going to give you a representation of the Indian culture, taking you all through a folk dance representation brought to you by Sandy Performing Art. Please give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome the entire cultural performance group on stage. While I request volunteers to please help us clear the stage for this beautiful act coming up, where we leave all of you all on a beautiful Indian cultural note. Thank you.
Check.
Hello, check.
Hello. There inside, no? We don't have to repeat again, no? About what it is and all that you're saying. Chal, tu chalu kar. Come on. बता रहा हूँ. ये ले बेटा.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's sit back and get ready to witness a spectacular performance of Indian cultural representation through the form of folk dance, presented to you by Sandy Performing Act. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin this beautiful cultural representation of India through folk dance. Sit back and enjoy the experience brought to you by Sandy Performing Art.
Presenting Sandy Elite.
भारत यह रंगों का देश है। यहाँ विविधता में एकता और एकता में विविधता है। यहाँ की संस्कृति ही इसकी धरोहर है। तो आइए देखते हैं इस संस्कृति की कुछ झलकियां। Dance is one of the 7 major traditional Indian classical dance forms from Manipur. is a major form of Indian classical dance that is originated in the state of Tamil Nadu.
शिव शंकर हर हर शंकर जय जय शंकर दिगिरारा प्रिय तांडव शंकर प्रकट शुभंकर प्रणय भयंकर दिगिरारा शिव शिव शंकर हर हर शंकर जय जय शंकर दिगिरारा प्रिय तांडव शंकर प्रकट शुभंकर प्रणय भयंकर दिगिरारा ओम परमेश्वरा परा ओम निखिलेश्वरा हरा ओम जीवेश्वरेश्वरा कररारा ओम मंत्रेश्वरा स्वरा ओम यंत्रेश्वरा तिरा ओम तत्रेश्वरा वरा नावेरा शिव शिव शंकर हर हर शंकर जय जय शंकर दिगिरारा प्रिय तांडव शंकर प्रकट शुभंकर प्रणय भयंकर दिगिरारा
Kalaripayattu is an Indian martial art and fighting system that originated in modern-day Kerala.
मुखरभोस्य मृगेन्द्र सुकर्जना सबलभक्तगजेन्द्र विमर्दन विपिनराज सदृशो बलवानयम् समनुजो हि नृसिंह वरस्तथा
मन भवन उठे दर सिहर उठे जब सब उठे के आवे सिंहा नामगर चले बस लहर चले जब आवे सिंहा मुझे खींच के धूल खींच के पट पड़ जाए भलक खींच के बाहों में बीच के जब भी मिल जाए न किसी से ये कम बड़ा इसमें कदम धर सिंह ये सिंघम
Gujarat, Garba is a circular form of dance that involves clapping and whirling around what is usually an idol of the mother goddess in the center. It is accompanied by music and singing.
Let's clap along. Everybody.
तारा रंगीला तारा रंग वेद झूले तारी बात सोना तारा ओए चमकीला तारा ओए रंगीला तारा रंग वेद झूले तारी बात
Bhangra is a type of traditional dance of the Indian subcontinent originating in the Majha area of Punjab.
ਭੰਗੜਾ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਗਿੱਧਾ ਪਾਵਣ ਓਏ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਭੰਗੜਾ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਗਿੱਧਾ ਪਾਵਣ ਨੱਚ ਨੱਚ ਕੇ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਮਨਾਉਂਦੇ ਤੇ ਗੀਤ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਗਾਵਣ ਨੱਚ ਨੱਚ ਕੇ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਮਨਾਉਂਦੇ ਤੇ ਗੀਤ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਗਾਵਣ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਉਹ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਉਹ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਅੱਖ ਲੜ ਗਈ ਉਹ ਲੜ ਗਈ ਅੱਖ ਲੜ ਗਈ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਉਹ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਅੱਖ ਲੜ ਗਈ ਉਹ ਲੜ ਗਈ ਅੱਖ ਲੜ ਗਈ
Lavani is a combination of traditional song and dance which is particularly performed to the beats of dholki. Lavani is a genre of music popular in Maharashtra.
Coming up next is the Bihu dance, a popular folk dance from the region of Assam. It celebrates the spirit of spring and fertility. It's a symbol of Assamese culture and identity. Let's experience Bihu.
Assam deshe চাই কে বাগানে গাছেই ফলে সোনার রূপারে हरियाली चाय के बागान मोरे धनी केने जाबो छाड़े आसा
ফাগুনেরও মোহনায় ফাগুনেরও মোহনায় মন মাতানো মহুয়ায় রঙ্গিনী বিহুর নেশা কোন আকাশে নিয়ে যায় ফাগুনেরও মোহনায় ফাগুনেরও মোহনায় মন মাতানো মহুয়ায় রঙ্গিনী বিহুর নেশা কোন আকাশে নিয়ে যায় ফাগুনেরও মোহনায় ও মোর মন হারিয়ে যায় মোর মন হারিয়ে যায় কন্যের তোর ভাবনা ঝিলমিলিয়ে যায় রে ঝিলমিলিয়ে যায় ও মোর মন হারিয়ে যায় মোর মন হারিয়ে যায় কন্যের তোর ভাবনা ঝিলমিলিয়ে যায় রে ঝিলমিলিয়ে যায় কোন চেনা দেশের তরে তোর সাথে ইতে পান্তরে মোর মনের প্রজাপতি নাচি নাচি ঘুরি ঘুরি উড়ি উড়ি উড়ে যায় মন হারানোর ঠিকানায় ফাগুনের মোহনায় মন মাতানো মহুয়ায় রঙ্গিনী বিহুর নেশা কোন আকাশে নিয়ে যায় ফাগুনের মোহনায়।
हम इस देश के वासी हैं जहां रोज ही दंगा रहता है, जहां रोज रोज अखबारों में स्कैमों का पंगा रहता है, सड़कों पे आधा सा नंगा रहता है। इस हाल में भी इस दौर में भी हर दिल में तिरंगा रहता है।
तेरा नाम है साजा
कुछ पे वार न 100 वारी जान में तेरे कुर्बान मेरी माँ
तो कैसी लगी आपको भारत की विविधता में एकता की ये तस्वीर?
आजा आजा जिंद शामी आने के तले, आजा जरी वाले नीले आसमाने के तले। आजा आजा जिंद शामी आने के तले, आजा जरी वाले नीले आसमाने के तले।
What a spectacular performance, ladies and gentlemen. They deserve a standing ovation. This is the rich culture of India. Unity in diversity, brought to you by Sandy performing art just at GSA 2025.
Pooja, I think we should ask our chief guest to come on the stage and take a photograph with these people. The
Indeed.
dresses, the rich heritage of India, they are from different states. Please, you also come. I'll take a photograph.
Yes, let's
You
treasure
can open this.
Let's treasure this memorable moment for our chief guests from the overseas who are right here in India to experience the culture of India.
Come, everyone. That's a nice namaste. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it. And now, can I request everyone to rise for the national anthem? While they're putting on the national anthem, I would like to thank all our supporters. This is something I missed out, and I'm very sorry for this. The schedule was so tight, and it slipped my mind. We have the thank you notes and the certificates for all our supporters, without which this program would not have been possible. So my apologies, and I thank you all from the bottom of my heart for supporting us and this event. Can we have the national anthem, please?
हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे वंदे वंदे भारत माता की.
Thank you, and that's the spirit. We had a little problem with the sound and we all pitched in. That's the India! Thank you, guys. Thank you, IMEI team and the DG team for making this event a grand success. The bar is open in the small hall. Please have a drink, and the dinner is also served. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody, for joining at the GSC 2025. This is me, your host, Pooja, signing out. I request all the delegates to please collect their delegate bags at the exit point. Thank you very much and enjoy dinner. Good night.